The story opens on a gloomy night in Bukyong. Someone in the room sits facing downward and asks, "Are you ready?" Kneeling below is Bukyong's foremost beauty, Hong Jae-gyong. Facing the question, she replies softly, "Although your daughter must leave her father to marry into Seishin, my heart will always be beside him. Father took me in when I had nowhere to go. In this life, it will be hard to repay him." The other continues, "Jae-gyong, your father has wronged you. You, so dutiful and understanding, must be sent so far away." Jae-gyong smiles. "You are betrothed to me, though you are Chonsang Great Lord. But after all, you are the only son of the Yangshan family, the capital of the realm. Once your daughter becomes the mistress of the Yangshan house, if I can exert a little effort for my father, Jae-gyong will be satisfied." The elder nods with satisfaction. "Knowing you think this way brings me great comfort. In a few days, the Yangshan family's betrothal gifts will arrive. You should prepare to depart for Seishin." Jae-gyong then stands and takes her leave. Your daughter asks permission to withdraw. Once the door closes, the elder bursts into satisfied laughter. "Jae-gyong, you are merely the bait I set out. Bait to seize that thing among the betrothal gifts. Now at last I will be unrivaled in the world and dominate the martial world. I have searched for it for 1,000 years. That thing must be mine." Cut to the forest outside. The betrothal convoy is moving through here. At that moment, someone suddenly stands blocking the road ahead. The carriage drivers go pale with tension when they see the person. The other scratches his head and says, "Seems you lot already know who I am. Huh? Then no need to waste time. Hand over all the valuable things to me, quickly." News of the incident is then sent to Seishin, to the Yangshan family. Head of the family, Yong Jiakjiam, cannot believe it and asks, "What? Chonsang has fled?" Butler Bang Saryong replies, "Yes, sir. He robbed the entire betrothal convoy en route to Bukyong." Yong Jiakjiam sits there and sighs helplessly. That brat has resolved to leave the sect. First, send word to Lord Ga that the wedding cannot be held as scheduled, and provide compensation equivalent to the betrothal gifts. Saryong hesitates. But where will we find such a rare match of a noble bride? The wedding should still. Before he finishes, Yong Jiakjiam cuts him off. "Who knows when that brat will return? How can we hold it? You may leave." The butler offers no more objections and bows to accept the order. The head sits there thinking helplessly. He thinks that after arranging the marriage, he could tighten the reins a bit. Apparently, he had indulged the boy too much. With that thought, he called for someone named Peng. Immediately, someone appears and kneels before him. Bongxian Island. Mupeng pays respects to his lord. The head instructs him, "Have you heard? Go fetch him back. If you cannot return that insolent boy within 3 years, neither you nor Bongxian Island shall exist." Mupeng cannot hide his alarm. "City Lord, would you tear up the Millennium Pact with Bongxian Island over this?" The head rises and bellows. "Enough noise. If you want to keep the Millennium Pact, use any means necessary to bring that brat to me." Mupeng has no choice but to agree. "Within 5 days, I will return the young master to you." The Lord reminds him, "Chonsang carries enough money to buy an entire city. Do not be careless." Mupeng replies solemnly, "Concerning the life or death of Bongxian Island, I dare not be careless." Mupeng answers gravely, "Regarding the survival of Bongxian Island, I will not be negligent. I will absolutely not fail this mission." Having said that, he transforms into a gust of wind and vanishes from sight. The Lord mulls inwardly. Though he carries bags of silver, the Jianghu remains dangerous. Can that brat hold his own? Perhaps sending Shinwol would be wiser. Though, if it's Shinwol, it might take a month to bring him back. Time slips by, and a year has gone. The streets are bustling with passers-by. A waiter gestures to the young man and sells the place. "How do you find this spot, sir?" "This is the best guest house in Tian Prefecture." The youth scowls in disdain. "Too cramped, too crude, too shabby, too awful." The waiter stands to one side, hearing the complaints. Though enraged to the core, he doesn't know what to do. Though it's terrible, he endures. Just showing the young master the way will earn him more than a year's wages. A year ago, he appeared like a comet. This big spender is called Young Master Yong. When will such an opportunity come again? The youth sits, crosses his legs, and says, still thinking, Bring me the menu. This noble son is visiting for the first time and doesn't know what to eat. So bring one portion of every dish. The waiter nods, thinking to himself that a single cup of tea here could feed a 5-person household for a month. The youth then turns his head and glances to the side. Not far away at another table, a guest is also sitting. He studies the other man with a thoughtful look, clad in monk's robes but appearing lax, and ordering meat and wine to boot. At the same time, a few other patrons notice the clergy and gossip. Seems the nuns have been getting quite flirtatious lately, even dining in this rough neighborhood. Why don't we shave our heads and become monks too? If there's a pretty nun around, life would be blissful. As the youth rises uncertainly, the waiter hurries over to stop him. Young master, please don't interfere. Those are martial folk, the famed 8 disciples of Dongbang Gumgak around. Hearing that, the youth sits back down laughing. Have you forgotten who I am? I am young Master Yong of a Yangshan family. The waiter replies, but martial folk aren't moved by silver and gold. The youth smiles confidently. Is there anything in this world that money can't solve? The waiter sighs helplessly. Words won't teach this clueless young master about the ways of the world. Better not invite trouble. The youth then turns and leaves. Suddenly, one of the 2 men is struck by a flying plate and spits blood. The other leaps up in anger and shouts, "Who did that?" From the other side, a woman covers her mouth and snickers. It seems she was the one responsible for this. The man, furious, draws his sword and points it at her. So it's you, brat, barely out of nappies and daring to tease Dongbang Gumgak's men? Saying that, he lunges toward the woman, which makes her widen her eyes in shock. She luckily tilts her head back to avoid the blade, but a lock of her hair is cut off. To be exact, young Master Yong appears and sweeps his arm to block the man's sword. He stood there stunned. It avoided it. Young Master Yong said coolly, "My household has plenty of gold and silver, so since childhood I've used quite a few extravagant remedies." The other man rushed forward. "So you two are accomplices." Faced with this scene, young Master Yong's mouth lifted in a fearless smirk. A shockwave spread through the place. However, the fight unfolded. When it cleared, the man was already flipped and sprawled on the ground. The waiter returned and, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat. "How could this be?" Young Master Yong laughed coldly. "Didn't I say? There's nothing in this world money can't fix." Cut to Jade Castle in Seishan. A fly riding the breeze suddenly has its wings sliced off by something streaking past. Seeing the man beside him use the spear tip to lop off the fly's wing, the guard praised, "Sir, you truly have formidable strength." The other sniffed the spear, replying, "Just stand like that. My whole body's stiff and uncomfortable. It's already been a year here. Not a single infiltrator, not even an ant." The gatekeeper chuckled. "This place clearly scares people away." The youth mused, "The young master has been away a year now. Who knows if he's died miserably in some alley." The gatekeeper startled. How do you know? How do you know the young master isn't in the city?" "The Lord ordered a seal on that matter." The youth raised his spear proudly. "Thanks to this spear in my sight, I was promoted to guard." The gatekeeper warned, "Don't go boasting about it everywhere. You've never met the young master. How can you be sure he can't withstand strike?" The youth replied casually, "A rich young master doesn't need to be met to be known. Besides, the young master is lazy and frivolous. Who here doesn't know that?" The Lord wanted the young master to apprentice under a great martial hero, but he insisted on running away. Many great heroes came to reclaim him. 8 or 9 of them still never saw the young master's face. So even if they found secret martial manuals, the young master certainly wouldn't bother to practice, nor would he take unknown pills that caused terrible pain to boost his inner power. The gatekeeper nodded after hearing him. "You have a point. So tomorrow I'll have a top-quality silk outfit tailored for you and send you to auction over by Zhang's son. How about that?" The youth panicked. "Hey, that's a bit much. Auction is full of tough bandits and countless beggars. How could I go there in silk?" The youth waved his hand and sighed. "Risk my little life for a silk outfit? Not worth it." The gatekeeper smiled. "Is that so? If a silk robe is that dangerous, what would you make of a young master rich as the state treasury who has lived 20 years? Think on that." The youth fell into thought at that, and after a long moment he answered, "If the young master is that rich, He must have many guards. The gatekeeper added, and guards of noble houses turning into bandits or being kidnapped by raiders isn't a one-off occurrence. Hearing that, the youth's face suddenly turned ashen. Cut back to the tavern. After dealing with that man, young Master Yong leisurely walked toward his table. The other man saw him turn and took the chance to rush forward for an ambush. But as the blade swung, young Master Yong's figure suddenly vanished from a spot. This left him with an indescribable terror. Young Master Yong had suddenly appeared behind him. I hate rear ambushes the most. How he struck was unknown. Only the opponent's sharp cry was heard, and then he fell to his knees, clutching his nose. Young Master Yong instructed the waiter, "Drag this man outside. I'll spare his life, so take him away quickly." The two young men helped each other up, and before leaving, didn't forget to threaten, "I was too drunk just now. If you aren't afraid to die, come to the Imperial Army checkpoint at the third watch tonight." Hearing that, young Master Yong burst into loud laughter. "Don't come back if you don't meet me. But just the two of you are no match for me. You might as well summon Sword Elder himself." After provoking them, he excitedly pushed further inside. That was also a kind of fate, But when he looked back, the two women from before were nowhere to be seen. The waiter reported, "Those two left just now." Young Master Yong exhaled. "I saw. By the way, where's that Imperial Army checkpoint?" The waiter looked terrified. "You really want to go? Though I've seen your skill, I can't be careless. Even reputable Orthodox sects might use poison or hidden weapons." Young Master Yong replied nonchalantly, "The first time I was poisoned, I was 3. The one who poisoned me was my uncle." The waiter, clearly disbelieving, kept waving his hands. "You're joking too much, sir." Young Master Yong laughed cheerfully. "Indeed, no one would believe it anyway. Out in the dark forest at night? Am I so bored I'd stay up past midnight to meet those nobodies? Truly too idle." While moving, he suddenly sensed something and froze. A few lanterns appeared ahead. Zhou Gongmyong sat before a table of meat and wine with a lute. With a blink, young Master Yong was suddenly before him. "I haven't traveled the entire world, but under this sky no one clings to things more than you," he said. Gongmyong smiled and poured wine. "There's still an hour before your appointed time. Shall we have a cup?" Young Master Yong sighed, clearly bored. "Aren't you tired? Following me like this?" He'd been appearing and disappearing before him for over 4 months. Saying that, he raised his cup and drained it in one gulp, then slammed the cup down on the table and snapped, "I've told you many times, I'm not interested in your family's grudges or revenge." Gongmyong remained calm and smiled. "If you want to gather forces, I'll be your strategist. If you roam the Jianghu alone, I'll be your shadow." Young Master Yong sighed, moved. "Thanks, you're reliable. But if I must face masters like Demon King, Crimson Blood Nahuden, and you only know lightness skill and have no real techniques, how could you help me?" "But you only know lightness skill and have no real techniques. How could you help me?" Gongmyong replied calmly. "Though I may not know third-rate techniques, I can help you seize the world." Young Master Yong flatly refused. "I'm not interested. For me, martial training is only for defense. I never thought to use it for anything else." Gongmyong continued, "Though you were born a martial prodigy, your prowess is still confined to Jade Castle. If you leave Jade Castle, how long will your kung fu actually protect you?" "I'm not asking you to answer right away. I'll go west for a year. Wait until I return, then give me your answer. It's not too late." Young Master Yong replied, "Even if it's a year later, my answer will still be." Before he finished, the other had already become a gust of wind and vanished. Young Master Yong's face fell in admiration. This lightness skill truly seemed supernatural. At that moment, he noticed a book on the table. Legend says Crimson Blood wiped out 762 members of the True family because of this ancient manual. If word gets out that it's in my hands. Thinking that, his face twitched. That damn fox. Looks like I've fallen into his trap. The title of this book is The Union of the Sky, Sun, and Moon. Young Master Yong had no choice but to tuck it into his robe and say, "As if you know me so well. Didn't he think I'd sell this to Nahuden?" He then dashed off down the road. Once he was far enough away, Gongmyong reappeared at the feast table. "I know your talent for collecting treasures is rivaled only by your talent for spending money, and you'd never let the Han Thien, not Noyet manual fall into someone like Nahuden's hands, turning the Jianghu into a bloody whirl. Though you act rakish and disrespectful, your nature is kind-hearted. But that very kindness could doom you and Jade Castle to destruction. Meanwhile, young Master Yong was still racing madly along, to the point he could sense inner power in a wolf's howl. Seems the rumors weren't wrong. He recalled the waiter's warning about the Imperial Army checkpoint's treacherous mountain position. Not only do troublemakers hide there, but many hidden masters and countless centennial spirit beasts reside as well. After some travel, young Master Yong finally arrived. Before him lay a blood-soaked battlefield, corpses strewn everywhere. He examined the bodies and pondered. Disciples of Jiamjin? Were they ambushed while off guard because of me? The wounds looked like savage beast bites, clearly caused by weapons like wolf fawn claws. A delicate-looking person using such a strange weapon. No sooner had he spoken than a woman emerged from the bushes. I'm not the murderer. Young Master Yong rose to his feet, and in the blink of an eye he appeared behind her. So you showing up here is just a coincidence, huh? The woman explained, of course it's not a coincidence. I stepped out during the day, and when I returned, I heard the young master was going to fight them at the Imperial Army checkpoint, so I came specifically to help. After all, I share some responsibility for this. The young man straightened, not the young master. I'm Long Chanseng, lately called Fortune God Long, young master. The woman brightened, so it's young Master Long. I'm Sang Guanzhong, she said. The Jianghu called me the Lingba Sprite. Chanseng asked, so who do you think killed them? Guanzhong's expression immediately darkened at his words. She recalled her earlier memory upon arriving here. Indeed, those lowlifes had come in considerable numbers. The two beaten young men were now angrily shouting that the little rat must not be spared. How dare he ambush us while we're drunk? I'll make him kneel and beg for his life. Just then someone else stepped up and asked, and what if he doesn't show up? The two young men glared ferociously. What else? One snarled, brandishing his knife everywhere. He's a coward. After secretly attacking us, he won't dare show his face to fight, so he'll never be able to hold his head up as a man in this area. The martial world has its rules, so we have an excuse to drag that old man and his girl back as accomplices to give them a proper lesson. The rest clamored in agreement. And don't forget to bring us along when you teach them a lesson. Teaching rotten girls is our specialty. Guanzhong, hiding to one side, grew angrier the more she listened. Their words grated on her ears. Just then she sensed the presence of a master. An old man strode up to the crowd and said, You youths don't think of cultivating to increase your inner power, yet you dare to snatch the spirit beast's inner core that caught my eye. The group panicked and hastily fell back, widening the distance from him. Who are you? He didn't answer but drew his weapon, the wolf fawn claw. Seeing this, they recognized him as Bloody Demon Guksang. Yet with just a gentle swing of his hand, he had them bleeding and battered. The price to pay is your lives. After hearing Guanzhong's account, Chanseng snapped awake. So they were mistaken for raiders after the spirit beast's inner core and were slain by a master hidden for 50 years. Those who abuse martial arts were killed by their peers. Guanzhong continued. Though the outcome now isn't good, it still proves the young master's righteousness. Please descend the mountain quickly. You're not the only one in this mountain craving the spirit beast's inner core besides Bloody Demon. Chanseng glanced at her skeptically. Righteousness? What do you mean? Guanzhong replied, puzzled. You knew there was a trap and still came on time. Isn't that to teach those shameless ones a lesson and restore the martial code? Chanseng replied indifferently. I only came to collect payment. Those scoundrels stiffed the bill and ran, so I fronted the money to the tavern. Hearing that, Guanzhong bristled. Looking at the young master's clothes, he didn't seem poor. Would he risk his life for a few coins? Chanseng snapped his fingers and smiled. Though I spend money freely, I never squander a single useless coin. Guanzhong urged. Are you not listening? They were mistaken for raiders after the spirit beast's inner core, which is why they ended up like this. Besides, that spirit beast is a 1,000-year wild wolf even masters cannot subdue. Its body is larger than a house. It can fly, and it breathes fire. Chanseng burst out laughing. Can't even handle a slightly oversized wild toad. And now there's rumor like that too. At any rate, he couldn't recover his meal money. So he'd go see how big this house-sized wild toad really was. Guanzhong panicked. Young master, You've seen Jiamjin's disciples' fate and still want to go? Chansang asked casually. Do you happen to know where that wild toad is? Guanzhong hesitated. I know roughly, but aren't you listening to me? Cut to some mountain where a white wolf resides within. Seeing it emerge, the people outside got excited. It's the Beikrang. Everyone rush in and capture it. Beikrang was suddenly surrounded by the crowd, but immediately after, they were all flung aside by it. Someone on the mountain peak was watching at that moment. It was the two Chansangs. He frowned as he observed and exclaimed that what they wanted wasn't the spirit beast's inner core, but the bloodstone it had swallowed. Guanzhong asked puzzled, a bloodstone? What's that? Chansang explained that if swallowed it transforms into a solar-like organ, continuously boosting inner power, considered one of nature's divine treasures. Truly making people covetous, they must seize it before a master like Bloody Demon intervenes. Seeing Chansang leap down below, Guanzhong startled. Young master, where are you going? Chansang replied nonchalantly, I'm going hunting. He then accelerated and plunged downward. Below, both people and beasts instantly noticed his appearance. Quickly, he used a thunderous technique to land in the middle of the field. Then he declared in an extremely heroic voice, the bloodstone of the Beikrang belongs to me. Both sides were left baffled by his arrival and words. The little rotten brat boasted wildly. Inner cores may differ by lineage, but death doesn't make such distinctions. Chansang casually tossed a pouch of something in front of the Beikrang. The moment it saw that, it immediately turned and fled back into its den. Chansang smiled to himself, thinking, sure enough, the Beikrang is also of the dog clan. Anti-dog scent still works on it. The crowd erupted. The Beikrang's about to return to its den. Blast it. We spent so much effort to lure it out. Kill that damn troublemaker first. Worry about the rest later. On the peak, Guanzhong watched in silent horror. What is young Master Yong thinking? Even with extraordinary martial skill, facing so many alone is brutal. Below, Chansang produced a firecracker and hurled it toward the crowd. The crowd, seeing the firecracker, panicked and scattered. But after a while, the firecracker failed to explode and went out. They were puzzled. A dud? Fire techniques have been absent from the martial world for nearly 10 years. How could one appear here? And where did that brat go? Just then someone pointed at the den and shouted, There! He's about to go into the Beikrang's den. Everyone rushed up to stop him. But before they could catch up, the den entrance was sealed shut by falling earth and rocks. The crowd cursed angrily. That fool dared to block the den entrance and invite his own death. But if we attack and weaken the Beikrang, won't he just swoop in and take the prize? They began cursing as they worked hard to break the rocks. Inside, Chansang mused to himself, it'll take some time to break the den entrance. By then, I'll already be finished. At that moment, he swung his hand and threw something, which immediately flashed. At the same time, the Beikrang lunged toward him. Chansang, fearless, thrust his hand straight into its mouth, then hurled it away. The Beikrang didn't give up and bit down on his arm. Chansang said to it ruefully, Perhaps you're not hungry. Look how furious you are, becoming a target of attack because you swallowed the bloodstone, just as I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, and thus endure torment too. Those words indeed calmed the Beikrang, and it released his arm. He continued to stroke it, empathizing, You can read my thoughts. Indeed, you're a spirit beast. He pondered inwardly that even as a spirit beast, a wild animal that swallowed a bloodstone must suffer immensely. The bloodstone germinates within a bloom, transferring from one life form to another. Is a spirit medicine that has undergone countless reincarnations and long years. A body containing a bloodstone will transform it into a solar organ, absorbing the surrounding spiritual chi and converting it into inner power. But because of this bloodstone, the yang energy inside the body surges. Without a cultivated heart method and inner skill to control it, one must endure suffering like a moth to flame, let alone a wild beast. Even if it isn't beaten to death by those trying to seize its inner core, living with a bloodstone inside is extremely painful, and the stone cannot be forcibly extracted. But to his surprise, the Beikrang voluntarily vomited the bloodstone out. At the same time the outer stone door had been breached, it seemed they were about to succeed. He didn't hesitate and swung the club again, delivering another powerful blow to the stone entrance. At that moment, Chan Sang emerged from inside, holding the bloodstone. Young Master Yong has defeated the Bakrang and extracted the bloodstone, so you should all stand out. The crowd was astonished. The Bakrang's bloodstone, he actually obtained it? Chan Sang, right under their eyes, swallowed the bloodstone, and sweat immediately poured down his face. Sweat instantly drenched his face, as if he'd swallowed a globe. The crowd, furious, surged forward, since the bloodstone couldn't be absorbed instantly. Cutting him open would reclaim it. Brothers, rush and seize the stone. Chan Sang stood there thinking inwardly that even the beggars of the beggars sect only eat what others discard. They would never rob something already swallowed by someone else. He then took the initiative and launched a counterattack. He darted through the encirclement without showing any weakness. Seeing this, his strength made the attackers even more tense. Veins bulged across Chan Sang's face. Both sides suddenly found themselves at a stalemate, unable to continue the fight. Chan Sang stood panting, thinking, damn it, maybe I shouldn't have swallowed the bloodstone. Just then, a large figure appeared behind him. You rotten brat, dare to steal my bloodstone? In Chan Sang's mind, a childhood memory surfaced. This is the wet nurse who raised him, and this is his bodyguard. If you obediently come with us, at least you might keep your life. And now behind him stood a towering figure. He glanced back at the opponent and said, I truly hate those who cling to my back. Like growing wings and soaring, waves rose 1,000 layers. Emperor's Seal, third form, dance of the heavenly chain. That blow forced the opponents to fall back. Chan Sang didn't stop and pressed the attack. He repeatedly struck the opponents with long-range blows, aided by gusts of wind. His fists were as hard as forged iron. The righteous fist was like a heated weapon, belching violent chi. One strike hit the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and shaking the earth. Not stopping there, he continued to unleash his strongest metal technique, Skill 6, Fire Needle. His expression was strained as he thought to himself that though he had just swallowed the bloodstone and his blood chi was somewhat chaotic, not a single move had struck a vital point. Only then did the opponent draw a weapon and sneer, sneaking to steal my stuff, only to dust my clothes for me. This cannot be forgiven. Having said that, he lashed out with a strike. Chan Sang stood there and braced himself to stop it. Even so, he was still slammed backward by the rebound, sliding along the ground, as several spots of blood spurted across his body at the same time. He sighed tensely, thinking, damn it, even if I want to escape, my retreat is blocked. What stranger is why this bloody demon, so determined to seize the Bakrang, is only showing up now. The wounds on him weren't caused by me. Clearly he rushed here after a bloody fight with someone else. In other words, there must be masters on this mountain capable of opposing the bloody demon. Anyway, I must leave this place quickly. On the mountain peak, Guanzhong felt extremely anxious. I told him not to go. It seems I have to go down and help. Just then a hand rested on her shoulder, stopping her. Guanzhong turned and saw it was her father. He advised her that even if she went down, she wouldn't be able to help. Guanzhong asked, then wouldn't father going down to help the young master be fine? The old man sighed. Unfortunately, I still can't reveal myself before the martial world. Let's watch for now. The youth's will hasn't been extinguished yet. He squinted in thought. Besides, what exactly is this person's background that he possesses a treasure only a beggar's sect elder should have? And even items related to fire techniques? Below, Chan Sang was still being overwhelmingly attacked by the bloody demon. The onlookers debated tensely. What now? Should we abandon the Bakrang's inner core? Abandon it? As if rushing in now would be suicide. Let's wait and see. Maybe another chance will come. It seems the inner core's inner power is indeed enormous. Yet he could still go many rounds with the bloody demon. He swallowed the inner core without preparation. Don't speak of losing one's mind. Dying on the spot wouldn't be surprising. Chan Sang's fatigue became increasingly apparent. He could no longer hold out, and even using his Lai Shan Gong couldn't control the spirit chi of the bloodstone. In his mind, his father's childhood teaching resurfaced. Since ancient times, empires are decreed by heaven, but genius destiny is forged by oneself. You must trade one part of yourself for 2 parts of your opponent. That is the start of genius. Remember this. Recalling that lesson, an idea arose. If you use the Han Thien not Noyet's score that Zhou Gongmiang gave as bait. It might make them intervene to help him. Though to spark a blood battle just for my own survival? Whatever, first I must live. Thinking that, he took something out and raised it up. The crowd were all puzzled by this action. Chansang glanced at them and said, "If you return empty-handed, why not cooperate with me? How about it?" The crowd gaped in confusion. These are 1,000 tael notes issued by the Yongma Guard. Split among everyone here, they'd still live in luxury for 10 years. One man barked angrily. "What do you take the martial world for? We're not the sort to be bought with silver." Chansang heard this and sighed helplessly. To increase inner power, they besiege a mutt, yet they shamelessly posture morally. Moreover, these martial figures wear imperial uniforms. At that, he produced a stack of notes and added, "Also, who said you have to share? One note for each of you." Seeing him decisively toss the notes like scraps, the crowd gaped again. That amount of silver could bankroll a sect. Besides, the inner core is hard to obtain. Better to take the money, hire courtesans, and slowly build strength. This is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Chansang wore a stern expression and pondered. "I'll use the money in my hand to bribe your greed." Meanwhile, the bloody demon struck again, while the crowd continued scrambling over the notes. Chansang defended while deliberately retreating, then sprang up and leapt away. Because the notes had scattered their formation behind him, he could easily land amid the crowd, using those blinded by greed to slip away. Even chaotic blood chi was a minor issue. "This is a skill I trained from childhood before I learned martial arts." The bloody demon glowered fiercely and growled. "Want to use this petty trick to fool me?" Chansang paid no heed and quickly turned to run. But very quickly he was struck in the back by him once more. His body immediately flew like a kite with a broken string and slammed into a massive tree trunk. He lay there moaning in pain, unable to get up for the moment. The bloody demon strode forward slowly, basking in his triumph. "Don't bother forcing yourself up. You'll be crushed anyway. Even smashing your skull won't affect my taking the inner core." At that moment, something changed. Fresh blood sprayed across his face like rain. Inside the Bakrang's den, it lay still and quiet. Suddenly, something startled it to its feet. It was about to step out to sea, but remembered Chansang's earlier words and stayed put. Before going out, he had instructed it. "If word gets out that you've lost the bloodstone, countless people will come to claim credit and kill the Bakrang. Truly, I blame living too long for getting into such trouble. I'll take it back. You stay obediently here." So the Bakrang once more obediently lay down and waited. Meanwhile, Chansang lay motionless on the ground. The bloody demon snorted coldly. "What right have you to covet my things?" Just then he sensed something else. He turned and stared puzzlingly at the crescent moon overhead. Shouldn't the Bakrang reveal itself on a full moon? At this realization, his face twisted into an ugly scowl. He roared in a frenzy of rage. Countless cracks appeared in the sky because of that. As the heavens shattered, the true full moon was finally revealed. He ground his teeth in bitter resentment, because what he had just killed was merely a wild boar, daring to use formation tricks to deceive me. "I will never forget today's humiliation. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will drag you out and grind your bones to dust." Over here, a figure moved like wind through the trees. Clearly, the makeshift formation had been seen through. Indeed, first things first, I should find a place to hide. At that moment, she noticed another row of stalls. Without hesitation, she led Chansang and stepped inside. Luckily, it was daytime, so I dropped by to take a look. How did it end up like this? The bloodstone is a deadly toxin condensed naturally over centuries, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Even if its potency is reduced, it still needs at least 3 months of purification before it can be absorbed. Yet this person recklessly swallowed it. Could he merely be a mortal crazed to increase his inner power? Chansang now showed a reaction, coughing dryly without stop. Tang turned toward him and said, "If the polar yin and yang in the bloodstone spreads through the body, he likely won't survive the night. For the help the young master gave me earlier in the day, this is all I can repay for now." Chansang sat slumped there, memories from long ago flooding his mind. At only 10 years old, his concealment skill was already rivaling martial masters. "Now I understand why the martial masters your father hired couldn't find any trace of you." Chansang immediately left his spot and ran off. He vanished again by concealing himself within the room. But this time the opponent still found him. I heard you were kidnapped and imprisoned several times by those blinded by greed. Looks like that escape skill was self-taught. Huh? Chinseng sighed. I originally never wanted to learn any martial arts. Haven't you heard there's a city lord above even creation itself? My father is the city lord of Chanseng, so why should I learn martial arts? I've met many who seize by force. I don't want to become like them. The middle-aged man took his hand and said, You say you don't want to train, yet you've used quite a few medicines to boost your inner power. Let me see. King of ginseng 10,000 years old. Seems there's the divine 9-leaf herb. Also the sacred purple fruit 1,000 years old and honey of the ice bees. Chanseng pulled his hand back with effort. I heard using those prevents minor ailments like headaches and fevers, so I only use a little. The middle-aged man smiled. These medicines are hard to find and agonizing to consume. For you to use that amount and still stand here intact is truly miraculous. Hearing this, Chanseng fell silent in thought. In his heart, he mourned over the inheritance and estates of Jade Castle. 22 is the number of relatives in the city who I poisoned. 34 is the number of household members in the mansion who died unjustly because of me. To live, and so that no one else would die because of me, I swallowed it. To live, and so that no one else would die because of me, that's why I swallowed. The middle-aged man continued, but what could be done? To increase inner power, the body's yin and yang must be balanced. The things you've used all nourish yang. Without studying internal arts and heart method, your body certainly cannot endure for long. Chanseng was secretly astonished. Because the poison trends toward yin, to raise resistance, I thought merely using yang-type elixirs together with an inner core would suffice. The middle-aged man reassured him, Don't worry. From now on, I'll teach you how to control yang energy. Chinseng replied, Worry? What I have to worry about? Don't trouble yourself. If the yang in my body grows too strong, I'll just take some yin-type elixirs. The middle-aged man reached out and stroked his head. The martial art I teach may not let you dominate the world, but it will keep you from being bullied by the world. Chanseng was truly shaken by those words of his. Among the masters my father found for me, 9 out of 10 never even saw me, yet the one who taught me martial arts was one of those 10. He was Old Man Geng. Cut back to the present. The monk was about to leave when she suddenly froze in surprise. She turned in panic to look at Chanseng. Could it be that his body was now continuously emitting a brilliant vital energy, and with it his body was becoming withered? His clothes burned away by the heat, revealing a gaunt, golden-boned frame. The monk mentally analyzed. For the body's inner essence to be sucked dry and turn into a mummified state could only happen when yang energy cultivation reached great fruition, or when the inner elixir was harmonized to correspond. She stepped closer to Chanseng. This was the process of restoring the root marrow into a solar energy body. If previously administered spirit medicines could counteract the bloodline's fire chi, then maybe, but to obtain so many spirit medicines, even a martial leader would find it extremely difficult. She pondered. Then she startled again and spun around. Outside the cave, footsteps were pounding, and a name was being called repeatedly. The monk thought to herself, 3 people are coming. Those rushing this way must be after the Jade Core. Judging by the footsteps and impacts, they're all experts. And if he is disturbed now, it would be easy for him to fall into demonic deviation. So she'll just have to buy him a little time, hoping he will awaken on his own. With that thought, she decisively left the cave and ran off. Inside, Chanseng was still immersed in cultivation. His consciousness jolted, and he snapped his eyes open. Before him was a gloom of darkness. He was puzzled and didn't know where he was. He recalled earlier events. He remembered fleeing to avoid that madman. Could this be an illusion? Just then he sensed something behind him and turned to look. On a peak behind him stood a figure. The other's appearance looked very much like the Monkey King. This greatly surprised Chanseng. Who are you? In the blink of an eye, the other appeared before him. Chanseng was momentarily stunned. Could it be that I would step back out of fear? The other pointed his staff at him and said, Who else could I be? I am the bloodstone in your dantian. Chanseng was even more astonished upon hearing that. What? You're the bloodstone I swallowed? I've never heard of an inner elixir having a self. He explained, CA lived thousands of years and then became a dragon. So I've gone through countless spirit beasts and human hosts over thousands of years. Having survived to now, what can I be? Chansang secretly sized him up. Golden hair? The other, knowing his thought, explained, that's the face of a master I once served long ago. Chansang snapped awake. A former master? So this is the welcoming ritual for a new master? He waved his hand bluntly. No, you're not qualified yet. You weren't even right from birth. Chansang let out a weary sigh. Perhaps you don't know who I am. I am young Master Yong. I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, always the master over others. He continued, those thousands of years spirit beasts and spirit fruits are vessels containing me. Whomever of humanity seizes me becomes my master. If you kill the one trying to take me, break the vessel to obtain me, then of course you qualify to be my master. But you only showed pity and compassion for the vessel that contained me. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Chansang's limbs were immediately sealed by him. I will imprison your weak soul here. I'll use this body of yours to rampage across the world and go drink and hug people. Chansang's face contorted. He snapped, don't talk rubbish. He clenched his fists and shouted, then let's see how your bearing compares to that of my previous masters. Chansang was then transported to another space. Chansang looked around in panic at the troops stuck in the ground all around him. Where's this place now? At that moment, someone on horseback approached from behind. From his appearance, one could tell it was Lu Bu. A spear struck down with fierce force toward the heaven-splitting spot. He hurriedly raised his hand to block, and at the same time leapt up very high. He was hit from below by Lu Bu and sent flying up to the ninth heaven. The young man was now dripping with sweat, his body trembling a little, but it didn't stop there. Someone else appeared behind him. The man came forward, swung a bamboo staff, aiming to strike him. The young man could only helplessly raise his hands to block in front of him. But apart from being part of the data, the man did not truly attack. This made Chansang very suspicious. Very quickly, the spot where he stood was struck through into a hole, and he then fell freely downward. He had no way to land safely and could only lie there helplessly. Fresh blood kept spurting from his mouth. Ahead, another figure again appeared and approached. A giant cudgel as tall as a pillar descended toward him. He was now powerless and could only lie there taking the blows. After a moment, the attendant turned around nostalgically. Sure enough, you are not qualified. At that moment, Chansang's voice sounded behind him, making him start and turn his head. Chansang had now risen to face it. It's not over yet. His fist was already placed on the attendant's dantian. It made no move but watched him solemnly. Though it resembled that figure, it dared to strike at me. Saying that, it launched an attack. Chansang was hit again and spat fresh blood. He did not stop and continued to raise both hands. A strike like a heavenly blow landed straight on Chansang. After taking another beating, the young man lay there covered in blood and grime. He still breathed with great discomfort. Then it swung a leg and kicked Chansang away. But at that moment, something surprising happened that confused it. Chansang, however, clung tightly to its leg and still intended to counterattack. A powerful punch shot straight into the attendant's chest. Though very strong, it only managed to push it back a little. Chansang sneered, I knew I could attack you, so I won't just stand and take it. He curled his hand and smiled coldly. I planned only to seal your soul here with a true heart spell, but I've changed my mind now. Now I'll annihilate your spirit and seize your body. Saying that, it went madly to attack Chansang. He did not just stand there taking hits, but resisted fiercely. How dare it dream of stealing someone else's body? He grabbed hold of its leg, then decisively heaved with all his strength and threw it. Chansang was now a bloody mess, struggling terribly, yet he remained stubborn. I've never heard the words, give up. Moreover, this body is not for sale. Having said that, he launched a continuous barrage at the attendant again. But the next moment, it stomped him again, and his body flew like a kite with a cut string, slamming into the cliff. Pinned there, Chansang inwardly sighed. Indeed, I can feel the overwhelming gap in strength. Yet even so, they still can't suppress me and steal my body. As long as I persist in resisting, isn't it impossible for them to take my body? Quickly, the attendant struck again. The cliff shattered, and Chansang's body rolled and flew off once more. He went on and on, not knowing how far before he could stop. But with a resolute will, he still did not give up. Soon, he once again struggled to stand up. His twisted arm was forcibly straightened back into place. Though the pain made him feel faint, he immediately moved again. This shows that despite the pain, the wounds can recover instantaneously. He must hold on as long as possible and think of a plan. With that thought, he quietly executed the water extract stone piercing Emperor's seal, fourth technique. Immediately after, a single heavenly stone strike was unleashed. Although the attendant dodged its head, it still seemed to take some damage. Its body was now a bit unsteady, but that was all, for right after it regained its footing again, Chansang on his side once more condensed his technique. Countless attacks were unleashed again. He again took the brunt of its assaults, but even so it calmly stepped forward. This filled Chansang with dread. The Emperor's seal that old man Gung taught me. Starting from the fourth technique, it's a killer move, but if one hasn't reached the realm of reversing the law and returning to the root, the body can't endure it. Basically, it can't be sustained. Watching the attendant draw ever closer, his tension mounted. But if the body can recover instantly like this, then I can use it to my heart's content. The attendant opposite sneered. Prolonging this is pointless. It only increases your suffering. So give up. Chansang remained resolute. No, perhaps it's because I have too much that I'm still clinging to life. The attendant laughed coldly. In the end, you'll lose your body and the little maid who's guarding. Chansang started at that. A maid? What do you mean? That's right. Before I fell unconscious, the nun I met at the inn ran over. The attendant continued. You're still breathing now because that maid is passing her internal power to you, letting you hang on, and she's fighting them to protect your body. With her cultivation not recovered, how long can she possibly hold out? Now let go of your body. At least then you might save that girl's life. Decide quickly, brat. Will you hand your body over to me? Chansang's body slumped and for a moment gave no answer. Seeing this, the attendant continued to coax. If you hesitate like this, your body and that girl's life will both vanish. Just then someone else stepped up behind it. That's a bit much, isn't it? The attendant startled and turned. That voice. Could it be? The newcomer had already arrived quickly. After all we've been through so many years together? Even if you don't flatter my image, don't make me sound like a monster. The attendant's face immediately flushed, and its form then slowly began to shrink, until finally it transformed into an adorable little girl. She turned to the newcomer and excitedly shouted, Lord Jechen Dizong. Chansang stood there dumbfounded, his face full of questions, asking, Jechen Dizong? What on earth happened? The girl clung to the newcomer and sobbed without stop. How could this be? Didn't you leave the living world already? Do you know how much I missed you? The other laughed. Haha, calm down. This is only a remnant wisp of my soul left in the living world. The girl sobbed. Why did you never show yourself all this time, but now you do? The other turned his head to look at Chansang. How about giving that brat a chance to become your master? The girl immediately turned away in displeasure. Jechen Dizong, why meddle in human affairs? The other continued. I still owe that brat a debt. The girl remained stubborn. Even coming from Jechen Dizong, before she finished speaking, the other had already swallowed the bloodstone. No hard task, and yet you showed that rare expression, right? That brat isn't completely unfit to be your master. The girl finally sighed, but she didn't agree immediately. She raised her hand and set a condition. Fine, 3 months. I'll give you 3 months. If within 3 months he can't prove he's worthy to be my master, then even if it's at Jechen Dizong's request, I'll take that shameful body myself. The other nodded. Fine, thank you. Chansang finally spoke up. Forgive my rudeness in interrupting you both, but why use my body as the bargaining chip between you two? The other chuckled. I'm doing this to repay you, so don't take it to heart. Chansang was puzzled. Owe a debt to someone I've never met? I'm not that foolish. Jechen Dizong smiled and recalled. It was a companion who stayed by my side for a very long time. People called it my head balancing cloud. When I left the living world, I hoped it would live on freely, but it couldn't forget me. That vanished master, tracking the traces of me to find the bloodstone, wandered for a long time and in the end swallowed the bloodstone and became its host. At that, he stepped over and patted Chansang on the shoulder. Thank you for finding it before the bloodstone's fire consumed it. I'm even more grateful that you removed the bloodstone without harming it. I am truly very thankful. Watching the other's form fade, Chanseng couldn't help but be astonished. He bowed his head and studied the thing in his hand. A strand of golden hair? On this side, the girl called out loudly. How long are you going to stand there dazed? Aren't you going to rescue your body and that girl's body before I change my mind? Move it and scram. The martial world today is split into two camps, orthodox and heterodox. The orthodox center around the beggar's sect and the 5 houses, valuing doctrine and order and proper cultivation methods. The heterodox divide into the demonic sect and the deviant sect, caring little for rules and pursuing practical gain, using any means for power, even if it violates morality. Those are the heterodox, the two sides of righteous and unrighteous. The one who broke the balance was the sky of the heterodox, the peak of the demonic sect, Crimson Blood Nahuden. He firmly believed that the strong would devour the weak, seeking infinite force and terrifying methods to stamp the martial world underfoot. But the one who rose to oppose Nahuden was not the righteous sect, but John Doe Beek, hailed by the heterodox within the deviant sect. Later generations called that battle the Great Blood Demon War. If John Doe Beek had failed to stop Crimson Blood, the martial world today would surely look very different. No one could deny that. John Doe Beek took in 4 disciples, known to the world as the 4 soul-hunting spirits. And now 3 of the 4 soul-hunting spirits were standing before that woman. The 4 soul-hunting spirits' second, beautiful silver ghost snake, Yejung, spoke up. Who is this disciple of the master claiming hill hand over Bakrang's inner core? This is more troublesome than wiping out a sect. The 4 soul-hunting spirits' third, Black Gall and Fair Iron, Nangang, added. Who else came in? It's the senior brother battling that madman over there. Earlier, the eldest, golden mask of decorated net, Giamakbi, had ordered them, I'll deal with this one. You, while others haven't acted yet, quickly capture the one who swallowed the inner core and bring him here. And so he alone held back Bloody Demon. He roared angrily. You think you can stop me by yourself? Having said that, he swung his flail and struck forward. But immediately after, he was struck with horror, because that blow was actually blocked barehanded by Giamak. He looked up coldly. Who can tell if it's a lion or a horse until you lead it out for a walk? Such a body-enhancing thing is for this junior to use. Cut back to the present, Yejung sighed. Hopefully this time our senior brother will be knocked out by that madman. Then maybe my ranking will move up a bit. The 4th, flying bloody swallow of swift death, Cho Mirim, also spoke up. I'll leave other matters be, but whatever happens I must cripple that girl's martial arts. Make her my maid. Having said that, they ignored the others and surged forward. The monks here grew even more tense. Blood spurted out. Is this the omen the old monk warned about yesterday? Cut back to a day earlier. An old monk told her, the abbot master has refused to admit you into the monastery. The nun frowned. Why can't I take refuge in Buddhism? The old monk answered. The abbot said, the reason you are here is not to forget sorrow and memorialize the dead, but to hide something. This is to heal your wound, not to watch it rot away. The nun snapped away. I see. Thank you for receiving me, master. I take my leave. As she turned to go, the old monk called her back. You have come a long way. This humble monk offers a small skill to help you on your path to recovery. Hearing that, she turned her head to look back. The junior monk beside the elder smiled and said, our old master's very good at reading omens of fortune and misfortune. The old monk continued, it's nothing terrible. Do you wish to hear it, pilgrim? The nun nodded. Then this little sister will listen. The elder quickly got to the point, advising her to ignore unrighteous disputes before the end of this spring. I fear you will confront something extremely important. Hearing that, she replied bluntly, I only have this one life left, and in the martial world there aren't many who can take it from me. The old monk pressed on, suggesting there must be something more important than life. The nun turned and sighed. If I had such a thing, would I boast of it? I will remember your words, master. Next came the taunting words in the tavern. Although very angry, she tried to hold back, because she truly heeded the old monk's advice. Today the senior saved these 2 lives. As she left the tavern, she overheard gossip. I heard you're serving a rich young master who fights dirty. He was supposed to serve a few more days, but to show off before the woman he just met, he insisted on dueling at the Imperial Army checkpoint. Oh my, Lately, many martial artists have gathered at the Imperial Army checkpoint. A few have come today, too. It seems a great battle is about to happen. If you go in like that, you probably won't keep your body intact. Hearing this, the monk stepped forward and asked, I want to go to the Imperial Army checkpoint. Could you tell us the way? And now she was facing three very powerful opponents by herself, even though her internal skill was exhausted and hadn't recovered. And even though they were disciples of John Doby, she had no thought of fear or fleeing. Miss Finn fought resolutely, refusing to give ground. The three were all shoved back at once. She bore an intense determination, not allowing these men to block her path. The technique she deployed was called the demonic hand of the golden goblin flame. Around her a golden radiance kept erupting. Nung Gang panted, hard to deal with. If only our senior brother were here. Yijung sneered coldly. Since when did the martial world decide victory solely by force? Throughout history, attackers suffer 3 times the losses of defenders. But here there is no city wall, so the defenders must endure 3 times the hardship of the attackers. Ning Gang, from now on you attack that woman. Leave the rest to us. And the group immediately changed tactics and fought. Seizing a moment when the nun faltered, one of them darted toward the cave. A few hidden weapons were then launched. The primary target, Chanseng, was there circulating his chi. Ning Gang's lips curled with secret satisfaction. My moves aren't flashy, but among the disciples I'm the most stubborn. Luckily, the nun appeared in time and knocked the hidden weapons aside. Her appearance now plainly showed fatigue. At the same moment, Cho Miram also struck from behind. Do you have time of days off? The nun once again had to fight desperately. One after another they attacked relentlessly. One side of her robe had already been clawed torn. She frowned and thought, the longer this drags on, the worse it will be for me. Yijung shouted to his brothers, the cliff! Strike the cliff to collapse the mountain cave. Hearing that, the nun's face grew even more troubled. The three once again surged forward together. She defended continuously, but was still pushed back. Before long, she was driven against the cliff. Yijung leapt forward and shouted, let me open the way. You rush into the cave. Hurry up right now. While his stalling exposed the cave. The other two had, by now, successfully infiltrated. The tip of a sword aimed straight for Chanseng's head. He was still lost in his cultivation at that moment, however. Luckily, at the critical moment, the nun once again arrived in time to intercept the sword. At the same time, Yijung struck again at her back. The nun was completely helpless this time, with no way to defend. Just then, Chanseng regained consciousness, and Yijung's attack was the one he blocked. He coldly looked at his opponent and performed the Imperial Seal third form. Martial Transfiguration, Heavenly Chainway. Yijung was sent flying, crying out in pain. Chanseng put on a cool, swaggering face and said something rather odd. Congratulations, miss. Have you heard of me? I am Young, the eldest son, nicknamed the Money God. My family rule is that debts and collections must be settled squarely. So the life-saving favor you did today, I will definitely repay principal and interest. I won't let you down. The helpless woman sighed. You say that well enough. At that moment, she suddenly jerked and turned her head back, saying there was a hidden weapon tearing through the air toward them. But Chanseng's reaction was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the nun and caught the hidden weapon with his hand. I'm already carrying a debt I'll never repay in a lifetime. If you add principal, my face is ruined. The nun inwardly snorted coldly, clearly slower to react than me, yet acting like otherwise. At this time, Yijung had also been knocked out along with his 2 brothers. Cho Miram asked suspiciously what was going on. He replied that they changed plans and would retrieve the bloodstone immediately. He pondered secretly that an unknown nobody could knock me away. This bloodstone's power is scarier than rumors. If I swallow it, the senior disciple position will be mine. Just then, Neng Gang was also struck and sent flying. Chanseng came out from inside with the nun and snorted, don't try to steal what others have half-eaten. If it's already in my belly and you still want to snatch it, this martial world is truly stingy and miserly. Yijung laughed with interest. Let me dig that bloodstone out of you and see how cocky you are then. Cho Miram also spoke up. Pretty face too. Would be ashamed to cut open. Over here, corpses of fighters lay scattered on the ground, and a jar was placed in the middle of the battlefield. Suddenly someone walked over and picked up the jar. It wasn't a flimsy canteen, but a fire bullet used for audio transmission. Guanzhong was surprised. audio transmission, but when the young master threw it, nothing was heard. The old man explained that the sound can't be heard by human ears, like a messenger pigeon or a hunting hawk. Then he raised his head and looked up at the sky, using Fire Clan equipment to send a signal. He then noticed another object and immediately absorbed that object with his internal energy. He then put on a mask. It seems we must go rescue that brat. Guanzhong was very excited upon hearing this. Really? Our family is the best. The old man inwardly thought, how could we easily let go of a soldier attached to the Fire Clan? The two of them then set off at once. While moving, the old man suddenly jolted as he sensed something. He hurriedly stopped and cautioned his granddaughter. An attack aimed at Guanzhong was quickly blocked by his swift step. That's how Guanzhong escaped the calamity. Not far away was the duel between the two, Jiamak. They were still fighting fiercely at that moment. The old man squinted and watched them, then shouted, "That mangy cur dare ambush my lady?" Bloody Demon heard this, and his face grew even angrier. What? Mangy cur? Long ago, within the heretical sect, there was a group who believed in the deviant sect. What they practiced wasn't martial arts, but sorcery, said to control grotesque corpses. Among their arts was the great human wolf rite. They would throw infants into a den of 100 starving wolves. The last survivor would gain the wolf's power and become the Wolf King. The only one to survive that trial was an extraordinary youth who later rampaged through the Jianghu. Because he carried the strength of 1,000 wolves, he was called Bloody Demon. And now this Bloody Demon was being called a mangy cur by some strange old man. How could he not be bitter? But before he could launch his attack, the old man struck first. No one knew how he moved. When he stopped, Bloody Demon had already been hit. Though I set off in haste, I still had to leave you as wolf bait before going. Bloody Demon, feeling cheated, immediately sprang forward. Jiamak suddenly found his hands free, which made him quite pleased. It seemed everyone had lost interest. Then I take my leave. Chansang exhaled a sigh. The three others had now all been defeated by him. He then turned and glanced at the nun. It seemed the clearing up was nearly done. At that moment, she suddenly panicked and warned him to be careful. No sooner had she finished than Jiamak struck him with a blow to the chest. Chansang took the hit and immediately spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Luckily, the nun behind caught him, so he could remain standing. Both their faces showed clear tension. Jiamak opposite them also wore a very grim expression. He said to his junior disciples, "A disciple of John Dobeek lost but still alive." They cried out en masse, "Senior, please show mercy. Grant us another chance." Jiamak waved his hand. In life or death battles, there is no second chance. He then took up the long sword Yuzhong had brought and slowly walked toward the two Chansang. "Nun, step forward. This young master cannot handle him. Let me act, sir, retreat for now." But Chansang paid no attention and advanced grimly. "I said, I don't want to take on more debt. You just help stabilize my chi and blood. I know your inner power is at least twice mine, and therefore the opponent you can easily defeat. But right now you can't hold him off, can you?" Jiamak said to him, "Do you really need a spar to know who's strong or weak? Truly someone with no sense of the world." Chansang replied, "You can tell my strength without ever testing me." Having said that, he leaped forward. Jiamak remained calm and raised his hand to easily block the strike. "If you can't see that, how did you ever survive roaming the Jianghu?" He spun his sword, instantly forcing Chansang to retreat. Although he attacked first, he ended up at a disadvantage. Yet despite that, a smug smile still tugged at his lips. At the same time, many figures appeared in the forest. Chansang stood there boldly and said, "What you see with your own eyes, what is it when the crowd bullies the weak?" Faced with this, Jiamak's face tightened in an ugly scowl. Chansang's next words to the newcomers were, "When was the audio bullet detonated? Why are you only arriving now? A bit later, and these ruffians would have torn me apart." These two are Reader of Stars, Bok Jajam and Sun Hunter, Jongma. Sorry about the delay. I'm old and haven't climbed mountains in a while. Almost let the young master get into danger. Over here are Drunk Dragon of Star, Numing, along with Lunar Phantom, Yonghua-san. Aren't you disciples of John Dobeek going to scram after being spared? Yuzhong shouted angrily. "You beggars, how dare you blurt out my master's title?" Jiamak decisively turned to leave and loudly told him to shut up, then clasped his hands to the elders, 4 soul hunting spirits. Giamakbi saluted the 4 great elders of the beggars' sect. His 3 juniors heard this and were utterly terrified. The 4 great elders of the beggars' sect are from the most numerous faction in the martial world. These 4 are the beggars' sect's great elders, second in authority only to the sect chief. Giamakbi continued, I heard the beggars' sect cares nothing for inner elixir herbs. So why did the 4 great elders travel 1,000 miles to come here? Jongma stepped over to help Chansang put his clothes back on. Though uninterested in inner elixirs, where our 9th dragon goes, we must of course stand by him. The others nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Giamakbi's face grew even more fearful. So young and already holding great power in the beggars' sect. He's the 9th dragon. Really? Yonghua-san then spoke up. This old man still has to deal with you youngsters. How embarrassing for you. What now? Trying to make us old men lose face. As he said this, his gaze grew even colder. Giamakbi saw this and clasped his hands again. I dare not. This was just a misunderstanding, right? I beg permission to withdraw. He then turned and called his brothers to leave. A while later, Chansang's group had lit a fire on the spot and gathered to chat. He introduced the nun beside him. This is the benefactor who saved me. The elders all turned and thanked her in unison. The nun sighed and transmitted to them, Please do not reveal who I am. Chansang, who couldn't hear, remained very composed. What was she so tense about? I thought the Sandong branch chief would come. Why have elders who should be in Hanam come all the way here? Jongma sighed. When the young master planned to go to Sandong to buy a berth, I already reported it to you. Chansang recalled the earlier conversation. On the 15th this month in the Taysan area, a spirit beast avatar would appear carrying an inner elixir, so martial figures would flock there. Therefore, we wanted to go see the situation and scout the martial world. Will you accompany us this time? Chansang shook his head wearily. No thanks. I'm only going to buy a berth. I don't care. As for inner elixirs or precious herbs, I ate too many as a child. No interest. Recalling this, his face went blank on the spot. Bak Jajam continued. Bloodstones have long been hard to judge as blessing or curse. Even if you obtain one, you won't know whether it's good luck or misfortune. Chansang asked doubtfully, if you don't know good or bad, why does everyone fight over it? Yonghua-san explained it's merely a symbol. Whoever or whichever sect takes the bloodstone by force with martial strength, it's still a good deed. 3 days ago, the great battle here rivaled the righteous versus evil war of old. Today, most masters were absent. Unexpectedly, our beggars' sect happened to seize the bloodstone. The nun then spoke up. The young master's body hasn't recovered yet. Let's relocate first. Chansang then remembered something. Right, Elder, do you like birds? I'll gift you one. Jongma nodded happily. Of course. Chansang felt rueful inwardly. Looking back, it was all because the Jiamjin pupils ran off without repaying their debts. Yejung said to the big brother, Why retreat so soon? Even with beggars' sect elders assisting, it's only a numbers advantage. With senior brother's skill. Before he finished, Giamakbi cut in rudely. No matter dynasties change or the world shifts, the beggars will never vanish. Though individual martial skill may be ordinary, they're an ancient, massive faction older than Sorum Temple and larger than the demonic sect. Opposing them brings no benefit. Cho Miram also spoke up. So the Royal Gate expedition was wasted? Master's offering couldn't be secured. Giamakbi replied, I see a Jiamjin pupil's manor nearby. On the way back, we'll drop by and casually eliminate them to see if there's anything good to present to Master as tribute. The old man said to his granddaughter, In any case, the young master is safe. That's a good thing, isn't it? He inwardly mused. After all, the kid uses Fire Clan gear and is the 9th dragon of the Fire Clan. Then that's truly a perfect pretext. Dawn at Seishin, Jade Castle. In a room, 3 people were now in council. These 2 were outer steward Jang Haram and inner steward Bang Saryong. Yong Jiakjiam asked them, So what are the losses? Bang Saryong replied, In this raid 43 warriors were killed, 132 severely wounded. Counting minor injuries, the number is 400. Many in the city were also injured. Notably, 2 elite warriors died this time. Jang Haram added, Repair costs for structures destroyed by fire aren't huge, but the head of the house insists on supporting the wounded and the families of the dead, so treatment and funeral expenses total about 1 million gold taels. Yong Jiakjiam clasped his head and sighed inwardly. Why is Shinwol absent at exactly this moment? In any case, our elite warrior is equivalent to an elder of a mid-ranking sect. Thinking this, he asked, so who were the intruders after all? Jang Harem answered, Sir, they left only this message. If you don't pay half your monthly income, they'll return. We found no useful clues on our soldiers' bodies. Hearing that, he sighed. They demanded tribute nearly equal to the total losses, which means they know the family very well and will certainly return if we refuse. With that in mind, he ordered, Harem will continue investigating their identities and increase evacuation drills and escape routes for family members. Saryong will use the exact sum they demanded to train soldiers and bolster defenses. I will personally make them taste the price of their demand. Right? Any news at Chansang? Saryong stammered, momentarily unsure how to reply. Seeing that, Yong Jiakjiam snapped. Don't stammer. Speak up. Saryong quickly explained. Half a year ago, the Thew family showed up in courtesan houses and gambling dens across the Central Plains, but lately they've gone silent. As for the money the young master carried, I fear about 30% was already squandered on celebrations. Yong Jiakjiam, enraged, slammed his hand on the table. Truly a reckless child. Saryong reassured him, Please don't worry too much. The young master is not as weak as you think. Yong Jiakjiam sighed. He must inherit this legacy someday. But with his current skill, he's still far short. I wonder if the brat is suffering somewhere? Meanwhile, the person being spoken about was still staring blankly. He was riding in a carriage with a few others, leisurely making his way through the forest. After a while, unable to bear the quiet, he spoke up, It's too silent. Wouldn't it be great if those two elders rode in the carriage with us? Yong Wasan replied. They said riding in carriages is uncomfortable, so walking is more convenient. Chansang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Any news on whether the leader of the Sullied is in hiding? The two, faced with the question, hesitated for a moment. Jama stammered, Not yet. I think it's quite possible they're very near us. The nun then asked, Why does the young master want to find the leader of the Sullied? The youth replied, You surely know the Sullied and the Beggars sect are the best at gathering information, right? She snapped awake. Oh, really? This is the first time I've heard of them. Chansang continued, It's true, but the elders say they're far superior to the Sullied. Hearing that, the nun's face twisted as she stared at them. Is that so? The two elders were tense and sweating profusely. What? Me? I don't recall saying that. Chansang sighed. I spent a lot at their courtesan houses and gambling dens hoping the Sullied would help. Some said the sect leader would actively come see me, but I never actually met anyone, just wasted money. Still, it earned me a nickname as a lucky god and a connection with the Beggars sect. The woman asked suspiciously, Why does the young master want to meet the leader of the Sullied? Chansang answered, At first I wanted to find one person, but now I want compensation for all the time and money wasted. I think I've even lost weight. My lifespan must have shortened too, right? The woman continued, I've heard the leader of the Sullied has retired to seclusion, so don't bother looking for her. Chansang shook his head. I don't think so. It's been a while since the sect leader disappeared, but the position remains vacant. The Sullied are still waiting for their leader to return, which means they trust their leader, and a trusted leader wouldn't abandon their sect so easily. His words moved her somewhat. Strange, indeed. Chansang didn't stop and kept going. The Beggars sect elders say the sect leader is brutal, cold, and cruel. If the Beggars sect is a gathering of beggars in the Central Plains, then the Sullied are where ruffians assemble. So I think their claims make sense. The two elders' faces grew increasingly dark. The nun's mouth curved as she stared at them. Is that so? I think so too. Jama couldn't hold back and asked, putting the Sullied aside for now, what about buying the berth? You had enough banknotes when you set out, so purchasing a berth shouldn't be a problem, right? Chansang, half annoyed, replied, Here's the thing. Those banknotes I gave away to the poor already. The two elders looked puzzled. Who in the Central Plains is poorer than us? Chansang clearly didn't want to dig into it. Don't press me. I'm going to rest a bit. They weren't too bothered and immediately agreed. A while later, in the Hanam slums, Jama led the nun to a room and said, If anything is inconvenient, just tell me. Outside, the children were playing happily. She looked down from the window, moved, and thought, this is very different from the beggar's sect I knew. The old man smiled. Half a year ago, young Master Yong came to our headquarters, and much has changed since. He recalled that moment. Long Chansang strode forward with confidence. He took a stack of banknotes the youth had given and asked, a rich young master braves these poor alleys and gives so much. May this old man kowtow in thanks. Chansang stood there watching the crowd. Oh my, I'm old. Just accept this blessing. Let's make a deal. You become my followers. That way the 100,000 beggars sect disciples won't have to endure cold and hunger anymore. Jama asked seriously. So what do you want in return? Chansang replied. If I'm spending money, of course I want more money back. Enough to buy the whole world. Jama sighed. That day, this nearly 90-year-old saw the whole world in the eyes of a youth just past 20. At first, the young master had the beggars repair the crumbling parts of the city and sweep the streets. After 4 months, they no longer needed orders. Local officials and merchant representatives came and put money at the beggars' sect gate themselves. Also, one day, when 2 perverts tried to rape a pretty girl, no matter how she begged, they wouldn't leave her alone. At that moment, a group of beggars appeared behind them. Their leader asked coldly, "What are you doing?" The 2 perverts were then beaten soundly by the beggars. Now in the Central Plains, the beggars' sect handles 30% of policing and patrols. Because the court fights for power and the military is worn out, we had this chance. As the leader of the Sullied, meet him once. If the young master wants to meet, there's surely a reason. The woman fell into thought upon hearing this. After a while, Jongma came to Chansang. I've prepared a guest room inside. Chansang sighed. So it's not the leader of the Sullied who wants to see me? Jongma's first expression was surprise. He then composed himself and replied, that person is indeed the leader of the Sullied. You knew I advised her to see you, did you? Chansang smiled. I don't need to read people's faces, but I'm not ignorant of the times either. Jongma continued. She still hasn't given me a definite answer. It seems she's weighing things carefully. Chansang warned, don't force her. Guide her subtly. The biggest gain from leaving headquarters is meeting her. What we're about to do needs the Sullied's strength to succeed. Jongma nodded, understood. While she's staying here, I'll arrange a meeting between the 2 of you. Then he took out a wooden box. Though bitter, this pill eases pain effectively. They say every owner of the bloodstone suffers violent convulsions and agonizing headaches. Are you really all right? Chansang shook his head. Aside from feeling a bit hot, there's nothing strange. Don't worry about me. Rest. The elder president will hold a meeting tomorrow morning. Jongma had no objections and nodded at once. Yes, sir. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, how is the Shandong cuisine to your taste? Isn't the old cook famed alongside Guangdong and Guangzhou as one of the 4 great chefs? Chansang smiled. Is that so? It didn't suit my palate at all. Jongma couldn't help feeling a little let down. I see. Then he went outside. Bok Jajum, seeing him come out, asked, How is the young master? Jongma replied, He says he's fine. The disciple behind him was puzzled. What do you mean? Is something wrong? Jongma continued. The young master seems to have lost his sense of taste. He probably isn't from the Dang house. The young man was confused. The Dang house? You mean the Dang house Satian experts who use poisons? Bok Jajum confirmed. Yes, it said the Dang house heir from childhood took large doses of toxins to increase poison tolerance. Some, due to side effects, lost their sense of taste. The young man snapped awake. So the young master went through something like that too? Jongma shook his head. Who knows? The young master never talks about his past. Bok Jajum smiled. That's good for us. Jongma frowned and shot him a glance. I've told you, the young master is one of us. Didn't you already acknowledge him as the 9th dragon? Bok Jajum replied. At the time, there was no other choice. Don't forget that by nature, he's still different from us. If one day he harms the beggar's sect, we'll be ready to confront him at any moment. So stay close to the young master and watch him closely. This is directed at the disciple behind you. Although unwilling, Jongma had no other choice. In the room, Chansang was voraciously chewing pills, munching while silently calculating. The biggest problem right now was silver currency. Before winter, I must find a way to recover the coins I spread around that day. Thinking this, he reached into his robe and pulled out a secret manual, or maybe sell it at a high price to Crimson Blood. At that moment, his face twisted. The manual slipped from his hand. Blue veins quickly stood out across his face. After who knows how long, he finally calmed down again, and he still had to figure out how to spit out this bloodstone within 3 months. The effect was indeed far worse than imagined. He recalled the battle back then, when borrowing the bloodstone's power was only for a moment. At that moment, a voice rang in his head. If you want to use my full power, stop fooling around. I must taste blood. Chan sang startled, glancing around to find the source of the voice. Finally, he noticed his Dantian. Could it be that tiny brat? The bloodstone growled angrily at that. What brat? The sound was so loud Chan Sang's ears rang. So that's what the convulsions and headaches are. He writhed on the ground, clutching his head in agony. After who knows how long, he leaned against the wall, gasping nonstop. The bloodstone praised him. You endured well. Most people faint the first time they encounter it. Chan Sang asked, Didn't you give me 3 months? Are you going to torture me like this? The bloodstone explained, I only made myself a place to dwell. I'm tidying up your body a bit. The body is too weak and simply can't contain me. At that moment, Chan Sang's body was once again enveloped by a layer of spiritual force and lifted up. He was secretly astonished. His chi and blood did seem more unblocked. So the convulsions after swallowing the bloodstone were the pain of being remodeled. The bloodstone spoke again. Do you know how delicate and grueling this work is? Every 5 days there's a full body adjustment. 3 months of that and it's done. Chan Sang groaned and clutched his head in discomfort. He collapsed onto the ground, feeling his life was over. So what do you mean by to use my power you must see blood? You want me to go on a mass slaughter? The bloodstone replied. I am an existence that has passed through births and deaths, accompanying calamity. To use my power you must, of course, bring calamity. Using power enough to create a whirlwind while fanning with a little fan. Do you think that makes sense? Chan Sang cursed inwardly. You mad thing. I thought it was some second-rate trinket, but I swallowed junk. The bloodstone continued. Also, don't indulge in fanciful dreams. Only that Kanbei Krang who qualifies as my vessel can spit me out. Take the human realm as a baseline. Unless you die to zero, you can't escape me. Remember that. Chan Sang's mouth twitched into a smile. So as long as I'm not in the human realm, I'm fine, right? I already knew that. Having said that, he shot something out. At the same time, he recalled childhood memories. Master, he also shot something that shattered a branch. Chan Sang said with interest, Is this the legendary Dan-fingered divine skill? Old man Gung shook his head. It's just using wind pressure to shoot a finger gale. Chan Sang felt disappointed. Oh, what a letdown. Old man Gung smiled. Didn't you say you didn't want to learn martial arts, only to practice running away? Chan Sang, still bored, replied, If I'm learning anyway, compared to third-tier skills, I should study supreme martial arts. Hearing that, he drew his sword. Now remember this well. For now on, what you learn is not first-rate, but super first-rate skill. He finished speaking and swung his hand, cutting out a sword strike. The great tree before them was split cleanly in two. If wind alone can snap branches, then sword wind can of course uproot the whole trunk. So what if you channel internal energy gathered in the Dantian into the sword? Then that is sword chi. After saying that, he demonstrated by cleaving a boulder in two. Chan Sang gaped in astonishment. My God, he split a rock like slicing tofu. He continued, channeling breath into the sword becomes sword chi. Channeling it into the fingertips becomes finger chi. And firing finger chi as a gust is called the Dan Finger Divine Project. As he spoke, he demonstrated blasting the rock into shards. Seeing this, Chan Sang folded his arms and sighed. Easier than I thought, huh? The range and the ability to use it empty-handed are advantages, but compared to sword chi, it's harder and much less powerful. He burst out laughing. You understood the essence after just one look? Not bad at all. So what if you trigger internal force with the Imperial Seal while using diamond-hard condensed power to fire the Dan Finger Divine Projectile? What would happen? And further, what if instead of using the invisible medium of air you used a tangible one? Blood? Blood has a higher density than air and water. The body both inhales and exhales chi, so it's suited to carrying pure force. Moreover, Blood's nature is to transform things for benefit or harm. For the Dan Finger Divine Projectile, the most effective propellant is the Imperial Seal's 4 forms. Heavenly Stone Single Finger Projectile. Having said that, he moved. The boulder was instantly bored through with a small hole. Chansang was surprised again. Concentrating all force to a point, the rock was pierced clean through. He explained, even with tenfold diamond hard condensation defense, it's hard to withstand the might of the Heavenly Stone Single Finger Projectile. Only the indestructible Diamond Dharma of Sorum or the Golden Orchid Demon Strength Palm of the Sullied could block 2 fingers' worth without loss. My skill isn't refined yet. Exhausting the body's blood and flesh, I can only produce 2 fingers' force. But from the 3rd finger of the Heavenly Stone Projectile, it shifts to something beyond invisible finger chi, that is tangible finger steel. Once you surpass that realm, don't say a fingertip could split a rock. Mountains can be leveled. That is beyond the human realm. You're still young, so don't set limits on yourself. Improve your martial art and try to surpass the human boundary. Chansang immediately shook his head and said, no need. Preserving myself is enough. Why, when things are fine, would I go leveling mountains? Be human and do well at it. Why cross the human boundary? That remark of yours makes me want to give you a good thrashing. I'll use diamond hard condensation on you. And now Chansang sat there, meditating and circulating his chi. Master, your outstanding disciple will surpass the human boundary no matter what. The key is to prevent this stone from becoming a source of blood. Just then, he sensed something. What's the matter? Mupeng? The other appeared before him at once. Young master, there's urgent news. Chansang frowned. If it's the group attacking Jade Castle, Joma already warned me. Mupeng shook his head. Not that. In Habuk, the 5-legged dragon has launched a full-scale assault. Old man Wangbo was killed. His daughter Huang Boyan is leading the clan's resistance, but she likely can't hold out 5 days. Chansang's expression tightened at the news. He immediately stood up and gave orders. Depart for Habuk at once. He worried. It's dangerous for you to act alone like this. There are many forces in the martial world, and now everyone knows the young master holds the bloodstone and that you are the beggar's sex 9th dragon. Chansang retorted. Who said I'm going alone? There's Bongxian Island. I've freed you from the shadow of Jade Castle and supported you with my funds to be used for moments like this. Mupeng replied, yes, but we're specialized in intelligence and covert actions rather than open combat. He added, that's precisely why Bongxian Island must move. Only Bongxian Island can run to the north now and move fast enough to protect what's left of the Wangbo House's holdings. Mupeng admitted, indeed, when it comes to lightness skill, no one can match Bongxian Island. If you're considering travel time to the north, you'd best mobilize the beggar's sect branches in the northern region. He refused. That's not acceptable. If the beggar's sect's appearance is exposed, it could spark a war between the 5-legged dragon and the beggar's sect. I must avoid that. Although the beggar's sect has many members, most are elders and children. Only about 30% can fight. It's not that I can't involve the beggar's sect. It's that I don't want to. Mupeng was in an awkward position. Actually, the current 5 overlords of the martial world, Muram Alliance, 5-legged dragon, for Bloody Soul Hunters, Beggar's Sect, the Sullied, Crimson Blood Pass. The Muram Alliance has united the great families and orthodox sections. Crimson Blood Pass, led by the Demon King of Crimson Blood, is the heaven of demonic paths. The 4 Bloody Soul Hunters are the villains of the unorthodox side, the banner opposing Crimson Blood Pass. 5-legged dragon is an alliance of mountain bandits and pirates. The Beggar's Sect was formed by beggars from across the Central Plains, and the Sullied control entertainment districts like brothels and casinos. He thought to himself that clearly, in terms of military strength, the Beggar's Sect is weaker than the other overlords. Also, I don't like being mocked by beggars. Because of the face of orthodox and unorthodox factions in the world, I won't crush the Beggar's Sect's livelihood. But the conversation would be very different if it were with 5-legged dragon or the Sullied, those who dwell at society's bottom. Chansang spoke up. Something about this is strange. The 5-legged dragon clan has mainly been in freight transport, so it wouldn't make sense for them to pick pointless fights. Mupeng reported, yes. Most merchants, rather than provoke five-lake dragon, the ones who control land and sea routes, would pay transit taxes or regular tribute. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Clearly there's a hidden motive. No matter how reckless five-lake dragons thieves are, they're not stupid enough to ignore a golden goose. Chansang ordered, "Find out whom they've colluded with and prepare the carriage. I'll depart after I stop by Herring House and Central Hospital first for a moment." Mupeng obeyed. Yes, understood. He thought Herring House is likely where Hu is currently staying. Why is Central Hospital first caring for critically ill patients? The carriage carrying him rolled onto the road. Chansang sat in the carriage with his eyes closed to rest a bit. Mupeng, sitting opposite, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why are you taking all this trouble? Is it because of a long-standing connection with the Wangbo house?" He replied boredly, "Are you crazy? Would I sacrifice my life over a mere connection? The Wangbo house leads large-scale freight transport enough to do business with Jade Castle, so I'm going because it's necessary for the career I plan to build." Mupeng nodded in recognition. Of course, it's always about the money. No surprise there. Chansang leaned his head against the carriage side, his gaze fixed on the distance. Childhood memories surged into his mind. When a little girl was hiding behind, the girl watched him, her cheeks flushed, and Chansang's look at that time was unusually serious. He told himself to just try to survive. 3 days later, in a new location, a confrontation was unfolding. On one side was Five-Lake Dragon. Chu Dalmu said, "Your strength looks decent, so you're not mere free fighters of the Wangbo house, huh?" They raised their swords warily and asked, "Given your arrogance, who's backing you?" The man answered, "The client is a well-connected person, so I received some help." They began the massacre. Innocent townspeople inside were struck down. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The entire city fell into smoke and fire. And before long, they had defeated the group there. One of them reported to Chu Dalmo, "I don't see Huang Boyan among these people." He replied casually, "The camp leader and the youngest went to capture Huang Boyan, so let's deal with the rest here." Yung Mei was sprinting away, followed by Huang Boyan, who looked back and said, "Is it right for us to flee and leave our kin behind like this?" She replied, "We must survive for the future of the Wangbo house." Yung Mei sensed a commotion ahead, stopped, and blocked the two people behind them. Opposite them, two people were standing. They were the camp leader and the youngest of Five-Lake Dragons. She ordered, "Fall back a little." The youngest drew his sword. "Today I'm lucky to have a chance to spar with Han Yung Mei and her famed Pu Dung beauty sword that the Wangbo house so prides itself on." Yung Mei struck first. "That luck will end when I draw my blade." A sword swung at him. A roaring cloud of dust billowed up, but the youngest managed to block it. He remarked, "Facing a blade like this, I know the rumors that this is one of the most splendid duels of the season aren't exaggerated." The sword in Zhengmi's hand spun once, and as the blade flashed, it was stained with the enemy's blood. The youngest froze and glanced at his arm, now slick with blood, only now feeling the pain. His knees buckled and his hand had been severed. Yung Mei magnanimously said to the camp leader, "I will spare your comrade's life, so take him away." From behind came the youngest cries of pain. My hand, my hand." He did not retreat, but launched an attack on her. Yung Mei was soon overwhelmed and knocked down. The camp leader advanced toward the other two. "That brat is arrogant. I knew it. One day he'll get himself in trouble." So Yang drew his sword. "Stop at once." His foot rose and stomped, breaking the sword. Then he delivered another kick towards So Yang. She pitched backward, fresh blood spurting out. Boyan stared in shock as she began to fall, her face gone pale. The camp leader said coldly, "Nothing to fear. You'll also go with your master, won't you?" His hand reached toward Boyan's face. A strong force struck the palm of his hand. He hastily leaped backward. Looking at his injured palm, the camp leader curled a slight smile. "Not bad. You've got some nerve. It's been ages since anyone managed to injure me like that." Chansang lowered his hand. "You crack your knuckles. Remember this. Today here, I will end your lives." A punch descended straight toward the camp leader. Earlier, the city was engulfed in flames and gunfire. Mupeng asked a wounded man, "What happened?" "I should have told you to avoid battles and get the Wangbo house's convoy out of here." The man, ashamed, blamed himself. "I'm sorry, I didn't heed your words." Chansang stepped forward and said, "It's not your fault. I misjudged their strength and caused harm to you. At that moment, someone behind was about to strike him from behind. Mu Peng swiftly lunged forward and cut the man down. He warned, "Young master, please stay clear-headed. The enemy is out there. Understandably, you haven't yet experienced losing those close to you because of your own mistakes." Someone said, "Miss Boyan is still alive. We protected her and helped her escape." Mu Peng volunteered, "Leave this to me. Go rescue the lady quickly. Right now, the camp leader has been knocked face first into the ground." You asked, "Surely there must be some non-aggression pact among great families like the Wangbo house. Why are you causing this?" He replied, "If we eliminate the entire Wangbo house, future clients will pay us more than they would." The camp leader's hand struggled, trying to grip the rim of the pit to push himself up. Once steady on the ground, he continued, "With a relationship built on money, of course I'll side with whoever pays more." You ask curiously, "If money is your goal, there are many ways to get it without bloodshed and heads rolling like this." The camp leader revealed, "This is the easiest method I know," Chansang declared. "In that case, I'll trample you underfoot and take everything." He executed the Emperor's seal, second form, earth shake. Sharp stone shards jutted up. The camp leader dodged. "You're weak." He stomped down from above, all of which Chansang neatly avoided. The camp leader spun and swung his leg in a sweeping arc. A straight boot aimed at Chansang. Chansang was knocked back. A sharp pain shot through his abdomen. The camp leader sneered, "So you're a disciple or direct heir of some sect who learned it all so comfortably? But this is war. You can't just bottle up your anger to become colder. You have to be like me and feel nothing from start." Hearing that, Chansang angrily snapped his fingers. "Shut up quick." He leaned aside to dodge. This would help against a surprise attack. Before long, the camp leader appeared right in front of him. Chansang was continuously pressured into a weak position by his opponent. He could only use his hands to block each strike. The camp leader lifted his foot. "Don't brag about withstanding hits. I could take a breather for a bit." Chansang knew the situation was bad. Damn, what to do if this keeps up with him? On Mu Peng's side, the fighting was equally intense. He deftly spat blood into his opponent's face. Taking advantage of the man's lapse, Mu Peng butt-rammed his shoulder. He ordered to straighten the ranks and form up a battle formation. A smoke bomb was thrown. The opposing factions stood dazed, unable to see anyone. At that moment, Mu Peng's men slashed at their vital weak points. One by one they fell. He had just let his guard down and coughed a few times. From behind, a man appeared preparing to bring his sword down. Mu Peng instinctively parried a strike from Dalmu. The man remarked, "You're different from those elders in sects or clans. You're more like us." He denied it. "I didn't know that at all. I used to consider hunting down people like you to be my job." Dalmu sneered, "Let's see. You're truly a dog of the army. Then you should know, for us there is no such thing as a clean fight." He ordered his men to rush in and kill him. Mu Peng thought to himself, "I'm really worried for the young master. Compared to strength, he still lacks experience, especially when facing men like these who've been through every hardship." On Chansang's side, he was continuously pressured by his opponent. One of his feet slid along the ground and came to a stop. Chansang struggled to stay steady. His breathing grew heavy. The camp leader brandished two knives in his hands and asked, "You from the western region?" He checked himself in astonishment. Only two sheaths left inside. When had the camp leader struck him? He casually juggled those knives. If you can't own or use fine things like these, they're useless. The blade sliced forward like wind, just like you. It was gradually heading toward Boyan. Chansang nimbly raised his hand to block. The camp leader gave him no chance to counter and lunged in. "So finish it." A cold, sharp glint flashed in Chansang's eyes. He spun and unleashed the Emperor's seal, third form, martial transfiguration sky chain, sending a blast of force toward him. The camp leader was blasted backward. Chensang checked on Boyin. "Are you all right?" She replied, "I'm fine," while he brushed dust off himself. The camp leader decided, "Since it's come to this, we can't dally. I'll have to kill you soon." A voice rang out, "Idiot, you're annoyingly cautious. Shut up and drop dead. Be quiet. If I die, you'd suffer a great loss." It asked, "Do you know why people call a sword the king of 10,000 days? If you don't realize it, today you'll die here." He snapped, irritated. "What are you saying? Want me to use the sword?" A surge of energy rushed in as the camp leader leapt forward to attack. The two of them exchanged a few moves again. Chansang could only retreat, The transformations were too many to defend against. Suddenly, he realized it. The two knives were spinning rapidly in midair. They flew back into the camp leader's hands. Both kept their distance, he said, then tossed away his weapon himself. Very well, I'll use it well. Chansang pressed his lips together in silence. He was drawing a few lines with his blood. All right, you've given me an insight. I will send you to the netherworld. Two crimson currents of energy shot out. The camp leader casually leaned aside to dodge, looking effortless. I told you this kind of attack is useless if it doesn't land. But it was too late when he glanced at the red energies hovering, and Chansang was already behind him attacking. It had all been a feint. A palm strike rapidly flew toward him. As he bent to dodge, Chansang's other hand swept around. This is not a move you can handle. However, his body was quite agile. Chansang was no less, his movements strong and decisive. To dodge the blow, his whole body spun around. Meanwhile, the dagger in his hand was raised. He swung the knife toward Chansang. Having escaped, you continue the attack. He kept leaning aside to dodge. Then he retreated, keeping a safe distance. Seeing your speed, the camp leader froze. Across from him, Chansang had a new technique. The blood in his hand spun and condensed into a small bead. Chansang thought to himself, the reason the sword is considered king of 10,000 troops is its limitless transformations. Just a slight joint movement, a subtle change of the muscles, is enough to execute countless moves to defeat an enemy. A powerful martial move, sprang up like wings, rising on waves thousands of zhang high. The Emperor's Seal, third form, martial transfiguration sky chain, made me forget all I once knew. Master once taught, transferring the sword's illusion of real and fake into the body is the sect's true essence. Earlier he had sneered, I told you, this technique is only useful for surprise attacks. You thought inwardly, right? Just turn every attack into a surprise attack. As the opponent charged, the blade grazed Chansang's back. You slipped around behind the opponent and struck. A small cut appeared on Chansang's cheek, blood welling. The camp leader was launched high into the air. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Chansang's hand had condensed into a mass of blood. He hurled it, stabbing into the man. The red aura pierced the camp leader like a sword. He collapsed to the ground, powerless. Chansang panted, watching the opponent warily. He pressed hard on his arm. It looked like this right arm would be unusable for a while. Looking at her lying motionless on the ground. You blame yourself. I couldn't keep my promise. Forgive me. Chansang's hand trembled as he touched her eyes. Boyan asked curiously, Who are you exactly? Coming to help the Wangbo house when even the magistrate and the Murim alliance turned a blind eye. That sister even swapped clothes with me because of me. You revealed her name as Soye. At her birth, her whole family was falsely accused of treason. I once promised her I'd clear her family's name. Boyan vowed she would remember and live on with deep gratitude. Just then, Dalmo appeared right behind her. Boyan, startled, quickly leaned to one side. You ordered, the leader of their group is still barely breathing. No need to keep him alive. Mupeng struck the man from behind. He and the others reported, the five-lake dragon and the other intruders have all been dealt. Logistics are underway. Some are cleaning up. Others are bandaging the wounded. One of Chansang's arms had been carefully bandaged, and two people stood before him awaiting orders. He got straight to the point. The beggar sect also came to the market fight. Was that your master's idea? Mangti denied it. No, I decided on my own. I'm a member of the beggar sect. I'm only carrying out the elders' protection orders, not obeying any single person's command. Chansang warned, have you thought it through? Your decision this time could put the whole beggar's sect in danger. He's got a strong sense of justice. Though the beggar's sect has fewer martial experts than other schools, no one would refuse to fight for their kin. Chansang continued, every decision bears its corresponding responsibility. Because of your choice, the beggar's sect has become a target of the five-lake dragon. Mangti fell silent, sadness appearing in his eyes. He added, but at the same time you saved the retainers and the Wangbo house clan. I failed to protect them due to my misjudgment. Thank you. The life you saved was mine as well. He panicked at that. No, that's not it, sir. I only did what needed to be done. Mupeng asked about the situation. What do you plan to do next? The force behind the five-lake dragon seems larger than expected. Their motive can't be just some petty grudge. At that question, Chansang showed some concern. He ordered, Mangti, Send pigeons to report back to the beggars' sect headquarters and the other branches. Tell them to heighten vigilance. All beggars' sect disciples in Habuk should gather at the Wangbo house. By agreement, this place can be used as a stronghold. His gaze flicked toward Mupong. He understood the hint. Yes, I'll interrogate the 5-Lake Dragon Camp leader, dig out who stand behind them and their ultimate purpose. A knock sounded from outside. A retainer reported. The young master invites the gentleman to the inner rooms for a meeting. Outside, they were waiting in the reception room. Jijin pointed at Boyan and said, "Young master, don't worry. Leave it to me to handle. They're just beggars meddling for a scrap of food. Toss them a few coins and they'll leave." While she hesitated, Suyak interrupted. "Isn't it rude to the benefactor who risked his life to protect the Wangbo house?" Jijin argued that the fighters under the outer steward were incompetent, allowing a gang of thieves to humiliate them. "Isn't that so?" He slammed his palm down on the table, his voice laced with veiled threat. "Say another word and don't blame me for being discourteous." He glanced at her. "Do you intend to draw your sword right in front of the young master? What a coarse warrior you are." Boyan stood up. "Please, you too, say no more." At that moment, there was a noise outside, and Chansang entered. The two of them looked intently at the young man who had just come in. He introduced himself. "I am young Master Yong of the Beggars' Sect." The woman beside him spoke up. "Young master of the Wangbo house, Huang Boyan. I pay my respects." He followed with an introduction. "I am Han Suyak, outer steward of the Wangbo house. The person the young master saved is Han Young Mei, my youngest daughter. Once again, I offer my deep thanks, sir." Finally, the inner steward of the Wangbo house, So Jijin, sneered. Young master stepped in to help. "Not just for chivalry, I wager. Tell us the sum of wealth you desire, and we'll consider it." Suyak angrily snapped. "Inner steward, you." Chansang, "Take it easy, it's fine. I know courtesy and weight. I'm not so heartless as to rudely refuse your goodwill." Jijin glanced at him with pride. "See, he's being polite. There's much to discuss, so why not invite everyone to sit first?" Boyan curiously asked, "Are you unclear whether the great young master and my young miss have met before?" Chansang replied, "Is that so? This is my first time setting foot in Habuk." She lowered her eyes. "It was a misunderstanding. How rude of me." He rummaged inside his chest, pulled out a stack of papers, and set them on the table. He pushed them forward. "About this incident and the future of the Wangbo house, I have a few proposals." Boyan opened them to read the contents inside. After reading, all three were horrified. Jijin angrily scolded. "That filthy beggar dares to dream of swallowing the Wangbo house." Boyan lightly waved her hand, and he had to swallow his anger. She placed the paper back on the table, then said, "Inner steward, that was a bit rude. On behalf of my household, I apologize." But what he said wasn't entirely wrong. Although the Wangbo house has been heavily depleted by this incident, we still have many major clients. The means and funds to back Boyan remain. While we deeply appreciate the young master's assistance, we cannot therefore merge with the Beggars' Sect. Chansang sighed and asked, "So do you have enough strength to protect that wealth?" Jijin was quite confident. The young master is still too young. With the Wangbo house's funds, hiring protection is as easy as flipping one's hand. No need to join paths with a bunch of beggars. His expression turned serious. Chansang bluntly asked, "Regarding the current situation, are you deliberately turning a blind eye or truly unaware?" Boyan didn't understand yet, did the young master mean. He raised his injured arm. The 5-Lake Dragon dare to flaunt and provoke like that. How could they easily leave you be? This battle isn't over yet. It's only just begun. Moreover, the magistrate's office and the Muram Alliance seem to have reached something early on, using the pretense of a non-interference pact to feign ignorance. How many people would throw themselves into this struggle for a few paltry coins? The whole room fell silent. Chansang stood up. He coldly turned his back, preparing to leave. Just as he was stepping toward the door, Boyan spoke up. "What is the great young master's purpose, after all? Why would the Beggars' Sect need a merchant caravan?" Chansang halted. He slightly turned his head back. Chansang grinned. "Purpose? I never thought that far. I was just a beggar who saw a quick path to riches right in front of me and got a bit dazzled by the money." They fell silent at that answer. Boyan sat back down. Jijin acted as if he understood. "You see, young master, what's so-called chivalry of the Jianghu? People in the martial world are mostly foolish and violent. Suyak couldn't stand it. Don't judge the martial world so casually. He pointed at the paper Chansang left. If he's not the sect master or an elder of the beggar's sect, even if we accept this offer, there's no guarantee the beggar's sect will actually protect the Wangbo house. Boyan objected. But as young Master Yong said, it's very likely the 5-Lake Dragon will strike the Wangbo house again. We must quickly come up with a countermeasure. He suggested that the beggars said they'd stay here 3 days, so we should use that time to find replacement help. Suyak realized. You plan to use them as bait and escape in the meantime? Jijin replied. Do you have a better plan? Boyan glanced at the contents of the paper. She probed. What if we accept that offer? He guessed. If we accept, I'm afraid the Wangbo house might cease to exist from now on. Jijin pointed to one item. Besides, this isn't an offer from the sect master or an elder of the beggar's sect. It's just a panhandler from a small branch making the proposal. Even if we agree, there's no assurance he'll provide protection. Lately, the beggar's sect has been doing both policing and garrisoning. I think they're sticking their heads out to win merit. He gradually began to crumple the paper in his hands. Jijin said with disgust, That fellow will be of no help to us. It's meaningless. To dare make such an arrogant, delusional offer to the Wangbo house. I must report this to their headquarters so they can teach that rotten brat a lesson. Boyan was embarrassed. After all, he's a benefactor of the Wangbo house. Must we? He huffed with anger. If we just let it slide, they'll only look down on us more. Outside, someone reported, Inner steward, it's Seo Dong. He orders you to let him in. He reported, By your order, I've checked that man's record again. Jijin explained, Recently the beggar's sect members haven't shown any identifying marks, so I had someone investigate. The beggar's sect uses the number of knots on the sash to distinguish rank within the sect. 1 to 3 knots mainly handle begging and gathering intelligence, panhandlers. 4 to 5 knots are responsible for guarding the beggar's sect and their camps, guards. 6 knots are for going into battle for the sect, fighters. 7 knots handle internal punishments, officers. 8 knots are elders. And 9 knots signify the leader of the beggar's sect, the master. Those are the ranks within the beggar's sect. But after outsiders learned of this ranking system, they often bullied them. That kid only had 1 knot. That's right. So-young Chansang abolished the visible ranking system, making it hard for outsiders to know one's true rank. He asked Seodong, So how many knots does that man have? 5 or 6? Seodong hesitated about that. None of the above, sir. Jijin fancied himself right. What? Could it be his rank isn't even up to 4 knots, and yet he dares swagger before us? Suya cautioned, Are you sure? If he's not an inducted disciple of the sect master, how could someone with over 6 knots defeat the 5-Lake Dragon camp leader? Seodong reported about that young Master Yong. His voice began to stammer. 9 knots. All 3 of them were amazed at once. Even he was shocked. Could he really be the leader of a 1,000,000-strong beggar's sect, the Ninth Dragon? Seodong confirmed. Yes. I personally heard beggars, sect members call him that. Jijin's face went pale. Boyan decided that if the proposal came from the beggar's sect's own sect master, then it meant we still had hope. Scene shifts to Habuk, the beggar's sect headquarters. Xiao Mei was having her hair brushed. The little girl with silky hair ran about gleefully. But soon after, Xiao Mei returned with the same hair, but a bored expression. So the girl continued to have her hair tidied up. Inside the beggar's sect, it was lively. Next. Me. Let me do it. 985 wind kick. Mang sat amid the noise, wondering, Where is this? What on earth am I doing? She recalled that 5 days ago Chansang told her he had urgent business in Habuk and asked her to look after this place until he returned. If she quietly ran off while I was absent, then to repay the favor, I would have to mobilize a 1,000,000-strong beggar's sect to search for her everywhere. Mana salet deeply, she reassured her. Go on. Don't worry. I'll guard this place until you return. Inwardly, she wondered how much merit that young master planned to accumulate in this life. Seeing his sullen face, a child behind him trembled at Mang Ah's stern look. Mang Ah turned and smiled at the kid. It's okay. It only made him look really scary. She still held the comb and continued brushing Xiao Mei's hair. At that moment, Mang Ah noticed the aura on the girl. This child, how does she carry the internal strength of the beggar's sect master's unique martial art? The dragon subduring technique. Surely it's not young Master Yang's bloodline. I've never heard the previous sect master had such a young daughter. She asked, "Who are your father and mother? Can you tell me?" Xiao Mei recounted that when she was little a plague swept the village and they both died. Sir, Manhwa was curious. But how could you cultivate the sect master's exclusive martial art? The girl replied that young Master Yang had said that as long as one is a member of the beggar's sect, anyone can practice the sect's martial arts from its library. Manhwa was stunned. What? The children around buzzed. Young Master Yang said, "Why hide such a good technique? Let everyone pass it around and learn. I'm practicing the dragon subduring technique. Me too. It's beautiful. I'm practicing it too." She grew more puzzled. What exactly was he thinking? Manhwa thinks that's bold. No, it's more accurate to call it reckless and foolish. It seems I overrated him. Someone behind reported that there are guests of Yang's eldest son inside. It turns out to be the leader of the Sully. Hearing that voice, Manhwa froze. She glanced at Songbeak behind her. How could that be? Crimson Blood opposed the entire martial world, yet held the upper hand. The reason was, he had absorbed 4 of the 9 heavens and 10 of the 10 earths. The Bodha Temple, a sanctum that for generations fostered sword heirs. House of Fortune, the diviners who can read fate and foresee fortune and disaster. House of Gold, the guild controlling the underground economy. Mythical Hand, a mysterious pharmacy. Pay enough and even the dead can be brought back to life. House of Lightning, the sect that mastered forging divine weapons from incendiary pills. Venomous Snake, the assassin group that kills with poisons and concealed weapons. House of the Sun, a band of zealots who, beyond cultivating their martial arts, are indifferent to wealth, status, and righteousness. Thunder Devil, experts in dark arts and illusions who can manipulate others. Pit of Death, mercenaries specialized in proxy wars. Her gaze settled on the Songbeak standing before her. Manhwa knew his background well. This man was the master of House of Lightning, who had reshaped the Central Plains map several times. With otherworldly lightness skills and incendiary pills that could blow up whole mountains, he had plunged the martial world into terror. How could the most trusted right hand of Crimson Blood be in the beggar's sect? She bowed politely, hands clasped together. "I am Manhwa, kowtow to the explosive lord." He replied comfortably, "That's just a sin-packed title. Call me Songbeak." Manhwa realized, "I heard Young's eldest son wanted someone through the Sullied, so the person sought was you, senior." Songbeak confirmed, "I heard as well, but since they couldn't find you, they came to me through people of the beggar's sect. Senior, I am grateful. Not once did I refuse Crimson Blood's commissions to find me. With the Sullied's power, they surely could have found me. Manhwa ansua. At the time, I thought you would never reappear in the Jianghu, so I did that. Seems I was being a bit of an experiment. What did Young's eldest son promise you? What, after all, made you return to the martial world?" At that question, Songbeak fell silent and pondered. He corrected himself. "To be precise, it's not that I returned, because I haven't been able to do so for some time." Manhwa was shocked when she learned this. She was astonished. His body techniques and lightness were clearly unmatched in the world. Songbeak had earlier decided, "I want to seal the hands of the Golden Basin. Too much blood has been spilled." He looked at the courtyard engulfed in flames before him. "The revenge I desire is not like this." Nahuden spoke up. If Senior thought so, then there was no other way. A palm strike shot toward his opposite leg. Songbeak stared as fresh blood spurted out. He crumpled to the ground, a cry of pain ringing out. Nahuden sat down and looked at him. "In that case, you truly can't return anymore. After all, making firecrackers doesn't require legs." Sweat poured down Songbeak's face like rain. Venomous Snake stepped forward from the rear. "Shall we take this chance to clean out House of Lightning as well? After all, the person who knows how to make firework ordnance, one of him is enough." He agreed. "Good idea. Then please, Venomous Snake, trouble yourself with this little errand." Songbeak was horrified when he heard their plan. "I beg you, please don't. If you spare the people of House of Lightning, I'll do anything you ask." Songbeak pleaded with them earnestly. He recounted, "In the end, my legs and my people's legs, we've all lost them." She asked curiously, "So you allied with Young's eldest son to avenge the lost legs and the people of House of Lightning?" Songbeak denied it wasn't revenge. "It was only an excuse when I allied with Crimson Blood. I wanted revenge on those who disdained my house of lightning. But after losing my legs and my disciples, I realized it had all been in vain. Allying with Young's eldest son was penance to the world. What he wanted from me matched my original intention when I researched incendiary pills. Earlier, Chan Sang came to find him. Songbeek looked up to see him. He asked, "Senior, have you ever heard this story? In Hyangju, there was a mining town. If someone was injured in an accident, you had to go around a mountain to reach the clinic. Many couldn't bear it and died halfway, until one day, a martial expert came to test his skills and moved the mountain blocking the road. From then on, far fewer miners died on the way to seek treatment. Please, Senior, join me in using this incendiary formula to redraw the map. To redraw a map filled with life-saving routes, and then make a lot of silver afterwards." Songbeek hesitated. Young's eldest son may not know I actually come from that mining town in Hyangju. Mang, I thought that while I might understand the young lord's intentions, he is still ignorant of the martial world and too young. In the end, those fireworks will become a disaster for the Jianghu. He sighed, because the young lord opened the beggar's sect's secret vault and revealed hidden techniques to everyone. Is that why you think so? I even heard children singing the sect's unique combat mantra passed down by the chief. She added, if the mantra spreads like that, other sects will easily find ways to counter it. You surely know that in battle and unity of a sect, the leader's martial strength accounts for over half. Yet he underestimated the leader's skill too much. Songbeek replied, long ago it was famous in the Jianghu. Why are prominent families weak now? Because even with outstanding disciples, the family's unique art is usually only taught to brothers or descendants. What about orthodox sects? They form cliques. Choosing the right faction, rather than pure ability or effort, lets you learn an extra secret technique. That's the reality. Over time, it becomes a stagnant pool. And Young's eldest son understands this very well. If you're truly worried, wouldn't it be better to stay by his side and serve him loyally? Shall I make the match? Manga denied it wasn't that. Junior, he exposed. Haven't you long since lived as both monk and person? Don't wear monk's robes and shut yourself away anymore. Think carefully. Young's eldest son isn't the type to care about remarriage matters like that. Mang, I went stiff upon hearing this. As Chansang was returning to the room, Mupeng followed and reported. By the young master's orders, your identity as the ninth dragon has been revealed, he added. So he's expected to receive the person's proposal tonight. He was curious. But the young master and Miss Huang Boyan, why not mention that relationship? Chansang reminded them. They're discussing business. No need to bring up past connections. After all, they're the disadvantaged party. Mupeng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seems that when the old man once chose a match for the young master, Wangbo House refused. You're still a bit hurt about that, aren't you? You protested. How could that be? He thought inwardly. Damn it. You even promised when you were young that no matter what happened, you'd let me be the sacrificial child. Chansang sighed in exasperation. You tell yourself, whatever happens, I'll protect Huang Boyan well. Rest in peace, sir. Chansang moved to business. Have the leaders of the five-legged dragon over there learned anything? Mupeng hesitated about that. He produced a sheet of paper. His subordinates suspected it was linked to the group that previously attacked Jade Castle, demanding protection fees. The bandits, colluding with Five-Legged Dragon in recent days, have attacked and looted merchants in over 20 places across the Central Plains. Chansang read it and immediately knew. Indeed, they were all places with ties to Jade Castle, like Wangbo House. Mupeng confirmed. Yes, among the attacked were the Sea Serpent merchants in Sandong and Bakja mining. 9 places, with Jade Castle's help, successfully resisted, but over 10 others were burned to ruins. You guessed it immediately. Those bastards at Crimson Blood Castle are doing this to divide Jade Castle's forces and then strike while they're distracted. He found it hard to believe, but we don't have proof to conclusively say Crimson Blood Castle did it. Chansang explained. They're not burning to destroy evidence, but to announce their identity. In today's Jianghu, only Crimson Blood Castle would dare oppose Jade Castle on such a scale. We can't stay here any longer. We must leave quickly. Seeing you stand up, Mupeng was surprised. Why the sudden move? You replied, for those wanting to attack Jade Castle, what better hostage could they find than me? They'll surely come in force. We can't stay. Doing so would put everyone in danger. He received the order. Then this servant will go prepare. Be very careful. No, without a commander this time, Bongxian Island can't even field half its usual strength. You and Bongxian Island, along with people from the Hannan branch, stay here and spread the word that I've left the area. Cut to where Nahuden is. Crimson Blood Castle. Crimson Blood. Nahuden sat pondering, staring at the paper in his hand. His face showed no emotion at all. Inside was a portrait of Chansang. He mused, "This fellow truly is fate with us. The son of Jade Castle's lord will die by my hand." And he dared insult the upright scholar Lei Ma Jun, and even became the 9th dragon of the Beggars sect, hiding the ghost fire artillery that the serpent poison army couldn't kill. Dehong spoke up. "I'll go capture that bastard Chansang. Using him as a hostage would make the Demon Emperor's fall of Jade Castle much easier." Nahuden cautioned, "Do you think I need such measures to take Jade Castle? These schemes are already troublesome enough. I've been patient for a long time." He fell silent after hearing that. Guanbin asked, puzzled, "I'm more curious. Why are you so fixated on this man? A year ago you even wanted your adopted daughter to marry him." He replied, "What are you talking about? Jie Giang went to confront him about a marriage dowry dispute and was killed by him. I just wanted to teach him a lesson." The image of her rose in Nahuden's mind. Guanbin's tone was a bit teasing. "I never expected you'd care for your adopted daughter so much." Dehong replied, "There is still paternal affection, of course, though it can't compare to Guanbin's feelings for himself." Guanbin's gaze turned cruel. He radiated killing intent. "How dare you speak of my honored daughter from your mouth?" Nahuden irritably admonished, "Quiet. First things first, you all should go home." They exchanged glances and left at the same time. He remained behind with a cold expression. After they left, Huden asked from behind, "What do you make of those two in your eyes?" "There is one mysterious person among them." This person observed that Guanbin seems to have privately begun searching for the explosive lord long ago, thinking that with his poison techniques and the explosive lord's incendiaries, claiming the throne wouldn't be hard. He guessed there must already be a clue. No wonder he's panicking and rushing here. The other party fell silent upon hearing this, then continued. Jie Dehong has long been searching for something. Previously, under the pretense of Jie Dehong and the Demon Emperor wiping out our clan, I thought he was after our family's unique martial art, but later discovered that was not the case. Then, about a year ago, he began to take an interest again in Chansang of Jade Castle. What he wants is likely in the betrothal gift that Chansang seized. Huden pondered. "Though I still don't know what it is, it seems truly something that could kill me. Now you know, your sister was brainwashed by Jie Dehong because Chansang killed." "What? But daring to hand a family heirloom to someone like that?" Gong Miang decided. "If he cultivates the Han Tian Ryu manual, then let him live to watch Jade Castle be destroyed, and afterwards he will die by my hand." The Demon Emperor should take advantage of Guanbin's attack on the Beggars sect to seize Jade Castle. He ordered, "Gather the 7 ghosts and 10 demons." Gong Miang clasped his hands in response. As ordered. Outside, Dehong took his leave from the elder. "Then I will take my leave." Inwardly, Dehong thought, "If I can seize the Fei Tui command from Chansang, the Demon Emperor, and that old man, I will make you die by my hand." He ordered his underlings to go capture Chansang. Guanbin silently observed from behind. He's decided. Tonight, I will eliminate the Beggars sect, one of the 5 overlords of Central Continent. Understood. I will go prepare. Chansang was hastening away. Mang Ti couldn't catch up. "Prefect, let's rest a bit." He asked, "Then why are you going along?" He whined. "Well then, tell your subordinate where you're headed." Chansang revealed, Bodha Temple. Mang Ti's eyes popped wide in astonishment. Bodha Temple is a mysterious sect that has produced generations of sword masters, but it absolutely does not allow men to enter. Mang Ti halted, panting heavily. Chansang sat cross-legged on a rock and cultivated, casually reminding, "If you have time to pant, you'd better practice breathing to regulate your qi." "Why are you so set on following me?" He explained, "Because the young master said he would leave Wangbo House and send word out. Going north alone is bait. How could I not go along?" "Your hand is still injured," you replied. "I leave so others won't be implicated." He thought to himself, "For my father, for Jade Castle." Mang Ti suggested, Then why not stay at Wangbo House and fight, or simply return to the Beggars Sect headquarters at Bodhi Temple for a bit? Chan Sang cut in. The headquarters is too far. Recent events have made me realize one thing. Even if I can protect myself, I can't protect everyone. I don't even know if I can still protect myself now. I never expected there'd be so many monstrously powerful people in the Jianghu. I left home to earn money at first, not to fight. His voice sank, but Mangti, when he saw him pointing a knife at his own body, Chan Sang immediately knew whether you were hallucinating or being controlled by sorcery. Mangti's face stiffened. Guess what? Chan Sang leaped into the air, and as the opponent closed in, he stepped back. The man launched a kick. Chan Sang tilted aside to dodge. He thought to himself, if it's a fake, it's fine, but if he's being controlled. A straight kick aimed at Mangti's face made him feel guilty. Sorry then. He fell and smashed his head on the ground. The outer layer of the mask had cracked. Chan Sang glanced in surprise, and a few people had already appeared beside that body. They were all wearing masks. He sighed at being trailed by them. Chan Sang spoke with a teasing tone. So you guys arrived first and even set up a formation. Truly efficient kidnappers. The other side said, we don't want to kidnap you. Just hand over your necklace, and we'll let you live and go. Mangti sat to one side, clutching his head and crying, don't hit me, I wasn't spying. I was just so hungry, I planned to steal some steamed buns. Not the lady's buns. What kind of illusion did he fall on? Chan Sang turned back to them and said, whether you're kidnappers or robbers, how am I supposed to trust your words? He pulled open his collar. And besides, I'm not a person who likes jewelry, so what necklace would I possibly have? The leader fell silent when he saw this. The man's eyes flashed a fierce red. A strong aura shot toward him. The leader was launching the attack. He waved his hand a few times through the air, but Chan Sang blocked them all. He remembered it was the Fei Tui necklace he took a year ago. A palm strike was sent straight at him. The leader backed toward his fellows. He revealed, that necklace. I already gave it to a beauty who suits it. After all, it didn't suit me. They were stunned to hear that. Lethal intent radiated from the whole group. One of them stepped forward. He stopped a few paces from him. He declared, if you don't say clearly whom you gave it to, I'll make you taste a life worse than death. As the man's hand spread, waves of aura shot out at the same time. He was shocked to see the world before him turn into a desert. He was surprised. Who exactly set up this formation? Not only their appearances, but even the backdrop. Is this realistic? You should quit your current line of work and come with me. You'd earn more working for me. They all surged forward at once. Spit it out. Who did you give it to? He lifted his foot and unleashed the Emperor's seal, second form. Heaven and earth shaking. Sand and dust engulfed the area. He grabbed Mangti by the collar. He's still in the illusion, yelling nonstop. Hit him harder, sister. Chan Sang tossed Mangti backward to clear space, and a wall of sand rose up before them. When the sand wall was sliced open, two figures were revealed. He thought in surprise, just two of them? Another man surged up from beneath the ground. Chan Sang used his hands and feet to block attacks from above and below, while two other men took advantage of his legs being pinned to rush in. A stunned look appeared in Chan Sang's eyes, and the two lunged toward his stomach, their daggers sinking him bit by bit. Both spoke in turn. Don't worry, we won't kill you before you tell us who you gave the necklace to. Chan Sang cursed silently. Damn it, this necklace must be extremely important. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Calculating in his head, Chan Sang shouted, and I gave it away so wastefully. Just as the two lunged with all their strength, Chan Sang spun and unleashed the Emperor's seal, first form, like a whirlwind that flung them aside, sending them all flying away. From those twin brothers who looked identical to the remaining accomplices now falling through the air, Chan Sang also landed on the ground. He looked up, brow slightly furrowed. The figures opposite gradually blurred. Chan Sang thought, the wounds aren't too deep. It seems they truly won't kill me before learning the necklace's whereabouts. Though a bit dizzy, why not take Mangti as a hostage? The mindset of using the strong to subdue the weak is really the core thinking of the show. They think there's no need to risk themselves for a hostage, right? Two men were gradually sinking into the sand. They were arranging a formation. Chan Sang remained highly alert. Giant hands rose up from around him. Chan Sang nimbly dodged each crushing blow. A hand appeared from behind, and a blast of aura cleaved that hand in two. Behind him, someone was controlling a volley of arrows. A masked man stood there, looking leisurely, and a rain of arrows poured down where Chansang stood. He unleashed the martial, transformed heavenly chain, meteor shot piercing through that rain of arrows. The Blood Death bullet. In no time, the arrows were all destroyed. Three men suddenly charged from right behind. He dodged with some difficulty as they closed in from front and back. They took turns launching relentless attacks. Chansang thought to himself, if I'd known their sorcery was this troublesome, I should have kept the necklace myself. If this war of attrition keeps going, that guy. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. That's it, he called out. How long are you going to stand there? Like last time, tell me the method to break it. The spirit reminded him, surrender your body to me. Chansang denied it. No way, damn it. The two argued. Illusions have always been about hypnotizing the opponent, scrambling their senses. He cut in. Not that nonsense. I'm asking if there's a way to dispel it. The spirit complained. I'm telling you. To escape a nightmare, you mustn't concentrate force on the whole body, but on fingers and toes. You agreed? Then focus all power into your fingers and release the meteor point bullet with maximum force. She fumed. Not that. Don't look at the whole. Look at parts, the disharmonious parts. My master can use a lock of hair to create over 100 clones instantly, but he doesn't actually make 100 people. He makes others think so. Chansang suddenly understood. Exactly. He looked toward them. Not 4 people. One real entity masked by 3 illusory copies. Before him, there remained only one man. The opponent was flying toward Chansang. He bent down and avoided a sword strike. Chansang added a straight punch to the foe. The man's body immediately staggered backward. A hand lightly touched the wounded spot. Waves of force surged in. From afar, where several men were hiding, they held weapons in their hands, looking bewildered. Seeing the sky darken, Chansang wondered what was going on. When they were revealed, he realized these guys weren't using true sorcery, but simple deception. So the real fight starts now? The leader nodded and signaled. He gave the order. The illusion is broken. Everyone charge. Chansang was ready. In just a few minutes they were defeated. Bodies lay scattered everywhere. He sat down to rest under a tree. Damn it. Now he really couldn't move a single finger. The leader walked up to him. The man was silent, eyes glowing red. The mask showed a crack. Fragments fell to the ground. The man's features were revealed. His exhausted, weakened body collapsed. He fell into Chansang's arms. Seeing the woman unconscious, he was astonished. Chansang, do you want to push her away? What's wrong? Wake up. What's going on? Suddenly someone stepped forward. He blurted, how can you be here? Wasn't the illusion already broken? Facing them was Jae-gyong, a sword in her hand. Her cold voice rang out. I've waited for this day for a very long time. The blade pointed at Chansang's face. At that moment, everything seemed to freeze. Her gaze was icy, and he trembled as the tip of the sword nicked the tree trunk behind him. She demanded, husband, who is this wench? Chansang protested indignantly. I don't know either. I couldn't move, and besides, we've called off the engagement. So calling me husband. Her face went cold with murderous intent as she flung the woman in Chansang's arms backward. She produced a necklace. What do you mean by that? My husband already gave me this token of affection. He retorted, that was your one-sided feeling. Jae-gyong ordered, lock these people up in Bodha Temple's dungeon. He thought to himself, still won't listen to others. Her hand reached toward Chansang's face, and she hoisted him up firmly. Jae-gyong said gently, I've come to serve you. Husband, at Bodha Temple, Base, Mangti said apologetically. I'm sorry, I should have protected the sect leader, but the enemy's illusions were truly vicious. You sit and recuperate, your belly wrapped in bandages. Raise your hands properly. He obeyed, facing the wall with his hands raised. The whole room fell silent. The sound of Mangti's steady breathing echoed. He asked, but I heard Bodha Temple is on southern Bodha Mountain. When did it move to Base? And I heard no men are allowed in there, dead or alive. What connection do you have with Bodha Temple that lets you enter? He revealed, to be precise, it's not me, but that I have deep ties with the beggar's sect. Mangti was surprised. Bodha Temple is called the Sword Pavilion. What relation could it have with the beggar's sect? He warned, don't lower your hands. Do you know Bodha Temple's origin? Of course, sir. I'm a high-ranking disciple of the beggar's sect. We have all that intel down pat. The story rewound into the past. A black ant scurried on the ground. The nun's broom swept them away. Long ago, a nun completed a 1,000-day ascetic ordeal. On her way back to the convent, the nun noticed something happening nearby, where several women had been captured and were being dragged along the road. The nun was curious why these women were being taken away. The man watched the nun. By chance, someone on the road had died, so their numbers were short. Heaven really does lend a hand. He ordered the capture of this wench. The man had barely crowed a sentence before being struck down. Bodies lay strewn everywhere, and the nun had broken the precept against killing, so she could no longer return to the convent. Behind the nun were the captured women, so she led those homeless women with her, and on southern Bodha Mountain founded a small hut called Bodha Temple, taught those women swordsmanship, so they could both protect themselves and save others. Bodha Temple thus cultivated several generations of sword heroines and gained the reputation of a sword pavilion. But perhaps becoming too complacent, at some point they lost their ability to defend themselves, stopped producing sword heroines, shut the hut's doors, and lived cut off from the world. You're half right, half wrong. Mangti asked curiously, how so? You revealed that Bodha Temple no longer produced sword heroines, not because of arrogance, but because of their instincts. Mangti was puzzled. Instincts of women? You added that it was the instinct of motherhood. They cared for the elders and infants they had saved, so they couldn't continue to focus on cultivation, and later were exhausted traveling to resist those who wanted to destroy their reputation. Mangti connected the dots and said that Bodha Temple's link to the beggar's sect was related to how the sect once took in many homeless elders and infants. You confirmed. Yes. The beggar's sect helped Bodha Temple lighten the burden. One day, Bodha Temple will become the blade that protects the beggar's sect. Of course, that's still a story for the distant future. Outside, Jae-gyong was approaching. Walking beside her, O'Kryan said, "You will soon recover, as before." Young Master Yong recommended this child. The martial skill really improves day by day. Originally, our Bodha Temple would have produced a new sword heroine. Jae-gyong blushed. You flatter me. She came close to the sickbed, but among young Master's attackers, some people like Jae-gyong had their past memories erased and were cursed with dark arts. Chansang listened attentively. You asked, the one who tricked you into thinking he was your adoptive father, Jie Daehong, could very well be from Crimson Blood Castle. Your memories still haven't recovered? Jae-gyong confirmed. Yes, I only remember the scene of that person killing my parents, but I still can't recall what my parents were like. Her eyes held sorrow. Jae-gyong placed her hand on yours. If not for my husband, you nearly had my parents enchanted and killed, made me his wife forever. Chansang replied anxiously, no, it can't really be counted as my merit. O'Kryan suggested, you've also traveled far to get here. Why not eat something first? Mangti declined. It's fine, I'll wait and eat later with the sect leader. She issued a thinly veiled threat. Let's go, shut up. And he immediately complied. Yes. Seeing Mangti walk with his hand raised, O'Kryan was curious. But why do you keep your hand raised? He answered, I'm training. The room now held only the two of them. You turned and said, Miss Jae-gyong, there may be a small misunderstanding between us. She took out the ring. Husband, this thing not only dispels evil arts, it also has another secret. Did you know? Chansang was surprised. Another secret? Jae-gyong brought up a different matter. Husband, do you remember the first day we met? You were not very enthusiastic. You said you didn't wish to remember much. She revealed, I was under an evil spell, believing the one who killed my parents was my adoptive father, and he nearly harmed you. But you used the security chain from the betrothal gifts to help me break the enemy's spell, and even brought me to this Putuo Bodha Temple, giving me a place to rely on. Chansang was bewildered. Why do our memories differ a little? The story rewound to half a year earlier. Back then, you were carrying a bag, having just secured control of the beggar's sect and persuaded the explosive lord, but to support the great cause you want to undertake, the sect's strength was still far too weak. Such favors should be given when the other party is in trouble. Wait until their vital energy recovers. Then come collect repayment. For now, help Bodha Temple appropriately while they're in difficulty, then exploit them later. Luckily, when selling the betrothal gifts for donations, I kept these jewels. Bodhi Temple is all women. These will be more useful than banknotes, right? As he muttered, someone approached from behind. Chansang silently listened to the sounds behind him. He turned and sneered a couple lines. These bandits have an eye. Spotting I'm of noble birth, they cling wherever I go. Seeing Jaegyong's face darken, Chansang startled. What? Why are you so angry? He seemed to recall something, then clasped his hands in greeting. I am Chansang. You are the abbess of Bodhi Temple, aren't you? The other introduced herself. You shameless man. I am the one who was betrothed to you, the adopted daughter of the upright scholar Jie Daehong, Hong Jaegyong. Hearing that name, Chansang was stunned. He looked up to study her. Curious, he asked, so why are you here, planning to become a nun at Bodhi Temple because of heartbreak? That's unnecessary, really. She drew her sword toward him and said, Shut up. You unilaterally broke the engagement and squandered my betrothal gifts on the road. You disappointed my adoptive father and brought me shame. I will kill you first, then end my own life. Before him, he was speechless. He leaned aside and swung a sword at her. He pleaded, Don't get riled up over a trivial matter. Let's at least talk. Jaegyong found it ridiculous. Trivial? Because of you, my adoptive father, who rescued and raised me, was disappointed. You call that trivial? They both retreated a few paces. A tear appeared on the sleeve of his arm where the sword had cut. Chansang dropped the bag in his hand, and he said, If we can't talk, so be it. I won't go easy on you just because you're a woman. She replied, Seems you're not just a rumored playboy, but to me it's all the same. They fought for a while, leaves scattering through the forest. Chansang frowned, studying his opponent. Warm blood flowed from his nose. Chansang knelt. Please spare my life. Please. The sword's tip aimed at his face. Jaegyong said coldly, Begging is pointless. A powerful downward slash came. He quickly grabbed for the bag. Too late. He hurled the bag forward. It struck Jaegyong's sword exactly and was cut in two. Countless pieces of jewelry spilled out, including that necklace. Chansang used that moment to flee. Her sword was still raised when the necklace fell and struck the sword's tip. It slid down to just below the hilt of the sword and wrapped several times around her wrist. A stream of energy emanated from it. Chansang also stopped and glanced back at the situation behind him. The sword in Jaegyong's hand fell, and a purple aura radiated from the necklace. Her eyes also took on a purple hue. Suddenly, Jaegyong's knees buckled, and she fainted. He stood there, plunged into confusion. Chansang stepped forward to look down and observe. What's wrong? Why suddenly? From behind? O'Kryan led people over. Seeing you here, she scolded, You bastard! How dare you loiter at the Bodhi Temple gate, teasing a woman? At this moment, Chansang was half undressed, and she was an unconscious woman, and no amount of explaining from him would make it seem otherwise. Back in his mind, Chansang thought, if he couldn't clear up the misunderstanding, then my neck would probably have. At that time, my skill was poor. I had no choice but to hand her to Bodhi Temple and flee. But after swallowing the bloodstone and about to enter the trap transformation, with my current strength, I can avenge that humiliation. Jaegyong spoke up. To repay you, I train hard every day. Not long ago, I entered the trap transformation, and then I discovered the secret this security chain hides. The hand that was about to tally stopped. Chansang forced a smile. Trap transformation? The sect leader said, Miss Jaegyong will soon become a sword heroine. Seems it's no joke. She replied, You flatter me. In short, when you touch this security chain, while slightly transformed, you'll see a chart. Chansang looked and asked, A chart? What kind of chart? Jaegyong wasn't sure either. She didn't know. Apparently, you must find something that pairs with this chain to see the whole map. Chansang picked it up to examine. If it can dispel dark arts that have lasted decades and hides a map, the security chain is certainly no ordinary item. A thought flashed through his mind, but Chansang wasn't yet sure. Could it be? She asked curiously, Did you discover something? Chansang denied it. No, I was thinking the ambushers who trapped me might come attack this place. Jaegyong reassured him. If that's the case, you needn't worry. The sect leader has prepared defenses against enemy attacks. Your wound isn't deep, but you mustn't overexert yourself. Please rest well here. Chansang asked a favor. Please find me a place to seclude and cultivate at Bodhi Temple. There I'll circulate my chi and should recover quickly. She led him to a cave, and by chance there was a very suitable spot. Inside, torches were lit. He instructed, "You girls hold out until sunrise tomorrow. Then I will surely." Jae-gyong refused. "No need. Husband, rest here and heal properly." She wrapped the chain around Chansang's wrist. "I could break free of the dark arts because this security chain can purify inner power. Circulating chi will help. Don't worry about outside matters. Just recover well. I'll make sure no one disturbs my husband." He thought to himself, "I'll leave clearing the misunderstanding for another time." A gem dimmed the light with its own glow. He rummaged inside his chest. In his hand now were a token and a necklace. He recalled telling Boyan earlier, "I have urgent matters and must leave first." She continued, "So what about our accepting the beggar's sex proposal?" He reassured her, "Don't worry about that. From now on, the beggar's sect will act as a cover for Wangbo House." Her expression showed worry. Chansang saw it clearly. "Come here, words calm her. Then what guarantee shall I give you?" Boyan waved her hand to refuse. "No, absolutely not that idea." He took out a martial manual. She stared at it in surprise. "This is," he explained, "it used to be the famed Zhou House's secret manual in the martial world, but the family has since been wiped out. Crimson Blood Castle slaughtered the Zhou family to obtain this manual. So, is the manual truly that valuable?" Boyan held it curiously and asked, "Such a precious thing. Why would you hand it over so easily?" "I don't know martial arts, but a manual could be dearer to martial folks than life itself." Chansang replied, "Maybe so. Though I'm a ninth dragon of the beggar sect, I'm not really a martial man, so I don't fully understand." In short, it said Wangbo House not only transports large materials, but also discreetly stores secret items. "Please keep this for me safely. If I break my promise, you may deal with it as you see fit." She took something from her bosom. Could it be a coincidence? "Actually, I also have an item from Zhou House." Chansang looked surprised. "What?" Seeing what Boyan produced, he froze. The box in her hand held a token. "A year before Zhou House was destroyed, the Zhou Patriarch personally came to my father and asked us to safeguard this item. The condition was that if Zhou House were exterminated, this thing must not be allowed to fall into the world. If one day it meets the ninth dragon of the beggar's sect or the abbot of Sorim Temple, both neutral in the martial world, then hand it over." Chansang wondered, what exactly is this thing? Boyan revealed, on the surface it's a token with martial formulas, but that's just light masking light. Back in the present, he murmured, "I intended to hide the Han Thien, not Noyet manual, in Wangbo House's secret vault to avoid trouble. If Zhou House wasn't destroyed for that manual, but for this token, wouldn't I be bringing disaster on myself instead?" Waiting, and still no chi spirit appeared. He prompted, "What are you doing? Stop dawdling and come out." "Isn't today the 5th day?" She answered, "Thought you'd forgotten." Chansang replied, "That's not a pain you easily forget." The chi spirit added, "Still, I won't refuse. You must feel that by my efforts your body has grown stronger, right?" You confirm yes. "If not for that, my body would have been stronger then. Or at Wangbo House, I would have died at that camp leader's hands. Or died on the way here. So can't we settle this today in one go?" The chi spirit exclaimed, "What? You ask that from now on it be every 5 days, about 17 times in 3 months. Can't we do it all today instead?" She snapped angrily. "Haven't I told you? This isn't simple. It's a major, extremely meticulous undertaking." Chansang taunted, "Go on pretending to be strong. Can't you even handle something this small?" She worried, "Your body can't take it. Maybe you'll go mad before it's finished." He refused to hear it. "You see for yourself. At this rate, I might not last 3 days, let alone 3 months. I need great power now." The chi spirit predicted he might not survive the night. Chansang smirked, having anticipated this. After all, to gain big rewards you must accept big risks. She needed more time to think. Finally, the chi spirit agreed. After all, once begun it cannot be stopped. Streams of chi rushed toward him, and strange sounds echoed from inside the cave, where Jae-gyong was fighting. Her gaze flicked to the distance. Someone ran over shouting, "Junior sister, hurry to the sect leader." She asked, "Where is the sect leader now?" The sect leader was under Ga Daehong's control. Several cords appeared in his hands. They were clinging to O'Kryan. Her arms were restrained by those cords. Daehong sneered, You ran off with your tail between your legs. Why not live quietly? Dare obstruct me, and you must be tired of living. O'Kryan taunted him a few words. Yes, I plan to live quietly. Yet an annoying old coward came to disturb the courtyard. Daehong trembled with fury. He raised both hands. Fresh blood gushed from her body. O'Kryan slumped to the ground. When Jaegyong arrived and saw this, she anxiously called for the sect leader. Daehong glanced at the newcomer, and surprise showed in his eyes. Jaegyong ordered, "Quickly take the sect leader away. Leave this place to me." He stammered, "Jaegyong, you're still alive?" She replied, "My parents' killers haven't paid yet. How could I be dead?" Daehong sensed that the dark spell on you had all been dispelled, indicating that item is on your person. He shouted, "The jade necklace is mine." Jaegyong realized his plan. "So you married me off to young Masters Yong to take the security chain for my dowry." Her figure began to shift. Now, Jaegyong was right behind him, blade at his throat. She asked, "Then why did you kill my parents?" Previously, her parents had told her, "Jaegyong, they put you in a box. Never go outside, understand?" Little Jaegyong was terrified then, and the wooden box was closed. Jaegyong trembled in fear as the evil hand reached toward the box. His blade, stained with her blood, hovered over her body. Daehong soothed, "Don't be afraid. I will erase your painful memories and implant new ones. Now tell me, the memories of my parents that you erased, what were they like?" He replied, "You're dead anyway. What good is knowing who they were? Don't play games. Tell me where the jade necklace is. It's the only way you and the people of Bodhi Temple can live." Jaegyong shouted, "Your neck's about to be cut. What use is the security chain?" The blade was aimed at his throat. Daehong's finger casually twitched up. The blade could no longer move. It had been wrapped by the cord in his hand, looping around the post behind him. Daehong yanked the cord, pulling her in close as well. The old man took that moment to reach out to attack. Jaegyong calmly assessed the situation. Her blade quickly sliced through the thick cords. While she flipped backward, Jaegyong landed safely on her feet. Daehong's hands were gesturing wildly. He waved toward his opponent, and a spray of earth and rock from the neighboring house shot toward her. From that spray of rubble, Daehong hurled out several wired blades. She concentrated fully and swung the sword in her hand. Jaegyong demanded, "Why treat me like this? Why didn't you kill me back then? Why make me revere the man who murdered my parents?" A few of the blades in his hand spun rapidly. The sword and those blades clashed, producing a harsh metallic ring. Jaegyong had to retreat. Daehong explained, "Compared to dull men, infants and women with strong empathy are easier to brainwash, especially bright-eyed ones like." She bowed her head, voice low upon hearing that truth. The sword in her hand twitched slightly. Jaegyong gripped the hilt tightly. "Repent before you die. The filial daughter you flaunt is no daughter of virtue, but death itself that will kill you." The blade, bearing force, slashed out. The tip of the sword swiftly appeared before Daehong. It halted a few centimeters from his brow. She could not advance another inch. He sneered, saying he had only kept her a few years, and she already thought herself high and mighty. "I have countless filial daughters like you across the Central Plains." The cords were winding around her limbs and neck. Daehong remarked her early-stage illusion transformation was commendable. "Had the dark spell on you not been dispelled, you could have been a powerful aid for me." The tightening cords caused her great discomfort. He raised a hand, "But right now you're just a puppet I've used up and discarded." Both hands jerked the cords hard backward. Elsewhere, looking at the group of children before him, Daehong's subordinate asked, "What about the infants?" The man behind reminded, "Didn't you hear the sect leader's order? They must not be left alive. Manhwa appear to block them. I will protect the children behind me from now on. Whoever crosses this line will make you wish you were dead," she said. Manhwa's eyes showed determination. The two men froze in panic. Manhwa thought to herself that they must have come because of Senior Explosive Lord. "Elders, hold on until I clear this place. I'll be there soon," she said. On the beggar's sect side, the elder, Jongma, his body covered in wounds, asked, "Who exactly are you? Is benevolence on par with the Buddha some strange heavenly art? Or is the sect leader, the venomous snake, utterly ruthless?" Having said that, Jongma though Huyet, his whole body collapsed to the ground. Guanbin stepped forward and said, "Both of these could be considered mine." He was facing Songbeak, sitting on the chair. He spoke, "Once I obtain the technique to make incendiary elixirs today, I will become even more ruthless." Just then, someone appeared behind them. Guanbin raised his hand to block. His arm was already smoking. The bloody demon's face darkened. He said, "Thank you for saving me the trouble of searching." Guanbin was surprised. Looking closely, it seemed like the old alpha dog. "How are you still alive?" The bloody demon trembled slightly. He had been treated in time earlier. Chan Sang breathed a sigh of relief. "Glad you woke before I left. You and the previous ninth dragon were poisoned by the same toxin, and this elder managed to concoct an antidote to save you." Jalma urged. "Who poisoned you in the end? The dang house of the Orthodox? Or the venomous snake of the heretics? Speak up." The bloody demon replied. "What does it matter to you? They had their faces covered. I couldn't see clearly." He asked curiously, "But why save me?" Chan Sang smiled. "Because I was well brought up, respecting teachers and elders, seeing a dying old man. I truly could not sit idly by." The bloody demon growled. "I'll tell you how to repay me. When my body recovers, I'll get you to retrieve my bloodstone." Puzzled. "What's so special about a bloodstone that you're so obsessed?" He explained. "According to the rites of the human wolf great method, to reach the realm the blood cult spoke of, one must cultivate 49 arts, and the final thing is obtaining the bloodstone. I wanted to prove this." Chan Sang waved his hand. "After I tried it, I learned it's impossible to become a god. Instead, I nearly became a bloodthirsty madman. Besides, wasn't that blood cult long ago wiped out by a fanatic follower who killed the leader and all other followers? What's so appealing about their doctrine? Wait, I heard the blood cult basically had no survivors at all." A corner of his mouth twitched up. The bloody demon confirmed. "That's right, the fanatic was me. After I completed the final art, I proved those others wrong. It became my mission." You added, "That's why I said the deviant sect is very dangerous. So here's the deal. In 3 months, I'll give you the bloodstone." "Wait, within 3 months, even if you gut me, you still can't take the bloodstone. I don't intend to keep the blood pulse in my body forever." The bloody demon pondered the proposal. He asked, "What do you plan to do?" You requested, "I might leave this place for a while. There's a dog I keep behind the mountain. Feed it when you have time." Now, as some people in the gang were trying to stand up, Jalmar exclaimed, "It seems you were the one who poisoned the previous ninth dragon. Unbelievable." They stood behind the bloody demon. Guanbin faced them alone. He wasn't afraid. "An old alpha dog, a bunch of pups. What can you do to me?" All four surged forward at once. Guanbin instantly teleported away from where he stood. He circled around to Songbeak's rear. Guanbin warned, "If you don't want to lose the other 2 arms, quietly come with me. I only need your tongue. Just tell me how to make incendiary fireworks and shells." The bloody demon condensed his inner power and surged forward, holding a whip in his hand. Songbeak muttered, obviously told to feed the dog, yet can't even do that. No choice. The old man with weak legs and soft hands must suffer through it. Guanbin detected the teasing tone. "What the hell are you saying?" He revealed, "It's a very large dog." A dog from behind bit down on Guanbin's shoulder. Cutting to this side of the scene, the old man's face tightened. Early stage illusion transformation is truly commendable. If the dark spell on you hadn't been broken, you could have become a powerful aid for me. But right now you're just a puppet I've used up and discarded. Having said that, he swung both arms forcefully. Her hands were wet, fresh blood dripping to the ground. A drop of blood still clung to that thin cord. Daehong stood there laughing. A few people were standing around Jae-gyong to protect her. They called out, "Leave this to us. Junior sister, quickly go with young Master Yong. This is the sect master's order. Hurry. Among us, the only one with a chance to become Sword Empress to guard Boda Temple tomorrow is you, junior sister." Jae-gyong lowered her head. She had made her decision. Saw the... Jae-gyong's hand tightened on the sword. She could not step back. "Please excuse me from obeying, but do not worry. I will not be defeated." Jae-gyong faced the old man once more. Daehong sneered. "Really, you still don't grasp the gap in strength. Planning to use eggs to smash rocks." New cords shot out from his fingers. They all rushed forward in unison. Jae-gyong calmly faced them. The sword in her hand spun. Each strike cut those cords to pieces. Daehong froze when she managed to break them. Jae-gyong's expression remained calm. The sword in her hand arced once. A cut appeared on the ground. The sword on the ground was lifted by the blade. Jae-gyong pointed her sword at the boulder. That other sword fell in panic. She said, "Our sect's founding master wandered for 20 years. I've never treated a life, not even an ant's, lightly. I always sweep the path beneath my feet as I go. That's how Bodhi Temple's swordsmanship was founded, deeply reverent, even toward the smallest life. Daehong opposite grew wary. He unleashed a powerful, forceful slash. Impurities will certainly be swept away. In that instant, the old man froze. Not a single cord remained on his hand. Cutting to a scene with Huden. He was sitting and waiting for news. The night was long. Gong Myung apologized, saying it was all his subordinate's oversight. The subordinate had thought he'd dispersed enough of Jade Castle's forces, but the fighters who remained were truly outstanding. He was much calmer. It's over, don't worry too much. Ga Daehong will lead the Thunder Devils to attack Bodhi Temple, while Guanbin takes the venomous snake to deal with the beggar's sect. What do you think? The man replied. Both of those fellas are blinded by desire and have lost accurate judgment. Although Bodhi Temple no longer holds its former prestige, the House of the Sun's leader has just ended seclusion and come to assist. Still, Jie Daehong's action was overly hasty. The beggar's sect is the same. Even if Guanbin wants to strike them head-on while they're cornered, it's very hard to win. Huden laughed upon hearing this. He warned, "You're underestimating those two old firehouses too much. In this martial world where the weak are preyed on by the strong, they hold their positions not because of supreme skill, but because of their bottomless greed. Isn't the reason you sit in this seat also because your greed is greater than the others?" Having said that, Huden looked at the man kneeling below. That man was Yong Jiakjiam, the city lord of Jade Castle. He answered, "True enough, you Jianghu types think simply. Do you think that merely sitting in that position makes you the master of Jade Castle?" Hearing Yong Jiakjiam speak loudly, the guard beside him drew his sword. "How dare you be disrespectful?" Huden waved his hand to signal the man to stand down. He smiled. "A position can change a person. Whoever you seat in it will become the master, no matter who they are." Yong Jiakjiam replied, "What can inherit Jade Castle's 1,000-year fortune is not the high walls, nor the gold and jewels in the vault. The people you slaughtered are the true Jade Castle. What you possess is merely the empty shell of Jade Castle." Huden laughed at those grand words. He said coldly, "Then go to hell and watch Jade Castle's future." A subordinate's sword slashed through, but Yong Jiakjiam's back remained unbowed. Earlier at the city gate, guards had pointed their spears at the two approaching men. They sneered, "Is your city lord worth you risking your life to be so loyal?" The other side replied, "Loyalty, my foot. People do only as much as they're paid for. You bandits, of course, don't understand the value of honest labor." The two added, "You're about to die and still mouth off. Your skill isn't bad. Your courage is admirable. If you agree, you can join us." The gate guard firmly refused. "I'm no longer idle. I finally found a decent job. My mother's joy that day, I still remember clearly. You want me to become a thief?" The man opposite was about to draw his sword. There was no other way. The blade aimed at the gate guard died. The spear in the young man's hand was knocked up into the air. The gate guard fell with a thud to the ground. The two attackers had been taken down by a single person. Seeing him, the boy was surprised. "Captain Shinwell? It's you?" Shinwell replied, "I just returned from mission, doing a bit of extra work. You're not back yet. So what are you still doing here?" After asking, he opened the gate and walked inside. The gate guard advised, "This place is dangerous. You must think of your elder sister-in-law and the children too." Shinwell's footsteps paused. He reminded him, "I'm not married yet." The boy fell silent and bowed his head. Right then, as the blade swung toward Yong Jiakjiam, just as the sword paused at his throat, Shinwell appeared and with one stroke killed the man. He reported, "I'll deal with those who attacked our city and then return home." Jiakjiam warned, "If you're any later, you'll be out of job." Shinwell charged at them, and anyone who tried to approach him was slashed and sent flying backward by him. Shinwell's feet moved with agile turns. He stood before Jiakjiam like a protector. Shinwell declared, "This year I'm definitely getting married." Huden across from him rose to his feet. He leapt forward with interest. "So you're Shinwell after all." The distance between them closed, and a blade swung at him. Shinwell blocked it. "Let me go home, you bastards." Cut to Daehong holding one injured arm. Jaegyong's sword pressed to his neck. "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me who my birth parents are, and I'll spare you." He answered, "All right, I'll tell you. Actually, it was all orchestrated by Crimson Blood, not Huden. She frowned at hearing this. Daehong continued. He arranged and pulled the strings behind everything. I was only a substitute sheep, a shield. I could only follow his plan and wait for a chance to defeat him. Jaegyong cut him off. Stop babbling. Answer my question. Daehong replied. Surely you know how crimson blood, not Huden, brought a blood age upon the Central Plains back then? Every day, relatives and friends died in that catastrophe. Countless people lost their homes, starved on the roads. Each day was hellish suffering. I sought the jade necklace to stop crimson blood, not Huden. The sword tip rose once more. Jaegyong asked coldly, do you think I'm still fooled by your tangled lies? The old man curled his lips in a smile. That's right, but your senior sisters seem a bit different. There's murderous intent showing behind them. The three lunged forward to attack. She blocked all three blades at once. Jaegyong warned them, snap out of it. Don't let that man charm you. The three pairs of eyes went blank and lifeless. She realized, no, the senior sisters can't hear me anymore. She tightened her grip on the blade. Their swords were instantly flung aside. Jaegyong quickly struck their pressure points. All three collapsed unconscious at once. Jaegyong sneered. This cat can't run wild anymore. Daehong laughed until he trembled, speaking to his subordinate like that. He glanced to one side. Well then, how about this? A few people were standing over there, their swords pressed to throats, eyes vacant. They were men from Bodhi Temple. Old master orders. Hand over the spirit jade, and then kill yourself, and I will spare your fellow disciples. Jaegyong decided. If I kill you before they act, the hypnotism will be broken. Daehong shot back, are you sure? If I die, will that break the hypnosis for them? She thought to herself, until I know how they were hypnotized, I can't be rash. Hearing, touch, sight, what exactly are they? One sister's blade pressed hard. A line of blood welled at the throat. Chansang appeared right behind her. A sound came from his mouth, and in an instant they could break free of the hypnosis. Their eyes regained life. Everyone was bewildered. What happened? Sister Jaegyong, standing before them, was one person, none other than Chansang. He returned in time to ease Jaegyong's tension a bit. Langun, Daehong was surprised. How did you know how to dispel my hypnotism? Chansang replied, I once heard about it. You once held that bomb and spoke to Songbeak. The bomb only doves delivering letters could hear. If the person couldn't hear, how did you think of it? He replied regretfully, it's just that the person's ears couldn't hear, not that there was no sound. Besides, I didn't think it up. The Thunder Devil's leader, who worked under Crimson Blood, not Huden, used sound to charm people's hearts, hypnotizing and manipulating them. Great Lord of the North, one of the four pillars of the Orthodox, equal to Ga Daehong, not only excelled in swordsmanship, but was also deeply skilled in musical arts. Later, he infused internal energy into music and used sound to manipulate human emotions, eventually able to cause people to feel unprovoked murderous intent or to self-destruct. Though he crafted it into a secret manual, for love of music, he sealed it away and never let it see the light. But his junior brother killed him, stole the manual, and founded the Thunder Devils. You asked curiously whether that man told you about the manual after killing his senior? He sighed and denied it. How could that be? Because I had the weakest martial skill among Crimson Blood's underlings. Nahuden always stared at me, wanting to control me, but in the end, I found a way to break it. Now Chansang instructed that this place be left to him to handle. She should lead the sect leader and the senior sisters to Wangbo House. Mangti will guide her. Jaegyong objected. No, I must kill this man with my own hands. He wouldn't accept. Go there and wait for me. After giving the orders, Chansang advanced toward Daehong. She blushed and thought, only half a day, and he's already so trustworthy? Yes, I trust you, sir. The old man put on a smug face. You think I'll let you go that easily? My men are. Then fell silent when they saw him take out that necklace. Chansang reminded him, you want this, don't you? Your men. Before I came here, I dealt with them all. You just need to apply pressure, and a crack will appear on the surface of the pendant. The old man panicked. All right, wait, let go of it. Chansang immediately released his hold. Daehong then asked, now don't waste any more time here. Do you know Crimson Blood? That Nahuden wants to kill your father? To seize Jade Castle. Quickly hand that treasure chain over to me and join forces with me. I can help you. He emotionlessly shook the necklace. The old man, afraid Chansang would break it, replied. All right. Chan Sang wasn't worried. Jade Castle already has an unmarried man. No need to fret. He turned his back on the old man. Dehong fell into thought. He wondered, he's so young. How can he be so untouchable? His aura is twice his years. It's impossible to believe he's a decadent playboy. Why do his eyes carry the demeanor of someone who's walked the path of the world? Dehong lowered his gaze. He thought to himself that I was too foolish. Thinking enduring half a day's pain would do. It felt like being trapped there. At minimum, I'd have to struggle for 10 years. Chan Sang shook his head, trying to purge all images of that experience from his mind. He turned back and said, It seems everyone has descended the mountain already. A longing flashed in the old man's eyes. Then, according to the agreement, jade necklace. Chan Sang crushed it. Why do you think I'll abide by the agreement? Dehong didn't expect all his efforts to shatter before him. Chan Sang then lunged to attack. One kick sent the old man tumbling down. Dehong's head slammed into the ground. The necklace reduced to rubble fell from his hand, and he gratefully thought, Thank you for waiting. Chan Sang called over, Come out, master. Old man Gung praised. Not bad. You've improved to the point you can sense my aura. He wondered curiously why his master was here. His fingers twitched slightly from behind. What else could it be? Old man Gung punched Chan Sang once. I came to teach you, my only disciple. Not heeding his master's advice, running into the martial world showing off, nearly dying. I'm here to see whether I should let you keep that little life of yours. His whole body went still. Chan Sang's hand had managed to block it, so the master aimed at your dantian instead to attack. Huh? Old man Gung confirmed. Yes, you've grown up. Just fix that temper. You can live fine without martial skill now. He exposed. Master came to Bodhi Temple looking for you, which proves he came with this man. When did Master begin working for Crimson Blood? Not Huden. He struck directly at the boy's body. Chan Sang stepped back. The old man lunged forward in fury. Who dares sit on my head? One of his punches struck the ground hard enough to crack it. Stones and earth flew into the air. Old man Gung said, I'm only allying temporarily because I need to. You challenged. Does Master really think being beside that man lets him spar with top fighters at will? Not for such childish reasons. Surely. He fell silent at that remark. He kicked a huge boulder toward Chan Sang. It flew straight at him. Chan Sang shattered the rock. Exactly as suspected. Master has trained long enough, so why for this reason? He replied. Martial arts have been in decline for a long time. Whether orthodox or unorthodox, they consider surpassing one's master a grave disrespect. So each generation is weaker than the last. Hoarding those old manuals doesn't advance anything. Those with vested interests, fearing loss, instead of honorable duels, resort to sniping about origins and attacking one another. Forcing this rotting martial world to stay vigilant is House of the Sun's mission, to pursue the highest realm of martial skill. He rushed in and elbowed him, and Chan Sang managed to block it. You spoke up. Master may not be overly gentle, but he's not that extreme either. Master gathered his strength and raised his other hand. Chan Sang was blasted backward. He gave no chance to react and surged forward. Attacks rained down toward Chan Sang. Only he understood. Is that so? Back then I nearly settled for a quiet life too. To defeat the young master of Jade Castle, I fought 3 days and 3 nights without deciding a victor. His opponent still had not been beaten. He stood opposite, eyes intently studying the opponent. Someone hauled over a large jar of wine and asked, There's a good jar of wine. Want a cup before continuing the fight? It was Jiakjiam who brought the wine, and he was given a knowing glance. As they sat and drank, he recounted, I have a young son, while that master was disheartened and wanted to go home. He thought to himself, I didn't intend to take a disciple then. I only wanted to pay off the wine debt and rest a bit. But watching you improve day by day made me think living like that wasn't so bad. He silently observed Chan Sang, seeing you so absorbed in reading. He stepped forward and asked, What are you staring at so intently? The boy bowed politely and said, Master has arrived. I'm arranging ways to earn money. He was surprised. You already have wealth to last generations. You want to make more instead of preserving the family fortune? You answered, Of course I've never assumed my father's wealth is mine alone. I must rely on my own abilities, earn more than my father, and spend it well. That can also be seen as the duty of someone born into a notable family, to enjoy better things than others. I need an excuse to borrow some capital from my father and then leave home to trade. He pondered those words. Right now, he was condensing a perfect blood orb. Both tips of his Tianchong fingers were glowing. He revealed, "At that moment, your words really struck me like a cleaver to the skull." A murderous aura radiated from him. Chansang admitted to himself that he had spoken useless words back then. The forest had been peaceful, when suddenly leaves scattered and flocks of birds took frantic flight. He launched the blood orb toward his master. The old man moved nimbly, dodging and charging in. In no time, he appeared before him. A crushing punch descended from him. Chansang felt the pain roll through him. He grit his teeth and tried to bear it. Chansang's hand shot out as well. A palm strike forced the old man to retreat. Only a thick cloud of dust remained before their eyes, and he was panting without end. From the dust, the outline of the old man emerged. He spoke. "Seeing how much your martial skill has advanced, my thinking has changed. From now on, if you want to live, kill your master. On Jaegyong, side arrangements are being made. Please look after the sect leader and my senior sisters. I will definitely bring young Master Yong back." Mang Ti received the order. "All right, don't worry." His eyes were full of hope. He prayed that she would certainly return safely with the lord of the residence. Safe and sound, okay? Jaegyong then accelerated away. The motion made her hair billow. Indeed, in less than a day, she had become a different person. Fake Daehong simply couldn't compare, but there was clearly the aura of someone at a completely different realm there. She recalled his instruction, "Leave this place to me. Lead the sect leader and the senior sisters to Wangbo House. Mang Ti will guide you. Though I don't want to disappoint the husband who painstakingly carved out time for us. But if the husband intends to face that person alone, it might be a bit too much for him. Regardless, I must protect my husband." The forest where the master and disciple were was no longer peaceful. Chansang had been driven back. 2 hollows were now carved into the ground. He reminded, "Master came here just to cripple this outstanding disciple's dantian and spare his life for you." He replied, "That was the original intent, but after sparring with you, my thoughts changed. Today, only one person will leave this place alive." With that, he immediately lunged forward. The two of them exchanged several more blows. Chansang could only grit his teeth and defend. A spirit chi appeared behind him. The spirit chi warned, "All his attacks aim to take your life. If you don't kill him, you will die by his hand." "Master," you couldn't help asking, "Why is it like this?" He answered, "Just think of me as a top expert here to stir up the martial world a bit." Chansang bit his lip, forced to make a decision. A pulse of force spread out like a sonic wave, but he still stood there calmly, while Chansang looked a mess, panting nonstop. Chansang's hand was seized by his master. "You're about to die, and your moves are still this weak?" He slammed him down to the ground. Chansang spat a few mouthfuls of blood. His whole body rolled away. He stepped up and asked, "Life is hard even outside the martial world, isn't it? Because you're the son of the Yanshan family, you wouldn't know." Fresh blood kept welling from Chansang's mouth. "You asked, how did I grow up? Master, surely you know, don't you?" "Of course I know," he said. "Countless kidnappings and poisonings. That's your troubled fate, but you've survived them all. Before you die, I'll tell you one thing. You no longer have anywhere to belong." Chansang was dumbfounded at the question. He revealed, "I arrived earlier and already received the news. The Beggar's Sect and Jade Castle will eventually vanish from the martial world." You were stunned. "What did Master say?" He cut to the point. "The place you were born and the place you built up will both disappear in a single night. What do you plan to do now? Will you resent your fate and die helplessly? Or give this master a bit of fun with a desperate fight before you die?" A cool breeze blew. Chansang made his decision. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. Chansang's gaze held a chill. He spun and kicked toward him. The master quickly caught it with his hand. Chansang teleported backward and attacked. He used Heaven-Shaking Strike, followed by the martial transmutation Heavenly Chain Wave. Countless chunks of earth shattered right before his master. He calmly watched the flying slabs of rock. But what happened next left him stunned. A blood orb pierced through a massive stone. It made one side of his cheek smoke, and you were still controlling 2 blood orbs. Chansang watched his opponent warily. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He said approvingly, "Yes, that's how it should be." A cloud drifted lazily across the blue sky, when suddenly a burst of power shot up, punching a hole through the cloud, and another beam pierced the cloud layer. Before long, that cloud layer was shattered. Drops of blood fell downward. The tips of his fingers were already bleeding. Chansang was no worse either. Daehong hid behind a distant rock and muttered, "Oh my god, 2 monsters. I thought House of the Sun only taught that brat in Tynok City a few basic moves. I didn't expect such a deep master-disciple bond." The old man immediately saw the problem. Daehong watched old man Gung using that crude strength and thought he called it seclusion training. Has he gone mad? Though the moves are lethal, they clearly aren't trying to kill him. Absolutely not. The one who crushed the jade necklace I've chased my whole life will never be forgiven. I must find a chance to kill both of them. The rings that fell far away were sucked back by him. Daehong's hand rummaged through his chest. In the end, the only one who could walk out of here alive would be me. Then he took out a ring. He squeezed it hard. With this, it's enough. Chansang, over there, was still holding a defensive stance, his eyes fixed intently on his opponent. Old man Gung across from him also did not hurry to act. His face was covered in scratches. Chansang wanted to pause the fight. Wait a moment. Master, when you taught me, you clearly said that when using martial transmutation, heavenly chain wave, you must release the move from the back. Release the imperial force from the back like a butterfly's wings stirring up a storm. But what did Master just do? Why did you use your elbow to launch the martial transmutation heavenly chain wave? And you said the heaven-shaking strike is stomping like this into the ground, releasing imperial force and shaking heaven and earth. Master just clapped his hands. How could that produce a heaven-shaking strike? He sighed. How did I end up taking such an idiot as a disciple? He lunged, stamping the ground with his back. Those are all basic moves. You must learn to apply them flexibly. A punch aimed at him, a blow that sent him flying backward. He reminded him that martial transmutation, heavenly chain wave, uses joints and muscles of the body to project imperial chi. Are joints and muscles only located in your back? Fragments of rock hovered around his hand. He flicked them forward. A stone exploded right in front of Chansang's abdomen, and his whole body collapsed to the ground. He lectured, "The heaven-shaking strike is putting imperial chi into an object and then launching it. So air and trees are objects too. Why couldn't you launch through them?" Chansang struggled up. "You should have told me earlier. In any case, thank you, Master, for your patient instruction. Your disciple will certainly not forget your teachings. So from now on, when the forest pretends to use lethal moves, please really attack." He smiled and asked, "So you noticed?" He exposed, "If you're going to lie like me, you have to be a habitual liar to act it well." "Master, you're so fake." He agreed. "All right, then I'll fight for real." A drop of blood rose into the air. It spun into a small vortex in Chansang's hand. On his side, there was a similar move. The two forces shot toward each other. A collision occurred. Chansang's blood orb pierced through. It surged straight at him. He gritted his teeth and watched the result. Countless blood orbs appeared in the sky. Chansang used an earthen wall to block them. On the other side, the master stomped hard into the ground, creating a shockwave. Both master and disciples' eyes showed determination. The stone wall kept getting battered. At that moment, Daehong appeared behind him. The old man advanced step by step. Chansang felt he couldn't hold on. An earthen wall rose up right behind him. It shot up high, and one of Daehong's strikes plunged into the stone wall. He hadn't expected this attempt to be for nothing. He glanced at that stone wall and realized it was his master's technique. Chansang looked toward his master behind him. He was standing with legs spread, ready. He closed his eyes, lost in thought. Chansang stepped up to him. He whispered, "Master." The two master and disciple are facing each other. Chansang froze. Why? The wall behind had been smashed. It was Daehong who had struck. He was trying to attack him again. A shield appeared, blocking Daehong's action. His wrist was struck. Daehong's eyes widened in pain. Daehong retreated. What is this? He stood dumbfounded. What stopped him? Protective chi can't do it. Protective chi of this skill level cannot break my hypnosis. It was the righteous spirit that blocked it. She wondered, why did he lose focus in the fight? To the point that I had to run out and take the blow. Taking this chance, I could seize his body, or deal with this scoundrel first. The spirit chi struck his wrist. A fist glanced at Daehong's abdomen. If I finish him and he still hasn't come to, then no need to worry further. Your body will be mine. From start to finish, his face showed only confusion. Daehong only saw, what exactly was that chi beside him? Only then did Chansang snap away. He flew around behind his master. Right after, his palm emitted protective chi. He, wounded in the chest, warned, "Don't recklessly use innate chi like that." Chan Sang wanted to heal him. "Master, don't say useless things. Focus your mind and absorb the chi I'm transmitting. It's only temporary, but it should hold until we reach the clinic." He bled at the corner of his mouth. "You're so faint-hearted. What am I to do with you?" "Don't mind it. It was all my own intention. When I ended my seclusion, I already knew. There wasn't much left for me to teach you." Chan Sang was still transmitting chi to his master. He continued, "Disabling your dantian was only an excuse. I came to save your life, but after sparring with you, my thoughts changed." His eyes held affection as he looked at his disciple. His figure gradually faded away. Chan Sang was dazed by the sight. He left only one message. "What I could not accomplish, you may achieve for me." His legs buckled to the ground. His expression filled with bewilderment. On the other side, Daehong was still fighting the spirit chi. Jae-gyong had already flown over. She frowned and looked at the old man coldly. Daehong tried to flee. "Today I'll spare you for now." His gaze flicked toward him. "Next time I won't." Jae-gyong landed on the ground. He still seemed breathless. She softly called him husband. Meanwhile, Daehong was fleeing. Chan Sang's body had collapsed to the ground. Jae-gyong called out in worry. 3 months later, at the brewery of the Sullied. Inside the room, the door was shut tight. There sat one person, Chan Sang himself. Mang Ti came to report. "The imperial court, in the name of repairing the roads, is rounding up beggars and throwing them into the dungeons. Officials, whether out of duty or displeasure with the order keeping and repairs the beggars' sect previously carried out, are seizing beggars in waves every day. Those beggars who joined the beggars' sect survived thanks to Manhwa's sister, who helped with chores at the brothels and inns run by the Sullied." His face was sunk in shadow, his expression unclear. He continued, "The epidemic still spreads across the Central Plains. Hundreds or thousands die each day, but we don't know if it's truly a plague or—" Mang Ti hesitated, pausing briefly. He went on to report that it's unclear whether the poison used by those who attacked the beggars' sect and killed several elders was involved. Bongxian Island and Mupeng are investigated. Chan Sang ordered, "I know. You may go outside." Mang Ti was saddened that he paid no attention to affairs outside. 3 young women were waiting outside the door. Each of them eagerly looked toward the door. He stepped out of the room. The 3 asked at once, "Where's young Master Yong? Where's Ninth Dragon? Where's my husband?" Mang Ti sighed and shook his head. The 3 understood, and each looked disappointed. Bloody Demon carried over a wooden box. "Everyone clear a path. Don't block the way." He threw the door wide open. The 3 months appointment had come. Chan Sang inside glanced listlessly, his eyes empty. At a certain shop, a voice rang out. "Honestly, this can't be done." Jijin complained. "I'm supposed to be the chief steward of Wangbo House, yet I have to hide in the Sullied's chicken pen to brew wine. Is that proper?" Suyak advised, "Please stay calm." The 5 Lake Dragon brothers, who have become subordinates of Crimson Blood, not Huden, are searching everywhere to avenge Wangbo House. Where else is safer than here? Jijin was still irritated. He shouldn't have allied with those beggars in the first place. He warned sternly, "Mind your words. They are our benefactors." The man paid no heed. "Benefactors, my foot. They're all cripples now. Who knows how long any of them will live? And you were thrown out by Bloody Demon." He looked coldly at the youth who had lost all vitality. Bloody Demon demanded, "I don't care whether you personally killed your master. That's none of my business. Hand over my bloodstone now." Chan Sang still kept his head bowed. A faint curl touched the corner of his mouth. Chan Sang asked, "Are you worried about me now?" He retorted, "What? Worried about me and worried about you? I just want to get my things back." Leaning his hand on his cheek, he said indifferently, "It was set for 3 months, now a few days overdue. If you wanted the bloodstone, then upon hearing I became a cripple lying in bed, you should have barged in and cut me open to take the bloodstone right away." Bloody Demon explained, "That's because of those beggars and that sullied woman and that Boda Temple woman too. They kept a watchful eye in case anyone harmed you, so I couldn't act." He revealed, "I already informed them long ago. If anyone came to collect from me, don't stop them, just let them in." Bloody Demon went stiff upon hearing this. He realized, so becoming a cripple, losing your honor, it was all your scheme? He replied, "As you see, I have too many people to care for. I can't afford to fall." Now let me hear Crimson Blood's story. Even with a Crimson Blood, not Huden death order, you shouldn't be the type to linger at my place because of that. You've long been a target wanted by the Imperial Court and the Murim Alliance. He hinted that many truly wanted him dead, but even more had been killed by his counterplots. At that moment, Guanbin had been bitten on the shoulder. A blow landed on his head. Guanbin's whole body went limp. Bloody Demon shouted, "This is the price for poisoning me." Yet he laughed all the same. He was flung far away. He collapsed with a thud to the ground. Strange purple chi emanated from the dog's mouth. Its fangs couldn't pierce Guanbin's shoulder at all. The dog also fell down. He warned to open your eyes and look clearly. Guanbin took a step forward. Both his palms radiated killing intent. "How many more people will have to die because of you?" Songbeak intervened. "Stop it. You've already taken enough. Even you, Bloody Demon," trembled slightly from the pain. Jama warned, "We're here. Take Songbeak away at once." He refused curtly. "With such an interesting opponent, I won't leave." Jama disagreed. "This concerns life and death for the martial world." Bloody Demon charged up. "What does that have to do with me?" The war club in his hand, ready to strike down. A fierce force rippled out as the club slammed into the ground, while Guanbin easily stepped back to evade. He glanced at the ground, now concaved into a pit, and Songbeak had already been carried off by Bloody Demon. He swore, "Damn it, dealing with this nonsense again." Guanbin acted immediately. "You think I'll let you escape easily? Not a chance." The three of them closed in on him. Guanbin alone fought back against the three of them. He shouted, "Seize Songbeak. Brothers of the Beggars sect, open a path for Bloody Demon." Others immediately gave chase to Bloody Demon. Here, he swung the club behind him, striking them down, but their numbers were large. Another group surged forward, the distance between them closing fast. One person lunged to block a man. She pinned him down and restrained him. Bloody Demon landed on the ground. He was protected by those present. They shouted to clear the way for Bloody Demon. His face darkened, yet Bloody Demon still had to press on. He muttered in annoyance, "Useless chilies. These filthy beggars actually died protecting me. It's enough to make one furious." Chansang had guessed it, but in the end still failed, right? Bloody Demon gritted his teeth and admitted it. Yes, if time were to rewind to then, he was surrounded by a crowd. All of them surged forward to attack at once. The dog advanced. It bit into Songbeak, and even Bloody Demon was soaked in fresh blood. He recounted that only he survived. "Meng, I was responsible for protecting the children." Both the dog and Songbeak lay sprawled on the ground. Bloody Demon tightened his grip on the club, which made him angrier. It was maddening. "I will find that person," he vowed. In the moment, he angrily raised the club, then slammed it down hard. Long cracks appeared across the ground. Bloody Demon continued, "Then deal with them properly, or I won't be satisfied." Chansang asked curiously, "So out of rage you want to join forces to confront Crimson Blood? Not Huden?" He was surprised. "Don't you think that reason is enough?" The boy smiled at that question. Chansang denied, "No. Compared to Crimson Blood and Na Huden, who supposedly unify the martial world by causing a blood calamity, this reason is much better. It's just that we can't simply fold you into our ranks like that." He picked up the wooden staff from the ground. "If you can withstand all my moves, then I'll accept you." Bloody Demon was stunned. He cautioned, "Although I know you've grown considerably stronger, the martial world isn't just about being powerful to survive." He turned to one side and muttered a few indistinct words. Chansang reminded him, "You must remember the techniques I'm about to use. Like the jade necklace, there's bound to be something hidden." Bloody Demon thought to himself, "They'd say swallowing a bloodstone drives you mad. Seems it's not mere rumor." He brandished the wooden staff in his hand. "Then let's begin." Chansang drew a breath, then moved with astonishing speed. Bloody Demon hadn't expected such speed, and he raised his club to block. Chansang swung the staff and struck, sending sharp gusts of wind slicing down. They wove together in midair. Bloody Demon used his wooden club to parry, gritting his teeth to hold against it. Before Bloody Demon, everything seemed to go dark. Only strands of chi flew forward. Chansang shifted fluidly, closing in step by step on his opponent. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. Bloody Demon's knee buckled to the ground. He conceded, "All right, I admit defeat." Chansang suddenly said, "Good form." Bloody Demon was surprised. "What?" The boy replied, "Didn't I say earlier that if you could block all my techniques, I'd accept you? After all, You truly are a blood demon. So, are you hiding anything else? The spirit she had once said, as you said, the jade necklace, when used with illusion spells, draws a map, and analyzing the sword moves on that map. Reveal the path. He reasoned that, in other words, combining the 2 points to indicate some location, a place hidden by illusion, and a martial art that could dominate the martial world. The ring on that old man's finger shared the same aura as the jade necklace. That must be the key. Or similar, bloody demon thought inwardly, talking to himself again. Swallowing a bloodstone really messes with your mind. Chansang added, and that bloodstone too. He replied, it's fine, forget it. You already swallowed it. What would I steal it for? The boy reminded him, you even once demanded to cut open my belly to take the bloodstone. You said the bloodstone was crucial for blood sect rituals to remove grudges. Bloody demon recoiled. What meaning does that have for me now? Forget it. Chansang slipped his hand into his chest. Since you said that, give me the token. Practice this sword technique first. Here are the sword moves I just used and the phantom technique. Remember to return them to me after you learn them. I'm just leaving them with you for now. Bloody Demon was surprised. Your skills can be revealed to others so easily? The boy replied, in return, recover the Wangbo house's silver the thieves stole. Principal, interest, and compensation must be reclaimed down to the last coin. Mupeng will explain the details when he returns. Other matters to handle. I've already arranged everything. Bloody Demon asked curiously, are you about to go somewhere? Everyone will surely descend into chaos. You reminded them that everyone has their duties. If they know I'm leaving, they'll insist on following. So I'm thinking of a way to slip away unnoticed. He still wanted to know where exactly you plan to go. Chansang half-joked, half-serious, to hunt for treasure. Time passed in the blink of an eye. In the study, Boyan was writing a letter. The letter contained the news that the 9th dragon had been gone for more than 3 months. The day after young Grandmaster Yon departed, Mupeng returned and relayed what the elder had said. Under young Grandmaster Yong's orders, people from Wangbo House would take charge of financial matters, managing the assets of the Sullied and the Beggars sect. Jijin must be frustrated to sit in a corner doing a small brewing job when such a talent as I should be doing it. How could that be? Speaking of which, this liquor trade actually makes quite a lot of money, doesn't it? Don't just sell to the funeral inns run by the Sullied. Take advantage of our Wangbo House's transport network. What if we sell this liquor across the Central Plains? Boyan agreed. All right, I'll go speak with Meng, a sister. She added, we should propose it to the Sullied and see. She noted that the Sullied had inherited the beggar's sex will, caring for orphans and elderly without shelter. The people at Bodha Temple, the day after Mupeng returned, left the Sullied together. Not long after, news spread that the factions specializing in human trafficking and loan sharking had been eradicated, and the Sullied's finances unexpectedly became unusually abundant. After young Grandmaster Yon left, Bloody Demon and Mangti began closed-door cultivation, and now they're probably about to emerge. Everyone must be following young Grandmaster Yong's orders and diligently completing their tasks. So please do not worry about us. We will wait for your return. Afternoon sunlight fell on and in where they sat discussing, thanking Moyang Riang, the young hero, once again. In House of Kong's son Mimi listened and said, the times are very unsettled now, so our ancestor has postponed taking me and Yonhee into the martial world. She spoke up, saying that thanks to the young hero accompanying the journey, we could safely complete this trip. House of Mayong's Moyang Riang replied, in that case, I should be the one thanking you. Among the emerging stars of the martial world are the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. To travel with 2 of the 3 phoenixes is truly an honor for me. In House of Hebei Peng Yoni added, I'm very much looking forward to this journey, to see if I might have a chance to show off some martial skill I've worked so hard on. What a pity. Mimi reminded them, what nonsense are you talking? You can't say things like that casually. Moyang Riang politely said, you two needn't be so formal. When I first entered the Jianghu, I was the same, always wearing my sword at my side. Yoni was surprised. Really? The outer door was kicked open, and the 3 of them turned to look. Zhang Wang placed his sword on the table. He sat down, imposing in demeanor. The waiter came and asked, what will the guest have? Jiang Wang ordered. Bring me the best dish and the finest wine you have here. The three of them quietly observed him. Yoni frowned. Who is this? Why is he so rude? Moyang Riang advised. Miss Yonhi, don't stare. Getting involved with this sort is of no benefit. Mimi was curious. Could the young hero know him? Could he be from the demonic sect? He denied it. Not exactly. Technically, this fellow is also from the orthodox side. Once a peak master of House of Jongnam, he was expelled from the school for causing certain incidents and is now making trouble everywhere, especially scandals involving women. Jiang Wang couldn't stand it any longer and slammed his hand down on the table. He said coldly, "If there's something you want to know about me, then don't speak ill behind my back. Come have a drink with me and ask directly. Who knows? Tonight, I might let you taste a real man." Yoni jumped up angrily and demanded, "What are you saying?" Moyang Riang stopped her. "Let me handle this." He slid past the two of them and stopped in front of Jiang Wang. Moyang Riang pressed his hands together and bowed. House of Mayong's Moyang Riang offers a cup of wine to toast and entertain Senior Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang sneered. "You think I'll drink wine poured by a stinking man?" Moyang Riang compromised. "Among the two young ladies, tell me which one you prefer, and tonight I will present her to you, Senior." He praised. "You really know how to read a man's mood." He flattered him in the only language men might understand. Jiang Wang laughed coldly. "But rather than share with a green junior, I prefer to monopolize." He dropped his face low. "Sorry, we're new to the Jianghu and don't know the etiquette." A punch flew straight into Moyang Riang's face, sending him tumbling to the floor. The two girls' faces drained of color. Jiang Wang's expression darkened as he stepped forward. He swept past Moyang Riang's fallen body, then turned to the two girls and asked, "New to the martial world? Tonight will be an unforgettable experience for you." Jiang Wang's hand snatched a chicken drumstick from a plate, and he tore off a bite and brought it to his mouth. Mimi beside them was extremely tense. Yonhi spoke up. "I am from House of Hebei Peng, and Sister Mimi is the honored disciple of House of Kong Sun. How dare you treat us like this?" Jiang Wang replied, "If I feared the five great families, I wouldn't have struck that brat Moyang Riang just now." A spray of blood burst from his mouth. Then Jiang Wang slumped forward onto the table. Chan Sang at the next table acted. It seems even dining isn't peaceful. A trace of qi still lingered on his fingertips. It was Chan Sang who had stepped in to save them. That night, at a residence of the Kong Sun family, House of Kong Sun's head, Kong Sun Chan, received Chan Sang, surprised to find such a master. "Thanks to you, my honored disciple returned home safely today. Whatever you wish, tell me and I will grant it." He politely said, "I only did what was right, but such generosity is hard to refuse, so I will not decline. Please arrange for me to stay one day at House of Kong Sun. That will be enough." Kong Sun Chan smiled broadly. "One day won't do. Why not stay at House of Kong Sun and be my disciple?" Mimi, sitting to one side, blushed and whispered, "Grandfather." Chan Sang bowed modestly. "Lord Nam Emperor Kong Sun Chan is a senior. How could a small rustic like me dare dream of becoming your disciple? He praised you highly. That Jiang Wang of House of Jongnam has always been a major trouble for us. You felled him with a single move. How could you be a mere rustic, yet still so humble? Lately, the Jianghu's impression of our orthodox sect hasn't been good. We've been looking for a chance to teach that man a proper lesson. So unexpectedly, the young hero has solved our problem for us." Chan Sang lowered his head and said, "I am a disciple of Kunlun who has always cultivated in the mountains and know little of the Jianghu." Kong Sun Chan understood. "There are many like you in the martial world. Not long ago, a disciple of Wasan and a disciple of Mudong had a minor clash. Some passers-by were unfortunately caught up in it and died. Ga Dehong used this as a pretext to petition the emperor. Those already dissatisfied with the orthodox started to gather, now exceeding 100,000. Because of this, there were even rumors that the Grand Zheng Wuming, considered the foundation of the Orthodox, might be disbanded. And on top of that, Crimson Blood, Na Huden, has taken Jade Castle. The man who once looted wealth by any means to wash away past shame has opened his treasure vaults to aid the poor. The Orthodox's image among the people continued to worsen. Fortunately, Sang Guanbin discovered that the epidemic spreading across the Central Plains was caused by the beggars' sect, and quickly took measures to control it. Although you smiled on the outside, The hand under the table betrayed Chansang's mood. His hand clenched hard on his thigh. Mimi continued. Because of that, Sang Guanbin's filial niece Sang Guanzhong has recently become the de facto power of the Orthodox. Not long ago, she was ranked alongside me as one of the 3 phoenixes. You complimented. Miss Mimi is also the honored disciple of Nam Emperor Kong Sun Chan, in no way inferior. Mimi blushed. Really? Kong Sun Chan chimed in. Indeed. Don't be gloomy. Come out here and, by the way, since you're going on a trip, have you ever heard of Metal Blood Castle? You were surprised. Not Crimson Blood, not Huden, but Metal Blood Castle. He confirmed it. It's a strange sect that appeared recently. Their leader is someone called King Metal Blood Lightning. Both Orthodox and Heterodox have been attacked. He's rapidly gathering forces beyond the borders. Moreover, not long ago John Dobeek and his disciple Gamakbi were killed by Crimson Blood, not Huden. Chan Sang pondered. It seemed there were no small troubles at hand. Mimi suddenly remembered something. She gently reminded Kong Sun Chan. Young hero Yong must be tired from the journey. How long do you plan to keep talking, grandfather? He awkwardly said. Indeed, I was careless. I'll prepare a room for you. Please rest early. Chan Sang agreed. Very well. Thank you, sir. Mimi returned to her boudoir. She remarked that the man today was very handsome, and his martial arts far surpassed the rising star 5 dragons. Mimi began to scheme a little. Perhaps. Chan Sang appeared behind her. She snapped into alert mode. Mimi est hostile. Wari attitude subsided. Seeing Chan Sang before her. Young hero Yong, it's so late. Why are you entering a woman's boudoir at this hour? He asked. You replied in turn. Why not? Mimi discreetly tugged her robe to cover herself the other way. You stared blankly, waiting for the other to continue. She blushed, just as I guessed. She didn't go to Yonhee or House of Hebei Pong, but stayed at our place. Turns out it's because your hand reached out. A brief spring night. Mimi hesitated. I'm not ready yet. Her whole body was struck at the acupuncture points. The vase on the table trembled. Chan Sang glanced at Mimi, now collapsed. Blame her ancestors for building the house on treasure-filled land. He glanced down. Well then, shall we start digging from here? A passage down had been dug into the floor. Inside was pitch black. You took a candle and went inside. Chi spirit chattered. The jade ring that woman gave me really is the key. Without the ring's protection, entering here would trigger hidden poison traps. You wouldn't last half an hour. Earlier you met Sang Guanzhong. She was surprised. Young Master Yong. You guessed from her expression that she must know who I am. Sang Guanzhong confirmed. Yes. Upon reaching this position, I learned many things I wished I hadn't, including my ancestors' true face unknown to the world, and about young Master Yong and the beggar's sect as well. So what do you plan to do now, sir? Intend to kill me to vent your anger. Chan Sang requested only that she hand over the ring on her finger. Of course your ancestor will pay a fitting price. She glanced at the ring on her hand in surprise. You mean this? My ancestor gave me this when he hid away, said it could protect me. As for Jie Dehong, having lost the treasure map, the key was useless. I heard he gifted the ring to Sang Guanbin, who dearly loved his disciple in exchange for command of House of the Sun. Now Chan Sang stopped before a passage. You peered inside. Chan Sang couldn't help being amazed. What is this? I thought there'd at least be a secret martial manual or something. But it's just an iron staff? Just this alone probably won't lure Jie Dehong out. The Chi Spirit explained, this isn't bait for revenge, but a treasure that can help you seize the world. Chan Sang was surprised. Help me seize the world? You mean this ragged staff is a martial legacy treasure passed down through the ages? The Chi Spirit revealed the iron staff is not a weapon forged and tempered by human smiths, but a divine artifact. One of the 12 divine artifacts formed from nature's essence. You picked it up to inspect. Still, it's only a tool used by humans. Obtaining a legendary weapon doesn't automatically make you the world's #1. Those shortcuts exist only in novels. The Chi Spirit snorted coldly. Listen to me and see if you still think so. Long ago, among my owners was one who studied where Chi comes from, where the Chi resides, and how to use it. On a distant island nation, people believed Chi was born from the bonds formed between people, and they stored that Chi in the heart. Chi stored that way was divided into life, qi used to protect someone, and killing qi used to slay someone. Because this kind of qi is produced by human relationships and stored in the heart, it's easy to mobilize and thus well suited for raising an army. Moreover, another country to the east believed that qi could be born from life swu and thus stored in the brain. Such qi is called life qi or righteous qi. Though very difficult to attain a certain realm, once successful, one becomes a hero above 10,000 others. So where does the Central Plains qi come from, and where is it stored? Chansang replied, in the Central Plains you gather natural qi through cultivation and store in the dantian, right? The qi spirit answered, that's internal qi, also called internal skill. You still don't understand. So what does that have to do with this iron staff? She gradually manifested. Now comes the main point. For some reason, that original master disliked strange and abnormal powers. Chansang was puzzled. Eating bloodstones could of course do that. The qi spirit continued. So he ordered his disciples to drive 12 iron pillars into the natural qi veins of the Central Plains, severing the qi source. But over time, those iron pillars were pulled out one by one, and the qi flowed out accordingly. That was the beginning of the martial world. Chansang realized this iron staff was originally one of those 12 iron pillars. She confirmed that because the pillars had long suppressed the natural qi veins, each pillar developed different abilities. They could be freely controlled, change size at will, become invisible, or split into many identical copies. Chansang shook the staff. So what is this iron staff's power? The qi spirit hinted it was the power I most longed for among the 12 pillars. This is a divine artifact whose power can freely transform its form according to the user's will. It can become a huge saber, then turn into a sword. The qi spirit added, moreover, depending on the divine artifact's shape you desire, I can manifest with a similar appearance. A fierce beast appeared behind her. She said confidently that with this, not only the world, but even heaven could be grasped. I will take blood and redden the sky. Do you realize what that means? In other words, you could completely escape me now. The qi spirit smiled and asked, worried I'll leave you? Chansang denied it. No, not at all. She reassured him. Don't worry, because you've reached the realm of body and martial unity. My consciousness can transfer into the divine artifact, though my true form must remain within your body. Chansang remained unimpressed. What? It's just a somewhat magical piece of iron. She hissed in anger. What? Instead, quickly give the divine artifact a form and let me enter it. The artifact's new form was a little pig. Chansang was receiving reports from subordinates. One of them asked curiously, where did this pig come from? You asked about other matters. Nothing. Have you grasped the movements of that young dragon yet? Yejung reported, yes. According to plan, he'll reach Guizhou province today. If there's an opportunity, we'll strike on the mountainside. Chansang folded the letter. All right, let's go. Cho Miram asked, will House of Kong's son just be let off like that? You spared them. Consider it repayment for this pig. Spare them from annihilation. Then Chansang whispered into Cho Miram's ear. What shocked her? Why use a precious metallurgical diamond umbrella for that? You glanced and asked, do you intend to disobey my orders? All three kowtowed. We lowly ones dare not. We obey. A carriage rolled down the street. The surrounding people prostrated and knelt. They whispered, so young and already claiming emperor. Don't you see the people suffer from plague? The martial world runs rampant in decay. Yet you roam about sightseeing? Watch your tongue, or you'll bring trouble. Either way, it's a death sentence. A carriage swept down the street. The man inside, the emperor, asked, do you really have to go sightseeing at this hour? Horyung replied, at times like this, we must show the people their sovereign's resolve. That will only strengthen the throne, not weaken it. He lowered his gaze and said, though I'm young, I know well, they want to unsettle the people's hearts and destabilize my rule. I also know Crimson Blood. Nahyuden came to aid and protect me, but in truth they're here to watch over me. Horyung hesitated and averted his eyes. That matter. A strange noise rang out outside. Horyung rushed over. Your Majesty, the Emperor is alarmed. What's happening? A man stood blocking him, seeming like an assassin. But fear not, the warriors of Crimson Blood will. The Emperor realized, so Crimson Blood lured me out for this. they want to kill me. Young denied it. No, they would never harm your majesty. Please remain calm. A hoarse laugh sounded outside, followed by a brief silence. The carriage door was flung wide open. A man opposite said, I spent so much silver to meet the emperor, and you attack me without distinguishing right from wrong? The emperor, wary, asked, Who are you? Chansang removed his face covering. Not long ago, I was young Master Yo, but now I am Lord of Metal Wisdom. The one called King Metal Blood Lightning is me. Your foot has already stepped over the threshold. Chansang is slowly moving inside. Young shouted, Do you know where this is? How dare you barge in and cause trouble? The man lunged to attack you, and both were thrown out of the carriage. Chansang stepped back and landed on the ground. He proclaimed his name. I am Young, Eastern Collection, the Emperor's elite force. You dare threaten the Emperor's safety. Accept your death. You coolly leaned aside to dodge, your tone laced with sarcasm. The Imperial Guards are the Emperor's finest. Are they? Young spun around. He launched consecutive attacks, all of which Chansang avoided. You said casually, True enough, half of the Imperial Guards are under Crimson Blood's command. They're not really protecting the Emperor, they're supervising and policing him. Hit where it hurts. Young barked, Shut your mouth. Chansang's finger gave a light snap, and a pig immediately charged into the man's stomach. Young trembled in pain and collapsed. Chansang was indifferent. After all, he couldn't personally maim a royal official. A voice from inside the carriage shouted, Stop! Weren't you the one who wanted to see me? You stepped forward. Indeed, you are a sensible person. Young roared that this bastard dared to be disrespectful to the Emperor and was struck by the pig. Chansang had entered the carriage. You sat down opposite. After all, he's a puppet emperor. What disrespect is there? The Emperor felt those words were very disrespectful. He shouted, Although my power is waning now, I will not beg from a scoundrel like you. Chansang replied, Do not recklessly accuse me of being a villain out to assassinate the Emperor. I am also scion of an old noble family, on par with the royal house. The Emperor asked curiously, Then what is this meeting you plotted for? You revealed that, until now, thanks to the unwritten rule that magistrates and martial sects don't interfere with each other, the martial world had grown ever stronger and expanded its influence. Because the martial world split into righteous and evil factions and constantly conflicted, the court could historically restrain its power. Now Crimson Blood controls the entire martial world. The court has reached a point where it cannot restrain them. Moreover, with recent epidemics rampant, the common people have long been oppressed by martial figures and now have gathered forces demanding the Emperor be held accountable. Popular support for us has bottomed out. Additionally, Jade Castle, the Emperor's supporter and a huge taxpayer, has changed hands, and the imperial finances have noticeably declined. The dynasty has lost military strength, financial resources, and popular support, and is so weakened it could collapse at any moment. The Emperor fell silent at these facts. He asked, So what exactly are you saying? Did you come to scold me and the useless royal house? Surely you didn't spend so much silver arranging this meeting just to complain about such things? Chansang interrupted. I came to make a deal with the Emperor. He was surprised. A deal? So what do you want to trade with me? What you want is legitimacy. Before winter comes, legitimacy to purge all martial forces in the Central Plains, including Crimson Blood. The Emperor fell silent when he heard that request. He seemed to have guessed. Could be Yuanta? Elsewhere, Nahuden had received word of a rebellion. Gongmyang reported that Chansang likely wants to use the Emperor's name to purge Crimson Blood Castle. He intends to use the Emperor to brand us as rebels. He thought that was not a bad idea. Rather than merely holding the Central Plains in hand, why not seize the chance to destroy the whole region? That would be far more entertaining. He mused that they had just handed John Doe Beak and his disciples over to you to be slaughtered. Gongmyang advised, Save the good wine for later. Leave this matter to Jie Dehong and Sang Guanbin. Laughter rang throughout the room where Guanbin sat. The old man sat there and lightly rubbed his brow. Guanbin asked, At first you gave me treasures, begging me to grant you joint command of the House of the Sun. I thought you'd finally seen reason and agreed to be my subordinate. Am I to be suspicious for no reason? The other replied, At the time it was because I was urgently searching for something. The sword in this man's hand emanates killing intent. Dehong continued, but now it's no longer necessary. Guanbin rose to his feet. The old man's vital energy radiated out. So I won't stop you. The two of them quickly sprang at each other. Dehong used his shield to block. Guanbin sneered. You think having something like that lets you handle me alone? A powerful force struck toward Dehong, and both stepped back. Guanbin planted his feet firmly on the ground. Behind Dehong stood two others. Who says I'm alone? It was Mang Ti and Bloody Demon. The old man said, After all, you're Guanbin. You should at least be shown some respect, right? Guanbin found it truly laughable. He asked, You want to pose me and went to recruit these two trash to team up? The three of them spoke through gritted teeth again. We don't have much time. Against Venomous Snake, Thunder Devil can at most hold out half an hour. We must finish him before then. Mang Ti stepped forward. Then let me strike first. Dehong warned. Didn't you hear me? This isn't a duel, but an ambush. The three of us must cooperate. Finish him as quickly as possible. Bloody Demon blocked the old man with his mace. He cautioned that they'd never practiced coordinating before. Charging together might get in each other's way. Even so, he's just some flashy show-off from the beggar's sect. To face Guanbin, forget one move. I'm afraid a single glare would do it. Mang Ti had barely stepped into the arena when he was hit and sent reeling backward. His two staves crossed in his hands, barely blocking an attack. Guanbin praised. Not bad. You managed to parry my attack. Bloody Demon asked the man beside him. Earlier you said just one glare. What did you mean? Dehong was surprised. How is this possible? Mang Ti brandished the staff in his hand. It spun round and round in his palm. Mang Ti pressed Guanbin back. Bloody Demon observed that this man was no longer merely a great protector or fighter for the beggar's sect, but the master of the beggar's sect, the boss. Dehong was astonished. What? He revealed that this man was the ninth dragon. On their side, they were evenly matched. Mang Ti planted his feet firmly on the ground. Dehong remained concerned. No matter how high his status rose, relying on that alone. Bloody Demon denied it was only about status. Of course not. To where the crown one must bear its weight. That is the responsibility of a leader. This man fully qualifies to become the ninth dragon. Earlier, Chan Sang had handed him the token. From now on, you will be the ninth dragon of the beggar's sect. Mang Ti froze. What? You replied. Becoming the sect lord sounds rather fancy on the surface, doesn't it? He hurriedly waved his hand. No, I can't possibly. You explained. At first I thought Elderbach sent you to watch over me, but then I thought perhaps he believed you qualified to be the next head, so he sent you close by. Mangta exclaimed, Elderbach. Chan Sang answered. Maybe he knew sooner or later I'd leave the beggar's sect. From now on I'll protect the beggar's sect as the Lord of Metal Wisdom, and you'll become its new pillar. He accepted the mission and obeyed. At present, Mang Ti was fighting Guanbin. He declared he would use the title Ninth Dragon to punish those who provoked the sect, namely you. Earlier, Mang Ti had asked about Elderbach's condition. Manga Ziplit. While other elders restrained Guanbin, Elderbach was worried for the children's safety. He was lifting the staff up, thinking inwardly about being beaten in the past. The stinking beggar who dared steal. Mang Ti tried to stuff a bun into his mouth to fill his belly. The other kept beating, saying scum like you deserve to die. Elderbach intervened. Stop at once. Keep hitting and you'll kill him. Is he mocking? The beggar's sect trying to imitate righteous martial heroes going about chivalry? He's the son of a friend of ours. He's also a disciple of Wasan. Elderbach knelt and begged. Please spare him. I beg you on my knees. Murmurs rose around. What the hell is this? Beating a child and even an old man. That's too much. The man had to let him go. Unlucky. Get out of here. The old man led Mang Ti away. You're already a beggar. If you have nowhere to go, do you want to join our beggar sect? Join and you won't starve, right? Well, I can't promise you'll eat your fill, but you won't go hungry. He replied, Then I agree. Elder Bach warned carefully. Joining the beggar sect comes with two rules. 1. You may beg, but under no circumstances steal or snatch. 2. Do not let children go begging. Now Mang Ti had become stronger, able to stand up to Guanbin. The staff shot toward the old man, and a thick cloud of smoke appeared ahead. The smoke clouded their vision. Guanbin appeared and declared, Your reward for blocking one of my strikes ends here. He lunged at Mang Ti at once. He gritted his teeth, ready to take the blow. Bloody Demon stood beside him. Right now, you circle to the rear and see if there's an opening. He dodged to one side to look for a weakness. The two of them coordinated their attack. Daehong thought to himself that when he said, "Don't attack together to avoid interfering," he actually meant to reposition and try to mitigate Guanbin's toxic effect. He'd assumed it was just to cover the kid, but it turned out they truly had a plan to deal with him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt teaming up with Chanseng was the right choice. Cut to the place where Chanseng was. It was utterly quiet there. Earlier, he had been sitting at the table. Dinner was laid out. Daehong came looking for Chanseng. The old man said, "I was about to come find you to chop you into 10,000 pieces. I didn't expect you'd come to your own death. Do you have the guts for that? Or have you been eating something nutritious lately?" He mocked. "I remember last time the one fleeing for his life was you." Daehong trembled with anger, the damnable brat. He glowered at Chanseng. Countless eyes watched from behind. Daehong asked, "Did you really think I'd come here alone to look for you?" Chanseng replied, "I told you to come alone. I never said I'd come alone. Last time I came alone, I had it a bit rough, you know." Daehong nodded once. "You invited me?" He craned his neck and spoke. "I'm tired, sit down. I think we'll be talking for a long time." There happened to be wine on the table. Chanseng asked plainly, "Why did you call me here? Now we share the same goal. Why not join forces?" Daehong opened his mouth. "Do you know what my goal is?" He replied. "You don't want to remain a subordinate of Crimson Blood. Not Huden, do you?" Hearing that, the old man burst out laughing. Daehong continued. "So you want me to ally with you? After all, you're just a beggar leader, a minor head of the Jade Castle that's lost its city. Guanbin could flatten the entire beggar's sect using just 30% of Venomous Snake's force. After all that's happened, you still don't understand? Martial wars aren't won by numbers alone." Chanseng shot back with a jab. "Last time at Boda Temple, even when you led 5 units of the Thunder Devil's force, you still failed miserably." He heard that and bristled. "You brat. Anyway, I won't cooperate with someone like you. Alone I can." You cut him off. "I heard the warriors of the House of the Sun are searching all over the Central Plains. Do you plan to rely on them? If you ally with me, wishes that would normally take years or decades to realize might be achieved much faster." Daehong was stunned. "What?" He noticed the ring under the table. He curiously asked, "How did you come by that?" Chanseng answered, "I originally planned to use it for something new, but now it's unnecessary." Daehong began to piece it together. "Could it be you've exposed the hidden treasure that the jade necklace only led to? You pretended to be a virtuous scholar and served as Crimson Blood's lackey, all to get that treasure." Daehong asked excitedly. "So you mean you already have that treasure?" Chanseng replied, "I investigated you, then put a few pieces together." The old man urged, "Don't beat around the bush, say it straight. You're still going to charge me for investigating you, aren't you? Listen to this. You personally killed your senior brother and then gained the ability to manipulate others. Although you cultivated the forbidden Thunder Devil's techniques to study this power, it proved useless against top martial artists. Then you accidentally obtained a piece within the jade necklace and learned that by severing the sources of the 12 chi veins in the Central Plains, you could prevent martial artists from gathering spiritual energy. To search for the other treasures, you became a subordinate of Crimson Blood. But because I destroyed one of the 3 treasures, your plan lost its meaning." Daehong fell silent upon hearing this. You continued, "But you didn't give up. You handed the ring to Guanbin Sang, pretended to be loyal to him to gain command of the House of the Sun. The House of the Sun can embed and manipulate geomantic energy to influence fate because they're descendants of diviners who study natural chi." He confirmed, "Yes, you guessed right. So, is that thing currently in your possession?" The iron staff was coiled around your wrist, and it appeared, resting neatly in Chanseng's palm. Daehong gaped in astonishment. "You revealed this item could not only change appearances, but also store memories. Thanks to it, I also learned the locations of the 12 Central Plains veins." The old man's hand could not touch the iron staff. Daehong grew impatient. "So what do you want? Do you want to retake Jade Castle? Whatever your demand is, say it." You replied, "In 10 days, if you lead the Thunder Devils to attack the Venomous Snake, I'll give it to you." The old man worried. "Even if I gain the House of the Sun, relying solely on the Thunder Devil's force won't beat the Venomous Snake." Chanseng had planned ahead. "I know, just tell me by time. Until Guanbin is defeated." Daehong agreed. "Fine. Also, if you hand over the divine artifact to me, I'll tell you that your father is imprisoned in the venomous snake. This news surprised you. Chansang sprang to his feet. You say my father is still alive? Where? Tell me quickly. Where is he? The old man wasn't sure, didn't know if he's still alive now, but said he'd have to infiltrate the venomous snake to rescue him. You urged, then do it once. Daehong wasn't in a hurry. I am also anxious, but it will take 5 more days to gather enough fighters from the Thunder Devils. Now he glanced at the iron staff in his hand. Having obtained what he wanted, there was no need to waste time. After all, the Thunder Devils were merely a tool. Daehong stepped out of the shadows, while the 2 others panted, exhausted. Mang Ti reported back that Daehong planned to escape. Bloody Demon replied, I anticipated that. Killing intent condensed in Guanbin's palm. You show up not bad, but that's as far as you go. The pressure forced both of them to buckle at the knees. He asked curiously, Then why did you challenge someone you clearly couldn't beat? He replied, No matter how foolish I am, I know I'm no match for you. All of this was just to buy time. Guanbin then realized the situation was wrong. The great door was kicked open and the silhouette of a person appeared. The voice rang out, You're still alive? Looks like I'm not too late. The one who arrived was Manhwa. Mang Ti asked happily, Sis, did you succeed? Has she confirmed that I safely rescued people of the Sullied? Guanbin brooded, In my venomous snake, the Sullied were tormented into this state. Manhwa revealed, You planted many hidden traps around the treasury. To open it, I had to endure some hardship. He growled, You bastards aimed at that from the start. Mang Ti sneered, Of course. We deliberately challenged Guanbin, the smartest man alive. Why else? To hold you off while we entered your vault to find the antidote for the plague. Only then could we wash away the shame you dumped on the beggar's sect and then avenge our people. Bloody Demon chuckled. We thought it through. Only this would wound you properly. Manhwa continued, Besides the antidote, I didn't touch anything else. He looked surprised. Why? Guanbin praised. No wonder you're leader of the Sullied. You have some tricks. Then I'll see you off early and try not to be too painful. Your people from the Sullied will follow you soon enough. She interrupted. You don't need to look after me like that. The fire is so intense that even if I wanted to touch other things, I couldn't get close. He froze. What did you say? Manhwa revealed. Explosive Lord himself didn't want the formula he invented to fall into evil hands. A fuse had been lit, but nearly all the martial secrets in the world were inside, so the blaze was rather large. Bloody Demon sighed. A man who's always morally flexible, who exterminated countless sects and clans to collect secrets. Now all are devoured by fire. Killing intent radiated from Guanbin. The veins on his face bulged. A palm strike shot toward them. The 3 of them blocked that arc of force together. Much of it dissipated. Although they withstood it, all 3 were weakened. Mang Ti urged, Our objective is done. Withdraw quickly. He held up a bomb. Right, we found the antidote. Burn the formula, let's go. Mang, I'll step forward. Her palm condensed true chi. You go ahead. In my mind, the explosive lord's formula must also be destroyed. Bloody Demon advised. Even you alone will find him hard to deal with. Tranan replied, Don't worry. I can hold out until young Master Yong arrives. Daehong had by now run far away. He stopped to catch his breath and looked back toward the distant mountain peak that was smoking. Daehong thought with satisfaction, I've become a master of the divine artifact. Now no one can stop me. Now, I only need to find the source of the 12 chi veins, and I can put the world beneath my feet. At that moment, a surge of power pierced through. Daehong turned to see who it was, and it was Jae-gyong, swinging his sword at the old man. Daehong quickly dodged. She slashed continuously. Just as my husband said, by guarding this gate, you really did abandon your subordinates and plan to flee alone. He blocked with the iron staff. I thought Chansang would send someone to tail me to reclaim the divine artifact, but I didn't expect it to be you. She was surprised. What divine artifact? What are you talking about? She thought to herself. Could it be he has no intention of retrieving the divine artifact? Jae-gyong leapt up and drove her sword point down. My husband only told me to catch the rat, not to bother with the pig. Daehong didn't understand. A pig. The divine artifact in his hand began to stir. The divine artifact in his hand was moving. It was slipping out of his control. Daehong was astonished. I didn't do anything. Why is it transforming on its own? The divine artifact turned into a spiked mace. The spikes pierced his palm, and it bled. Daehong hurriedly threw it away. A pig appeared and angrily scolded. Why is it a pig again? He was shocked. He'd never heard of a divine artifact having such abilities. Surprise showed in Daehong's eyes. He recalled the fight with the Chi spirit. Protective Chi? Impossible protective Chi of that level couldn't have broken my hypnotic technique. It must have been that Chi back then. It seemed Chansang had pulled some trick. So it wasn't metaphorical talk. It really was about a pig? Jae-gyong studied the thing before her. The pig flew up in front of her and waved. Its whole body stretched and coiled around Jae-gyong's wrist, then transformed into a sword in her hand. Jae-gyong was shocked that it even turned into a sword. The sword point aimed at the plank bridge guy. She decided, kill this one first, then deal with the rest. Daehong calculated shrewdly. Whatever tricks he used, I just need to seize the divine artifact. Jae-gyong immediately lunged. A surge of power blocked her sword. Daehong sneered. You should feel honored. To die by the secret weapon I prepared to destroy Crimson Blood. This time Jae-gyong must face that puppet. Strange chi emanated from the puppet's body. She was surprised that Daehong's puppet gave off such an aura. If not for people brainwashed since childhood like I once was, those Daehong can control would certainly be below peak masters. At Boda Temple, the hypnotized were also senior and junior sisters below the peak master level. The blade flashed through a few slashes. Jae-gyong blamed herself. That aura, just now, might have been illusory. She sprang forward, her sword aimed at the puppet. It nimbly used the sword to parry. The puppet lifted the sword, then slashed powerfully at Jae-gyong. She leaned aside, the blade sliding across her neck. Jae-gyong barely escaped death. She realized she'd underestimated her enemy and nearly been killed. It seems this aura is not illusory. The sword in Jae-gyong's hand had transformed, turning into a spear. Daehong sneered. You've reached the creation realm, and the only tactic you can think of is changing the weapon's shape? Beside Jae-gyong, another figure appeared. What changed was not merely the weapon's length, but its form. A staff bearing tremendous force struck toward the puppet. Both fought with utter seriousness. Bloody Demon was slammed toward the wall. Blood spurted from his mouth. His body gradually sagged downward. Manhwa was grabbed by the throat by the old man. Guanbin declared, I'll show you how the sword of Boda Temple has always been reverent of even the smallest life and purged filth. Before you die, I'll tell you one thing. Your husband also perished from my poison. Manhwa asked through clenched teeth. Why? The old man replied, because before I grew interested in explosive Lord's firecraft, I wanted the Sully's brewing technique first. Wine and poison are really a single path. She swore 2 words. Damn you. Manhwa is fazdakin. She counterattacked to break free from his grip. The sleeve around Guanbin's wrist was torn wide. She began gathering her strength. A punch aimed straight at the old man's belly. Guanbin was sent flying backward by the blow. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. He said coldly, It seems you've truly lived long enough. Didn't I tell you? The more you circulate your chi, the faster the poison spreads through your body. Mang, I'll raise her hand. Golden chi swirled around her body. The old man sneered. They say a happy husband brings a wife's misery. Indeed, the two are alike. The Sully's master was poisoned by me, yet still resisted, and so died in agony. Mang, a lunge forward. Elsewhere, the place was plunged in darkness. Standing before a locked door, a fist struck straight into the lock. It was Chansang who acted. He glanced at his smoking finger. This is tough. You discussed with the Chi spirit earlier. I intend to temporarily hand the divine artifact to Daehong. Can you remain inside the artifact as you are now? She answered that for a master who has reached the unity of person and sword, within a certain range it is possible, but it will be like using the sword-riding skill that consumes the master's internal power. One slip, and even the innate formation could be exhausted. Chansang thought privately that if he didn't reclaim it quickly, he might lose even his capital. The person inside stepped out and asked happily, Young master, have you come save us? He pointed to Mupeng to follow. Of course I must look after my people. The people of Bongxian Island will help you escape. Move quickly. Do your best to minimize conflict and focus on safely escorting the people of Jade Castle. Mupeng commanded. Yes, understood. Chansang glanced around. Where is the householder? She replied. The householder's condition is extremely bad. This morning, someone claiming to be Guanbin's adopted granddaughter took him away. Chansang was surprised. Song Guanjun? Why? The Chi spirit urged. Master, it's bad. The woman is about to break down. Are you worried something has happened to Miss Jaegyong? Chansang pondered for a moment. Why? Would someone abandon their subordinates and flee alone like Ga Daehong? Miss Jaegyong should be able to handle herself. Could there be someone interfering that I don't know about? Mupeng, seeing his expression, asked, What's wrong? He answered, It seems there's some trouble on Miss Jaegyong's side. I must go check. After that, Mang Ti arrived to report. It's bad. He only managed to say, sister. Mang Ti had no strength left and was about to collapse. Could you come support him? I entrusted the fire medicine to Bloody Demon, so you four could retreat. Surely that's fine, right? Manga diplit manga sita. It seems they intended from the start to finish Guanbin in one go. Chansang swore, damn it, nothing goes wrong by halves. He sat Mang Ti down for the time being. He had fainted. Chansang instructed, the poison has been temporarily contained. Quickly lead the people of Jade Castle and the beggar's sect chief out of here. Mupeng offered, leave this to the people of Bongxian Island. I'll follow the young master. He refused. No, in this chaotic situation, to get everyone out safely, I need you to personally direct things. Please. He obeyed. Yes, I will not fail the mission. Mupeng curious. But who are you going to save? He fell silent. This decision was truly difficult for him. Chansang knew he couldn't save both, so of course he had to choose. On Jaegyong's side, she was facing that puppet. It nimbly dodged to one side. When a forced chop came, she gave the opponent no chance to rest, continuing to draw her sword. Yet the puppet could freely pass through the sword energy. Jaegyong raised the spear high in her hand. The spearhead aimed at the puppet's neck, but it ducked down to dodge. Seizing the opportunity, the puppet struck toward Jaegyong's abdomen. She leapt up high before a sword could slash out. The spear was poised to descend, and it began to transform. The divine artifact flew toward Daehong. He folded his hands behind his back, calm in demeanor. A pig manifested, anger etched in its eyes. You're done for, old man. Behind the puppet, there appeared a current of energy bursting out of the divine artifact. It fell to the ground. Daehong bent down and picked it up. He realized that strange internal force had vanished. Daehong ordered, retrieve the divine artifact and kill that bitch. The puppet obeyed and launched forward. Jaegyong bent to pick up the broken sword and used it to block. The puppet leapt high into the air as a powerful blade descended. The sword in her hand continued to shatter. Daehong watched from behind. He thought to himself that if he ever unified the martial world, he would certainly discard this one. But what a pity to have such a powerful monster beside him merely to hold his money. Young Jiakjiam is truly useless if he had joined my banner earlier. Daehong glanced at the divine artifact in his hand and kept pondering. No, crimson blood could subdue the soul of this monster. If I want to hold the world in my palm, I must know the locations of the 12 meridians. Jaegyong was weakening, so he ordered a halt. After all, it was a child he had raised since young. Let me escort it the final steps and make it die in the greatest agony. At that life-and-death moment, a stream of energy shot toward the puppet. It paid no heed and was struck backward. Daehong did not expect this variable. Jaegyong looked toward the shadowy figure. She blushed. You came to save me? The person was Mang Ah. She had arrived in time to rescue Jaegyong. Mang Ah sprang up high, then landed where Jaegyong stood. Luckily, she wasn't too late. Jaegyong was surprised. How did you know I was here? Earlier, when facing Guanbin, one of his palms had been blocked by the earthen wall. A crack had appeared on the wall. Seeing you, Mang, I was surprised. Young Master Yong, who will take care of your family? He replied, they're being escorted to safety. Mang Ah, go help Miss Jaegyong, who's holding off Daehong, and on the way tend a bloody demon. Mang Ah answered, I must kill this man with my own hands. I must avenge my husband. He urged, your hands will stand in for mine. Hurry. If you stay here, even you won't withstand his poison. Guanbin now attacked him. She considered on the side, while Chansang tried to defend. He was pushed back and urged Mang Ah, hurry up. I told you. I've calculated carefully. You used your life to help me, and I will repay you. Mang Ah closed her eyes. She made her decision. Before I go, Mang Ah warns, If you want to repay me, you must survive and come back to find me. Now, she handed the sword to Jae-gyong. Can she still fight? She caught it, of course. But where is her husband now? Manhwa replied. He's probably avenging me. Facing them were Dae-hong and the puppet. Her promise of vengeance would be fulfilled. The two of them had joined forces. They launched strikes at their opponents. On Chansang's side, he was intercepting the volley of toxic gas being fired. You're unharmed. It's useless. I've tasted every kind of poison since I was a child. Guanbin sighed. Really? He closed in. If the poisonous gas entered the body, Chansang's wrist instinctively rose to block. He seized that the body would instinctively produce immunity to counter the poison. But what if the toxin's invasion exceeds the body's ultimate tolerance? He grit his teeth in pain and endured. Chansang jerked his hand back. One of his hands was trembling. He declared, before my attack, 10,000 poisons are useless. Chansang asked why. Both the righteous and the evil respect you. But why secretly raise the snake poison pavilion, cultivate antidotes and plagues, do such wicked deeds? What is the reason? Guanbin replied, live long enough and you'll understand. Being the adopted son of the Jade Castle City Lord, admired by people, helping the filthy beggars solve problems. At first I helped them just as a pastime for the powerful, but the requests kept coming more and more, as if I owed them. They took it for granted and forced me to solve their problems. Earlier someone came to beg me, Hero Guanbin, please help us. Those people are bullying us again. Please find a way to help. My strength was forged from suffering and adversity. Those bastards treat it as their rightful privilege to enjoy without gratitude. One day, I saw the face of someone begging me for help after being bitten by a poisonous snake. The pleading expression begging me to save them while racked with pain. And I decided, if you want to beg me for help, you must show that face. Chansang shook his head at this. You mean he's a narrow-hearted old man? He asked. Guanbin was stunned. What? Chansang exposed. You do good deeds, yet you've reaped many benefits, praise, reverence, wealth, and honor from everyone. How can you not be grateful for those things? The old man, embarrassed and angry, lunged forward. What would a brat like you know? He stepped back to dodge the blow. An earthen wall was erected. Chansang raised his fist, a strike that forced Guanbin to retreat. He said, of course I didn't know. So after seeing a senior go astray, I realized I shouldn't follow. Neither I nor your adopted daughter. The old man looked in surprise toward the newly arrived figure, Sang Guanzhong. She begged him to stop. Grandfather, Guanbin warned anxiously, don't go in there. It's all poisonous gas. But she had already stepped inside. Well, someone's got a death wish or bravery. Take your pick.